Hi folks, welcome to Drinking with Andrew. Hello everybody, happy Monday, Thursday. Can you be happy? I mean, why do they call it Monday? I don't know. Anyway, welcome to another episode of Drinking with Andrew, the weekly show, although sometimes twice a week. Anyway, the show where I get drunk, we talk about all things, whatever we want to talk about. Various guests come on. We discuss anything from reselling to politics to hiring prostitutes. Nothing's off the table on this channel, folks. It's a Thursday. Don't worry, there will still be a drink with Andrew tomorrow. But I've been having a couple of drinks with a couple of my friends in work, a couple of colleagues in work. So I decided to carry on drinking while they've gone to be with their food and not drink and be sensible. So yeah. Anyway, looks like we've got a few people already in watching. First person to speak so far, the only person, is Ali. So welcome, Ali. Amazing Ali is here. She's gone with the opening line of "Hi, Andrew." Rosie's in. Hi, Rosie. Unfortunately, Rosie has a partner, so I have to be well behaved with her. Who else have we got? Damien's in. Yes, I will have a KFC. Richard's in. Hi, Richard. I've got 20 people watching. I wasn't expecting so many people to come and watch. Z is in. Hi, Z. It's a new Z. I have just had a ka-ching, so we will come on to that. Richard Payne is in. Hi, Richard. And hello to anyone who is lurking. Hi, Chris. If you are lurking, don't be afraid to say hello. Hi, Shane. The saviour of Thursday nights. It's like a day off tomorrow, isn't it? So I can basically go all night, apart from the fact that I really need to sleep. I'm very tired, but I want a few cans. I've got a crate of cider, so we'll see how we go. Ian's in. Hi, Ian. Anyway, as I've had a sale, it is time for Guess the Price with Money Mental UK. What I will say is that I have sold what could be described, and in fact are described on the box, as action figures. Hi, Maggie. I have indeed got a can in hand. Maggie, we still haven't discussed whether you're A, single, and B, find me attractive. B is not necessary. Neither is A, actually, to be fair. We've got $3.99, $12.95, $29.99, $13.99. Not got a correct guess yet. $8.99. We're still not there yet. Closest guess has been like £5 off. Exactly £5 off. So that's a clue for you. I start giving clues now because, I bore myself if I don't. Yeah, still not a correct guess, I'm afraid. We're getting, if anything, further away from it. Yeah, no, we're not there yet. Maggie not responding to my attempts at flip. Well done, Shane. Shane has got it. He's got the mentalist point in D24.99. I sold some Daleks. And I haven't paid yet, actually. But hopefully they will pay shortly. I've also had what was I going to say? I've completely lost me. Oh yeah, they've just paid. Excellent, thank you very much. That's the last one of those I've got. I might have one more left. It's £12 into $24.99, so it's not like the greatest return ever, but it's a multi-quantity listing, so I've been selling a few of them. So the overall profit on it is good. I can't remember what I was saying. lost me train of thought. We'll put the link in the chat. We'll do that. See if anyone wants to pop on live with us. I say us, it's just me tonight. The dog is at mother's tonight, so I am home alone. Oh, where's Bunty? Bunty watches me, and I don't know Bunty's username on YouTube. Bunty, say hello if you're watching. That's something I want to know who Bunty is. Don't know what Bunty looks like. Bunty is a mystery. Maybe Maggie on a mission is Bunty. That could be a turn-up for the bucks. Links in the chat if anyone wants to pop on and come live. Bonus points if you are a lady YouTuber looking to launch a YouTube career. I'm more than happy to help you launch it or possibly put you off doing YouTube ever again. Both have happened before. So anyway, no plan for tonight. I was going to do some listing, but eBay is like, I put on a load of listings today, only DVDs, just to get a few things on. I thought, I'll put some DVDs on, you know, because it's like Easter holidays, people will be looking to buy DVDs to keep themselves entertained. And eBay, in its infinite wisdom, has now decided to work out estimated delivery dates wrongly. So apparently every DVD that I've listed will not be delivered until the 16th of April, which is over 2 weeks from now, and does not reflect my dispatch times at all. So I literally couldn't be bothered listing any more stuff on eBay because I just didn't see the point until they've resolved this issue. And because I wanted to have some cans. And it was a good excuse, you know. But yeah, how are we all today anyway? That is my question to the Money Mental UK community, because we are a community of like-minded individuals, hopefully. Oh, and the other thing as well, of course, to mention, which I've not done a video on yet, is the 31st of July is the first meetup that I'm scheduling, which is the Wrexham meetup for my 21st birthday. I'm going to be 21 years old on the 26th of July. Damien's cooking, apparently. I hope you're cooking with gas. Boom. Yeah, 31st of July, I'm going to be 21. So, well, actually, no, 26th of July, I'm going to be 21. So, therefore, on the 31st of July, I'm having a meet up in Wrexham to celebrate my 21st birthday. Hi, Nia. Hopefully, Nia will be able to come because should, yeah, be out shielding, etc. So, hopefully, it'll be okay. Here's a beautiful lady. My future wife, Jessica, has arrived. Hi, Callum, as well, if Callum's watching. I saw her first. Well, actually, I saw her second, but you know. Counts. Hi, Leslie. Leslie's doing well in South Wales with her daughter and her husband. So, is it just your daughter and her husband, or is it football? Excellent. So, your 2 hours break you're choosing to spend with me. I'm honoured. Is it you, your husband, and your daughter, Leslie, or do you have other children as well? I've never asked. Richard saying hello to Nia. Be a chair car boot soon, Nia. Hopefully, I might even start making some appearances there this year. I don't think I went once last year to Church Car Boot, but I'm planning on doing a lot more sourcing this year, getting a lot more stock turning over, a lot more stuff. Hopefully, making a lot more money. My plan for 20. What year are we in? 2021 are we in? It's been 21 years since the millennium. Yeah, obviously, because I am a millennium baby. I was born in the year 2000. I would not, you know, necessarily know these things. Just daughter and husband. I have an older daughter and grandkids as well. Nice. Oh, I didn't think you were old enough to have grandkids. Fair dues. Hi, Dom. Good evening, Dom. I hope you're well. All the way from Leeds. Got 33 watching now. Who's not said hello? Somebody's not said hello to me yet. I can feel it. I'll open up the next crate of cider. So we can number 4 of the evening. Al's there. Hi, Al. It is indeed Thursday. Al busy feeding up Sonic the Hedgehog there. There we go. Yeah. 61, bloody hell, Christ. I'm going to be 21 in July, so nearly 40 years between us there. Paradox Picker, Craig has popped in. Dave the Jensen, hi Dave. Oh, GCSE, yes, greatest civil servant ever. Not to be confused with the educational qualification. Let's see, Al fancies the trip as well for the 21st. Ali's coming. Check on the 18th. Go on, like, tell me what's going on here. Check on the 18th. I'm confused by that message. Sorry, Craig. Oh, Chirk. Do you mean Chirk on the 18th? I probably actually, like, the first couple of car boots I'm going to sell at rather than buy at. I mean, I might buy a bit, but my plan is to sell at the first couple because I think there'll be quite a number of buyers at them, and I've got a load of quality merchandise that I want to sell. So I'll probably be at Mark Wheel selling, certainly for the April car boots and possibly into May as well, depending on how quickly I can get stuff shifted. But yeah, I've got the week of the 12th of April off. I plan to hammer as many shops as possible. I'm not too fussed about charity shops because they're probably just going to have the same stock they had before lockdown. But I want to hit some of the retail stores that will be looking to be clearing their space to make room for stuff that they've got backed up in their warehouses. So I'm hoping there'll be a few that will be doing some heavy discounts so I can fill the Land Rover. So I picked out a route of places I'm going to go to that week. And the next week or so, I'm just raising funds to pay for that, / applying for new credit cards as well. You know, worst comes to worst, 28 days interest free the credit card. Buy stuff that flips within that. Pay off the credit card, keep the profit. Job done. Don't do that as a strategy, by the way. It's what Amazon people do, and they become unstuck quite often. I'm just doing it because I know I can pay it off from normal turnover anyway. To do. So yeah, that's my plan anyway. Week commencing the 12th, unleash the sourcing. Virgin broadband coming on the Thursday, along with some new desks from the office. So no sourcing on the Thursday. But other than that, source in the day, list in the evening. Try and list some of what I've sourced that day. Probably won't be able to list all of it. Tuesday, same again. Wednesday, same again. Break on Thursday, no internet. Then Friday, back out, sourcing a bit, and then drinking with Andrew in the evening. Saturday, same. Sunday, car boot. Week is planned out. I've got routes of where I'm going to go to every day to check out the stuff. Join movie chats with great pleasure. I've put in the description that people should be watching movie chats, but a different audience, Dave. Some people prefer to get drunk. Some people want to watch the movie chats. Right. Anyway, Yeah, so yeah, I don't know what everyone else's plans are. I mean, I assume you're all going to be like hitting the car boots on the 18th, smash your nose, probably touring some charity shops as well. I'm not expecting great things from the charity shops the first week or so of lockdown. But you know, we'll see what happens. I'm not going to avoid them. You know, if I'm going past some, I'm going to pop in and see if they got anything. And we'll see how it goes. They've all been very quiet now. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask in the chat? No holds barred. I will answer any question that is asked. There you go. You can ask any question you want. I will come up with an answer for said question. I've got to wait for the chat to catch up now. What's your PIN number? It depends on the card, Craig. Different cards have different PIN numbers. So there you go. There's your answer. Peter Ray's popped in. The legend that is Peter Ray. And welcome, Peter. Which is your favourite future wife? I haven't got, most of the future wives have blocked me now, possibly Jason. You know, so there's not many for you to pick from anymore, unfortunately. So, you know, obviously everybody knew Louise was my favourite future wife. She moved on with her life now. She's married. She's doing her Etsy and whatever. So she is moved on. So we can't find. We haven't got a current favourite, unfortunately. In that regard, anyway. Charity shop near me when it reopens. Everything will be £1, £2, and £3. My concern is that everything that they've got is old stuff that they couldn't shift, and therefore doesn't have the margin in. But could be wrong, you know. Could be entirely wrong. Could go in there. Could be picking up some real, you know, great stuff. So it's definitely worth checking out. None of the charity shops here in Wrexham are doing that because that's pretty much what they charge anyway for stuff. So, you know, with the exception perhaps of like Cat Protection and British Heart Foundation. We've got a letter. Oh, capital one. I wonder if I can auction off some DVD. Does anybody want possibly fully complete copy of House of Cards Season 1? Features I'm not sure if he's a convicted sex offender or not, but he's been accused of being a sex offender. So here's a DVD set containing 13 episodes on 4 discs. Includes Ultraviolet. Don't know what that means, but it's Ultraviolet apparently. Who wants to buy this sex offender's DVD? Kevin Spacey's the sex offender, not me, I hasten to add, for £2. Let's see if we can get some bidding in of £2 on the sex offender's DVD. Oh, Anita's in. Hey, Anita. Looking beautiful as always. Stu's in. Hi, Stu. Have we got any bids here? £2 bargain. 4 discs, possibly. I haven't checked. Featured serial sex offender Kevin Spacey. I should probably market it differently. Hey, Adrian. Derek Sim. Featuring possible sex offender Kevin Spacey. Possibly innocent. You know, if you watch this series, you'll find out. So let's start a bid at £2. Have we got £2 bid? Next person to comment in the chat And that will be taken as a bid. And it's Tap Peddler. Tap Peddler has commented. So Tap Peddler is currently in the lead on £2 on this bid. Mr. Diggs has come in there with another bid. We're up to £2.10. £2.10 with Mr. Diggs. Adrian. He's bid against himself now. He's on £2.20. So Mr. Diggs is on £2.20 to the Money Mental PayPal account. Have we got another bid here? £2.30. Have we got one? Richard Payne's come in with a £2.30 bid. Well done there, Richard. Taking it. Ian's gone down for £2.40. Richard's with the L. Derek's at £2.50. Stu's coming at £2.60. We're at £2.60 at the minute for this. I will close soon. Currently on £2.60 with Stu Mandry. Better put the link in the chat to donate your price. There we go. That's what I'll do. Derek's gone for £2.70. Tap Peddler is in at £2.70. Well, Stu Mandry's come in though, £2.80. The competition is fierce here. Remember, folks, if you comment in the chat, that is counted as a bid. Dave the Gent, £2.90. This is going for more than it does on eBay. We're at £2.90 at the moment with Dave the Gent for House of Cards Series 1 featuring sex offender Kevin Spacey. That's going to get me demonetized straight away. Definitely need super chats on this one. Derek's coming £3. £3 with Cat Peddler. Do we have any higher than £3? Zane is coming with £3, but unfortunately Cat Peddler just beat Zane there. Do we hear £3.10? Stu Mandry's coming £3.10. Okay, we're going to give it a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8. £3 delivered. £3.10. You need to be at £3.20, folks. 7, 6. This does include shipping. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hammer is coming down. There we go. Right. I think Zane has won that at £3.10. If Zane wants a copy of a possibly incomplete copy, I better check it. Oh, it is complete. A complete copy of House of Cards. Then the PayPal address is just below. You get season 1 of House of Cards featuring Kevin Spacey. Other actors may or may not have appeared in the show. Yeah, absolute bargain. I mean, you can buy it for £2 on eBay. I don't have a CD player, so you don't need to send it. It's on DVDs, and you should be able to play it on it. It's been ironed out. It's not House of Cards. It is. It says House of Cards on it. Pop across your address saying I get that in the thing. It won't sell on eBay. Next up, we have a slightly knackered copy of The Sorcerer's Apprentice on DVD. Knackered because, which is why I can't list it. Anybody want to put in a bid for The Sorcerer's Apprentice? We'll start the bidding on this one at £2. Bargain. Disney, genuine Disney DVD, 1 or 2 issues. Bargain at £2. Peter Ray, £2 to Peter Ray. £2.10 to Damien. Damien's coming with £2.10. Tap Peddler, £2.20. Stu Mandry, £2.30. Al, £2.40. Auction off the DVDs that weren't worth me listing. I bid one copy of the Ashes. I've already got a copy of the Ashes. That you already got a copy of the Ashes that I owe you. But we'll take that as a bid of £2.40. Okay, that's what is a Disney case. Was a different colour to a normal case. Plus, I don't even know if it's worth anything on there. I mean, it's not like a great film. It's just like a Nicolas Cage one. Yeah, it is. So it's probably actually not worth anything. Chop Chop Busy Busy Work Work Bang Bang has gone for £2.50. And currently at £2.50. Would you take £2 and a rather nice picture of a horse? I don't know. It depends on the horse. I mean, you know, what are we talking about here? Anita has voted £2.60. Current winner is Anita McGuigan at £2.60. Probably going to get shouted at for saying the name wrong now. Look at that beautiful face there. We are here with Anita, £2.60. Anita about to spend the money on a copy of The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Oh, thank you, saying that is very kind of you. Thank you for the super chat. Saying there is paid his donation. So we sold House of Cards the same, but he don't want it. I said it wrong. Never mind. You're still winning the £2.60. Seen this film? I think I've seen this film as well, but I don't remember it. We'll read the description. Magic is everywhere at Disney's The Sorcerer's Apprentice, the fun family adventure from the creators of National Treasure. Balthazar Blake, Nicolas Cage, is a modern-day sorcerer with his hands full defending Manhattan against dark forces. When a seemingly average kid shows higher hidden potential, Balthazar takes his reluctant recruits on a crash course in the art and science of magic to become the ultimate sorcerer's apprentice. Experience more extraordinary thrills, heart-stopping action, and spectacular special effects than you can imagine as these unlikely partners show us that the real world is far more magical than we ever knew. So there you go. That's The Sorcerer's Apprentice. I'm going to put the link in the chat if anyone wants to come on. I do need to pop to the bathroom, so bear with me. Special next day delivery, free return or something like my son really liked this. Can I get them for free? Yeah. Yes, awesome film there. So if anybody wants a copy of The Sorcerer's Apprentice, may or may not work. Probably does work, to be fair, just a broken case. Got some customer returns I could auction off as well. Oh, nearly fell over. Right, bear with me a second, folks. When I pop to the little boy's room, must remember to shut the door this time. Sean wants some more drink. There's no plopping going on. I try to shut the door as best I can, but there's like a DVD rack in the way. Is it safe to talk yet? Right, do you want to submit some bids? What a movie chat. I can say you're not subscribed to Carpoo Chris, Cookie and the Haydens. Yeah, you don't really need to sing happy birthday when you're in your own house and not leaving it, to be fair. Only when you're going to be exposed to others. Yep. What's going on here? Hello.
Hey, can you hear me, Andrew?
I can't hear a word you're saying, but I assume you've just said I'm very sexy.
You're a liar. I know you can hear me.
Yes, I am gorgeous. Thank you.
Can you hear me, really? Will someone in the chat tell me? Because he'll keep lying to me.
Well, we've lost Al. He's gone. He was there and he disappeared. I didn't press anything, by the way. I don't know if Al knocked something on his phone or something. Who wants Anita to come live? You told me that sooner. You definitely don't need to sing happy birthday when it's just you in the house. Oh, looks like we've got another guest. Hi, Zane. How are you?
Hey, Andrew. How are you? I'm fine. When is your birthday, by the way? Are you collecting the funds early? Like, I don't know when is your birthday.
My birthday is July 26th. I'm going to be 21 years old.
And you started to collect the funds now. Hello.
Well, I drink a lot of cider.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am sexy.
Yeah, sorry about that, Andrew. I'm still learning all this stuff, as you probably know.
I mean, I can't really hear you.
Hang on,
no, we can't hear a word that he says, saying you're right.
Yeah, I don't know.
How's that?
That's even worse, but well done. You were fine. You were fine before, and now you've gone terrible.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
It was actually better before. It was better before.
It was better before you did anything.
I was just kidding. We could hear you loud and clear.
Oh, yeah, you are. Okay, give me a second.
Yeah.
I've invested in some expensive headphones. These cost me £11. So,
well, it's very
good.
You can go to Poundland and get some for £1, you know. Zane's probably sold some. I've been watching some of Zane's videos.
It
likes
looks like you've got a proper setup. Hang on, I can't hear you very good.
I just saying how amazing you look today.
Sorry, fellas. I'm ever so sorry. Try my best.
No, we can hear you. You're coming in fine. I think without the headphone, it's gonna be fine. It's just the headphone which makes the volume a little bit slow. Actually, I think.
If you don't mind, Andrew, what I'll do is I'll put you on the tablet and I'll come back in.
Will you? Right, sit down and stop walking around, for Christ's sake. It's like bloody.
Okay.
Keep still.
What was that?
No, you all good. I mean, your sound is fine without the headphone.
I've got Wi-Fi in my tack cave, and I was thinking of doing some packing whilst talking to you. I usually like to have a drink with Andrew, and I'm usually sat down listening, but I've got nothing pictured, and I was thinking of doing a bit of packing in the background. But it looks like I'm just gonna have to get drunk.
Have you seen your estimated delivery times on eBay today, gentlemen? Because mine have gone to the 16th of April.
Yeah, I have noticed. Yeah. What's that all about?
Yeah.
And I'm still getting sales, but it in no way reflects what I've told eBay. So I haven't done any shipping today because, I forgot my laptop anyway, but I'll do it tomorrow. It's crazy. It's like, like I wouldn't be bothering ordering Rewind Resales. Just Leon, I think, is saying 16th of April for him as well. Absolute madness.
It's a bit worrying, isn't it? Because feel like every week there's a new problem on an eBay, a new glitch or something stupid that's mucking things up for us as sellers. Do you think? More so than ever.
It's not behaving too well at the minute, which makes me, because isn't there an update due shortly as well? So I imagine they're making changes for that and they're probably cocking up things. It's asking me to do a billboard at the minute as well.
What's that?
When I log on to eBay and it's going to the seller hub and it's talking about activities for completion, one of them's to do a billboard. I don't even have a clue how to do one. So,
all right. Cool.
Are you talking about like a artwork inside the store where you put on the top? Okay.
I think when you click on the shop,
yeah,
and go to that page that brings up the the shop page, and there's a banner at the top. I think it's referring to that.
You can do one in Canva. I mean, that's like literally gonna take 5 minutes.
Yeah, far too long for. Oh, thank you, Toilet Girl.
I seen the video that you talk about today from the Zahir about the shipping times. Actually, I actually seen this problem back in March in the first lockdown. I mean, ever since my account has been like this, I never actually bothered calling eBay because only 20% of my sales comes from eBay. Rest is all on Amazon. So I don't know, but it is some kind of glitch. So
definitely. I ordered some stuff on eBay last Friday night while I was drunk on Drinking with Andrew, because that's what I do.
Okay.
And it's showing is not coming until the end of next week. And I'm sure when I purchased it, it was showing as it would be delivered before then. So I think it's been affecting people for a bit, as you say.
I mean, the sales wise, my sale, I seen this problem when we went into first lockdown back in March 2020. And I never really paid attention. I thought, okay, well, this is because the postal system is a bit slow at the moment. And that's why they put an extended time period inside the delivery time. And I didn't even look. So today when I watched the Zahir video, I mean, I didn't even bother to check after that as well. So
yeah, no, I wasn't bothering. And then I sat and thought, well, actually, my sales have been slow the last few days. And then I looked at the dispatch, the delivery times, and 16th of April. I was like, well, that's just not right. It's just like, that's just not right. I don't know, obviously everyone else is having the same problem. So, yeah. Right, how are you doing then? What's new with you, my friend?
Just want to check, guys, if I'm in synchronization with you.
I don't know what times to say on your watch.
Oh, I'm all right, mate. Rugby troops.
Right, definitely not in sync.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in all fine. I mean, we can hear you.
1940.
It's
you're definitely behind us.
No,
yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
No,
you're just gonna.
Come
I love doing this. I want to get it right. I love doing this with you, Andrew. So when I get it right, if I refresh the page, we'll have to re-sign in.
I was going to say, come out and come back in again, because you were fine before. It was completely in sync. There were no issues. So, but give it a few seconds for Al to hear that now.
Oh, were you winding me up?
No, we're not winding you up. You somebody in the chat tell Al that he's not lagging.
The sound is a little bit glitchy, but when it comes loud and clear, but it like sort of glits and cuts off in the middle.
There's
So
like it's like talking to the moon, isn't it? Because there's like a delay.
yeah.
So how's your week been saying anyway?
Just normal, really. Anything not exciting, nothing so worrying as well. Just normal days. How's been yours?
I'm exhausted, to be honest. It's been a long, very tiring week. But it's
Okay.
over for me professionally now. So I'll have a lie in tomorrow.
When you say tiring, like in terms of job or like selling
just
online, or
no, the selling online is a nice respite, to be honest. But yeah, a bit burnt out at the minute. But so obviously I'm dealing with that in a sensible manner by getting drunk on the internet.
Oh, yeah, I was like that last week actually. Like, I only posted probably one video, and I mean, in the terms of doing a posting and everything, I mostly sell on Amazon FBM, so I don't really have to get up and do ship the orders and stuff like this. But other than that, yeah, it's been a little bit lazy week last one, but this week was fine.
Lazy weeks are good sometimes, though. I mean, I haven't done a pre-recorded video for ages. I've got some that I could do and release, but I can't be. I can't find the energy to like put the time into doing it.
Yeah, sometimes that's why, like, I there was a time I started to do a lot of lives on my channel as well, and it makes you lazy because it is easy to just turn on a live. You don't have to do the recording and then editing and do the thumbnail and everything. It is easy like that, but at the end of the day, recorded video actually do a lot better than live sessions for longer period of time. So live sessions will get viewed when people are watching it when we are live, but after in a replay, nobody really sit down and watch like hour-long video. So
although you say that, but if you look at my top videos, all of them are live ones. I'm like the anti-YouTuber. People like, I don't know why, but people do like go back and watch my lives for some reason.
that might be the probably first time you put some girls inside the picture. So
True,
maybe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason. And after people knows that it's not Andrew going to be live inside the pub with the girls, so they know that this is the thumbnail. It's a default thumbnail, so they don't watch it anymore. That's the reason. So there is always something behind it. Yeah, it's just I have these mobile phones which I buy from the lots, the used mobile phone which I have to ship every single day. Those I sell them on eBay, so those are the shipping that I have to do by myself.
Yeah.
And even a lot of listing on eBay, I fulfill them through Amazon FBA as well. I tried using Hubo in the past, but it's a bit expensive, kills a lot of profit margin. So just the mobile phone, the used one, I have to do the shipping by myself. That take about 3-4 hours every single day. During that time, I can do the reply to my messages and take care of all customer services stuff as well while I'm doing packing and everything. And around 4 or 5 o'clock, I go and drop them in the post office. And after that, like, I'm almost done for the day, like in the terms of like a full-time job wise. After that, it's just like a fun entertainment kind of side hustle that I will do, probably record a video for a YouTube, or not going out much nowadays anyway, but before, just go get a cup of tea or go to coffee shop or something like this.
Do you have any plans for the sort of the April 12 easements of restrictions, or is it just going to be like a normal week for you?
I think it's mostly going to be normal week. So the only thing which I consider my holidays when I go back to see my parents in Pakistan. And I have not traveled in last 2 years. So normally I spend October in Pakistan every single year. And all that month I'm going to be there because the Christmas is very busy for me. So by the time when I come back, I can restock everything and get ready for the Christmas. And October is very, very slow. November and October, both 2 months are very slow for me, even though January and February is very slow for me as well. So other than that, when I'm here, everything is like just normal. I don't have any relatives here, like, no cousins, no family, nothing like that. So all the friends that I know them from university when I was here, or some people I worked with them in the past, and some of them are living in London because I lived most of my life in London before moving to Newcastle. So when I moved to Newcastle, now I have few friends here as well. Just hang out with them sometime, really, but not to like it. It is not like sometime. So it's a sort of relation where you have to call them and say, okay, well, what are you doing? Like, you have any plan? Shall I come over, or can you come over? But the friends that I had in London, they was like, I never really cared they're free or not. Just go and knock the door and just walk in. Never care whatever they're doing. And that's a sort of same relationships goes with if you have a relatives like your cousins or but for me it is just like that. So only holidays which I consider when I goes to my in-laws in Italy, which I haven't been there for past 2 years as well, and to Pakistan, it's just because of all that lockdown stuff, really.
Yeah, it must be hard though, not being able to see your family.
It saves me saves me money though. Yeah.
Well, like my sister and her family are in Lincolnshire, and I'm just like, it's a 4-hour drive, man. I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
Like normally, so lockdown was just like, this is brilliant. I've got an actual excuse.
Yeah, before the lockdown, I used to travel to London twice in a month, or sometime once in a month, just to catch up with the old friends, really. But other than that, even from past 1 year, I haven't been to London as well. Only been once, just to pick up somebody from an airport, and not other than that, not really.
No, you're not missing anything in London. It's COVID capital.
Yeah, everywhere is same. Every country as well. So
Hi, Al.
Just checking, lads. Is that working?
we can hear you. Don't worry. Just keep going. Everything is fine.
Oh, good. Did I hear? Sorry, I don't know your name. Did I hear you're from Italy?
No. I am. My wife is from Italy, but I live in UK. Originally, I am from Pakistan.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you, mate.
I've been living in London for about. I used to live in London for about 6 years, and I moved to Newcastle in Northeast, and I've been living here for past 2 years now. So in total, about 8 and 9 years in UK.
Do you like it?
Yeah,
There's a big difference between London and Newcastle.
Yeah,
really?
Well,
over more than London.
Well, the time have changed as well. Like when I was living in London, I was single, so there is a different lifestyle. Once you're single, once you're married, there is a different lifestyle. So I think both cities really goes along with how my personal time have changed as well. So the things that you do when you're single, they are a lot different than you do when you're married. So for me to really take a house or buy a property in London, it was way too unaffordable. I can't even buy a room there, let alone like buying a house, even 1 bedroom. Yeah. So rather than I spend my money and paying all the rents and everything, I can just go for a cheaper house, even though I have to sell it after that. That's fine. So this house was cheaper back then, and then I looked at it, made an offer, and then I moved in here. So
you a move to Wrexham.
Cool. I was listening.
Sorry?
So a move
That's where it's happening.
A move to Wrexham didn't appeal then? You didn't think, I live in North Wales, cultural capital?
I thought about it. I have.
Genuinely, because I was joking and I assumed you'd never heard of it.
Yeah.
No, I have actually. I knew somebody living in Wales at that time.
Like house prices around here have gone absolutely mental. I don't know why, but they're like so high now. Like if I wanted to I couldn't afford to downsize anymore.
Really? So I don't know if I've told you or not, but I've been quite drunk the last times we've chatted, Andrew. The house we live in now, we own, but we also rent one out. So I've only done it once. It's taken me a very long time to afford to do it, but we own a house that we rent. And I've always wanted to do it 2 or 3 or 4 times. I keep thinking it'd be a great pension scheme. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I saw a house up for auction 2 weeks ago, and it sold for 33 grand in Stoke. And I want to do it, so bad. I think you could buy. The house I bought was only £79,000. It's worth about 100 now. I've had it about 15 years, and
so
it's a good investment.
So you could sell that and buy 2 houses instead.
Yeah, I mean my mortgage. It's a good way of looking at it. But so the reason it's important is because whenever you buy houses, second homes, they've always been around that 12.5% property tax. Whereas now, I think there's a new law until 2025 where you can buy a second property for £500 second property tax. I think that's the new law. But before now, I could never really afford. Well, I suppose I could afford it, but I like holidays and things, with my expendable cash. We have to do things as a family, not things for my retirement. Do you know what I mean? So if I have any expendable money, it's spent on the family, not on my future. You know what I mean?
I don't know. You need a future as well, though.
Yeah, I mean,
but the kids are the most important, aren't they?
I've got this guy who's like bought a Lego set. He sent me 4 messages now saying, "Can you build it, please?" Like I can't. No. I've replied to him to say,
Charge him.
Tell him you will build it, and you can ask him to.
You used to be into Lego.
Yeah. No,
tell him you used to be into Lego, but you tell him you're selling all of your Lego sets because you work in a sausage factory and you lost your left arm in a massive accident, and it means you can no longer make Lego, and that's why you're selling all your stuff off.
It's a brand new set. It's brand new. It's in box because I don't buy second-hand Lego. So it's like I'm not opening up a second-hand Lego set, a brand new Lego set and building it. I'm just not. So I've replied to him to say no, and then he's bought it anyway, and he's still messaging me saying, "Can you build it?" And I'm like, "No." So annoying.
Andrew, you're a very patient man. I'm quite surprised at this from you.
You want me getting annoyed?
I thought you would do it.
It's like 5 messages.
I'm the same though. I wouldn't mind doing Lego. There was no
5 messages in the last hour.
Yeah, it happened to me sometime when we sell a mobile phone or something like that. A lot of people will message me and say, "Can you download the WhatsApp and a Facebook inside?" I mean, you can't I have to put the Google ID in and then, take out, like, it's a lot of logistics involved. So if I have to post the orders in a day and I have sit down there and do the WhatsApp for each and every person, it's not possible to do so. So it's happened a lot of time. And when you tell them, no, I'm not going to do it, and then they will say, okay, I'm not going to buy. So
I'm not very technical. I'm not good at these things. I've had the same mobile phone for nearly 3 years.
He's
Should probably
replied to
upgrade
my
that
message
because
now,
cameras on phones are now amazing.
He's finally replied to my message now that I've sent to him to say okay. So hopefully that's going to get shipped to him and he's going to be happy with it and not return it.
And he'll pay for it. Is he paid?
Yeah, he's already paid for it. The only reason I haven't shipped it is because I've been lazy today and not done any shipping. I've decided I was going to do, because it's Easter, like anything I took to the couriers wouldn't get picked up until Tuesday now anyway. So I'm just going to do it over the next couple of days.
Yeah, there's no point, is there? Dues.
Is it?
Nothing wrong with that.
There is no collection. I mean, I didn't know that I dropped my post today.
You might get some collections today, but I don't drop my stuff off until the evening, so there's no collection tomorrow because it's Good Friday, bank holiday. So
I think England is a funny place because we're meant to be no longer a religious country. However, when there's a bank holiday involved, everybody's religious and we don't work.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a strange one. You know what I mean? Like when I was young, I'm nearly 40 now. I'm 40 years and I'm 24 months, basically. When I was a kid, shops didn't open on Sundays. And obviously e-commerce has changed. And now, it was only a few years back, everywhere was open at 11. But I live close to Birmingham now. On a Sunday, everywhere still opens now at 9 a.m. on a Sunday. So it won't be long before everywhere's open at 8 a.m. Just a matter of time. Imagine being able to go and do all your Christmas shopping and get home before 10 o'clock. That would be amazing. Just a matter of time.
I do my Christmas shop in Tesco's now, 24 hours a day, and I'm there at 2 o'clock in the morning, panic buying.
Really?
That's my to this. Like this, it's just like I knew it was Easter, but it's only just occurred to me that means I need to buy like Easter gifts for my family. So tomorrow is going to be like panic buy around Tesco, and then I'll drop them off and say, oh, yeah, I dropped them off on time, but obviously with COVID, the post has been awful, so that's why it's late getting to you. Nothing to do with me forgetting.
Of course. They're going to have enough chocolate anyway, so it won't matter.
Oh, they'll be fine, like they'll cope. Sorry, the girl used to shop late at night too when no one was about.
Yeah, to be honest, it's I think that's the car booters in us. So I love nothing more than getting up about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and knowing that nobody else is awake in the world, and it's just us bargain hunters that are up. And then we get in the car and go on a slow drive with some music on. It feels special to me, and you know that special feeling. I've done it the same. I like to go to the shops, Tesco, wherever, late doors, and that late hours shopping. It's cool because you're in the same.
There's no one else. There's no
that zone.
In the way. You got your own time to do things.
Yeah, I'm used to it now. I feel like it's a bit car bootery where no one else is awake. It's just the hardcore. You know what I mean?
Right, I'll be back in a second. I've just got to pop to the toilet.
What's going on in Newcastle then? good car boots?
I don't really normally go to any car booths or source from car booths as well. I sell mobile phone and accessories, so most of the stuff that I buy directly from China. And the only thing that I buy secondhand is used mobile phones, and we buy them from online auctions really. So I don't really go to any
Really?
car booths or anything. Yeah. So for
Oh,
me,
see.
the side of selling on eBay and Amazon, I mostly sell on Amazon. Like 80% of revenue comes from Amazon, 20%
No
is
way.
from eBay. So for that, I don't really go to any car booths or any charity shops or any. It's just completely different business model than most of
Yeah.
resellers. Yeah.
No, I understand. I do the Amazon I do is all secondhand books and DVDs and computer games. Yeah, yeah, and I understand how Amazon works, and I can appreciate as well. It's probably about 100 times bigger than eBay, so I can imagine why you went there.
Yeah, I mean,
Get it?
I, I could have probably started from a cardboard sale or something. So before moving to Newcastle, I had a mobile phone shop in London.
Oh yeah,
That was
but the
that
rent
was
was
in
pretty
North.
high.
Yeah, yeah. The rent was pretty high. I was in North London, so just to make up some extra cash, I started selling initially on eBay. Started listing all the mobile phone and
Yeah.
accessories, and this is where I actually made my way into selling online. Because I had a physical mobile phone shop and that was the stock which I was holding already, that was the only option for me. So when it really picked up and I thought, well, I just only come to shop now just to do my posting and packing and everything. I'm not making much money. I mean, just to pay off my rent, that's not really worth it as well. So the lease was finished. I just sold the shop and then I just moved over here and just went full time, just selling on Amazon and eBay really. So
Cool.
So if I
It's
need
nice to hear from someone because most. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
yeah, Andrew was going to say something.
So I got distracted.
Sorry,
by
mate, you were going to say?
Oh, hang on, we've got another guest popping in here now. Which takeaway are you on your way to?
You talking to me?
Of course. You're the only
You
one
know, I think I'm
driving.
gonna have a burrito. What do you think? Maybe some Mexican.
Way.
I still think you should get a KFC.
How we doing, man?
I think I'm gonna get. No, I gotta stop at the post office. Drop. I only have one package. It was a terrible day.
Whoa.
And you know what's funny? It's always like. Do you guys? I heard in England you're not always allowed to do that. That you can't run perpetual sales. Is that true?
Oh, you can. I've got one. I have one.
Yeah.
Levi's leather jacket. I've sold about 300 of them.
No, but you know, talk about the markdown manager where you 20% off, 30% off. You can run it perpetually, or I heard you have to stop and then do it like only every 30 days. You can run a markdown.
Oh, so markdown sales. It's got to be a 2-week gap on the items involved in it. There's some trading laws in the UK around when stuff can go on sale and how long for, as part of a formal sale. But you can put stuff on clearance, which is different, so it's a bit weird.
Yeah, here they don't have. They tried doing that here in America, where they limited you being able to put things on sale, but then people revolted and then they changed it back. Because because that's what happens. It didn't run the sale, boom, and sales tanked. Then I run the sale, then I wake up and I got 5 items sold. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't have a scientific answer. Son of a bitch. I don't have a scientific answer, but running sales does help.
I've just
know
had a
people
sale.
like-
Just had a sale. It's time to guess the price with Money Mental UK. It is a piece of retail arbitrage, so I can't reveal the item. But I say I was quite happy with the price I achieved for the item.
But you can't tell the item. That's like okay.
We've got to guess the price here. None of the guesses are anywhere close so far.
Close in the terms of like they have to go down from the price which they're saying inside the chat, or up?
Just saying none of them are close. Still none of them are close. As an indicator, we have got a guess that is, don't forget folks, I do 95s now, but we have got a guess that is just over a £5 out.
$7.95.
No, we're going wild now with these guesses. We're going completely wild now. We had a guess that was just over a £5 out, and now it's gone to madness.
Which one you?
0.95 pence.
I missed it.
Delivered.
Well, one of you is there, yeah.
I think Andrew does this as a joke, just to discourage us. He does it to make us think he's not a high roller, but I know he is.
I'm definitely not a high roller.
So we're not on his trail. He wants us to think he sells DVDs to make a living, and I know he doesn't.
Yeah, no, nobody buys a DVD off me. Right, come on, folks. We were we were very close, so now we're just going wild. Well done, Ian. Ian has got it spot on. Hurricane Ian just beat Damien there with 64.95. Oh, hang on, we've got another guest popping up.
I mean, there is no way you can get 64.95 without looking at your store.
There we go.
I mean, that's a lot better. 64.95 without looking at your store.
Damien
There we go. How's that?
I mean, that's a lot better. 64.95 without looking at your store.
Thank you.
You need to close YouTube.
How's that?
Close YouTube. That's it. There we go. Deep Fried Deals Dave is asking Bobby about a vaccine passport for New York.
That's news to me.
Deep Fried Deals Dave is asking Bobby about a vaccine passport. I can still hear myself. Who's got me open on YouTube?
I don't know. Is this something new that I didn't see in the news? I don't know.
Passport for New York.
That's news to me.
Deep Fried Deals Dave is asking Bobby about a vaccine passport. Who's got me open on YouTube?
I don't know. Is this something new that I didn't see it?
Guys, sorry if I'm mucking you around though tonight, Andrew. I don't know how to get rid of my delay. You got any tips?
There's no delay at the minute. But I think you've got a tab open with me on, because I can hear myself back. You might have like YouTube open or something.
Do you have a YouTube open in another tab? Because the voice have an echo inside.
There we go. How's that?
Brilliant. Sorted.
I can hear you now. Well done.
Yeah. But,
I had two tabs open. Sorry about that. It's taken me a long time to figure it out, but I'm here now.
You're here.
Bobby's
here. Shane's here. We're all good. Anita might come live with us later if she's not too tired. Anita's lovely. We like Anita.
Bobby asks us every week what to eat, and after that he just go buy whatever he want. So
yeah, there's no point answering that question.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I mean, I go to America every year, and it's my most favorite place in the world. Boston, New York, mostly, and Maine, Portland, Maine. I've got family over there, and I'm Italian. I am an Italian guy, but the food in America is 10 times better. America's the best place in the world. If you enjoy food, America's the best place.
See, I don't like the food in America.
Really?
I spend far too much time on the toilet as a result of it. Toilet girl, I love that. I spend far too much time on a toilet as a result of American food.
Probably that's why you don't get a lot of chance to eat.
Like Italian food, to me, you have to remember, it's just food. It's just not Italian food. It's just food. I'm bored of Italian food, if that makes sense.
Luckily, I'm wearing a headphone. My wife is not listening, so.
No. Your missus is Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sick of onions and garlic.
I hear you about the onions. Bloody crime against humanity. Get rid of those straight away.
Well, anytime you talk about onion, that remind me your logo of the channel. Look at your logo of the channel right here, I think. Just right here. That looks like there is onion inside.
It's a flamingo. Oh, yeah. It's really a flamingo.
I mean, how can you say that you hate onion when you have this logo?
There is no. You are confusing a pink flamingo with a root vegetable that is, designed by the devil himself.
It's a bloody onion. It's not a flamingo.
Fucking onion, my ass. I could change it back to being a bar selfie if that's what we want.
No, thank you so much. Don't do that.
My missus is Indian, so it is sexy.
Joe.
My missus is Indian, and I'm half Italian, so everything we eat has got onions in it. So bad for you. It's just hard.
I mean, you can't. How can you cook something without onion? That's the question. I
know.
KFC pizza, cheese and tomato pizza, sorted.
Have you ordered the KFC yet tonight?
I'm trying to get it to load up on the computer, but since I told Talk that I was cancelling to go to Virgin, to go to cable broadband, the internet slowed right down. So they're ringing me every day saying, "Oh, please stay with us," and I'm just saying, "Look, since I told you I was going, my internet has slowed right down." Is this some kind of blackmail? Because all it's making me do is want to not be with you any longer.
Do you think that's the trick? That's what they do to you?
Even the KFC kernel recipe have onions inside as well. Just go look for ingredients.
That is not. Nobody knows what the kernel's recipe contains.
So we can we can say there are onions inside if nobody knows.
No, definitely no onions involved in KFC, apart from the hash browns.
I love the hash browns; they're amazing. Imagine if KFC did a breakfast.
Yeah, that is a great shame that they don't do a decent brekkie. To be honest, trying to find me Uber Eats discount code.
So I got to ask you a question. This is serious. This is partly serious.
No,
I don't take anything you say seriously.
Okay, so as much as I love you, I'm not getting naked for you. So we're just going to get that out of the way straight away.
Now, this is an English question, language question.
Yeah.
Now, why do we say? This is curious. I'm just curious because I know you're usually pretty good with these. Why do they say colonel and not colonel?
Because we speak properly.
I'm sorry?
Because we speak properly.
What are you talking about? I'm saying, why is it said colonel but not colonel? And you said because we speak properly.
We can just say whatever we want, really.
English people can say that's not how you say it, and everyone else should listen.
Yeah, basically what happened was we invented the language, therefore we get to decide how it's pronounced.
That's why I'm okay. So, but I'm asking you. So you have no answer.
No.
Okay, that's it. That's fine. If you don't, I don't expect you to know, but I'm just asking the question. It just seems
we still
weird,
win.
you know,
But we still win, okay?
when you see Colonel and it's Colonel.
I think it's French. I think Colonel's not English, it's French.
Okay, that's now we're getting somewhere. It could
I'm pretty
be
sure.
from somewhere.
I did French at university. I'm pretty certain it's French. But a lot has happened since university. So I might be wrong.
That would be because there are a lot of English words like that are not that they're not, like you said, they're not English words. They're words we use in English that come from other places.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Do you know the words money mental UK? Right. Do you know what that actually means in English?
Go on.
It means very good looking, attractive single man. It's a true story.
Yeah. Let's see how that works
as the ladies of the chat will confirm, and probably the men as well.
Form a queue, an orderly queue.
It gets difficult at times having to cope with the the massive levels of attention I don't get.
Andrew, didn't you get the memo tonight? We're all wearing green, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't do green. Apparently, the French word coronel, meaning commander.
Yeah, it is a French word. I Google it as well. It is a French word.
Woo!
See, this is an good educational show.
20 years
I'll be
ago.
back. That's an Austrian phrase. I'll be back.
It's nice to remember something from 20 years ago. I wasn't concentrating 20 years ago much. Maybe something rubbed off.
Well, let's not go into your sex life quite yet. It's still early on in the evening.
Is it too early to talk sex life? Okay, later on.
This is a well-behaved channel now. I think I've only upset one potential partner this week, so I'm doing well.
Who's that?
Well, a gentleman never kisses and tells.
Are you keeping your options open for the birthday?
No, I don't. I'm sure I will be probably tied down by then. How could I not be with these good looks?
I was going to say it'd be crazy to get a girlfriend before then. You'll get more presents.
It's impossible for me to. Why is my favourite a hot wings? 20 hot wings for a tenner. That's not my favourite. So I'm now disagreeing with Uber Eats.
There's no meat.
I'm not a great fan of the KFC hot wings. I must admit.
Just so you know, I've been joining in now for 3 or 4 weeks, haven't I? And I love it. And you always inspire me for chicken. I have already preempted this. Check this out.
How is that? Tesco chicken, very good.
Because every week I'm jealous of whilst you're eating KFC.
Eating some soon.
Nick,
do we know this name here now? Neil and Andrew Hills.
Neil Hills. How do, Neil?
I don't know who that is, but he's popped in.
It's always nice to welcome newbies.
I believe that he's recently started doing YouTube, apparently as well. Good luck there. Always welcome to have new YouTubers in the community. So welcome. Germany, he's based in apparently as well. So
you don't want to get him on. I spoke to him the other week and he was trying to get me into Pet Shop Boys.
Oh Christ! Yeah, no, we don't want that.
You don't want to get him on. I spoke to him the other week and he was trying to get me into Nightmare.
Holiday. Where are you going, Nick? Christ, yeah, no, I don't want that. I'm trying to get this KFC order. Can't work it out.
Back in the room.
Here we go. Bargain bucket 10-piece. That's what we want. Right, that's better. Right, one of those. Choose your side. 2 regular fries. Right.
It's not a ghost. It's my wife just asked me when I wanted dinner. I think somebody said, "Then you have a ghost behind you."
You're
Did
getting
I miss your wife? I'm sorry I missed her. It would have been nice to
No.
have,
No, she just opened the door. She's a camera shy. She never comes on a camera. So just opened the door a little bit and asked me, "When do you want a dinner?" So I said, "Not now."
Are you a good cook, or does the missus cook, or how does things work?
Well, I don't like going in the kitchen, to be honest with you. Like it's not me, and she do cooking most of the time. So yeah, if she cooks it, and she always, okay, if you like it, then eat it. If not, then you can go get something to eat from outside, and that's it. That's all I can do. That's normally how our things go. Normally, we actually spend more time deciding what to eat rather than cooking takes less time. So just to decide what to cook, it takes very long time.
I'm a real snacker. I eat all day, little and often. I don't know what you think about that, but my mum says it's terrible. It's bad for you, apparently. I can eat.
I've ordered my KFC. That is an order.
You, from what I've seen before, you tend to buy a big bucket and you'll have a bit left over for tomorrow. Is that right?
Sorry, say again?
Andrew tends to order bulk and save some for the next day, from what I've seen.
See, I've seen pictures of Diana, and Diana, who was commenting here, is a very beautiful lady. We need to flirt more often, Diana. It doesn't happen enough.
I feel like you're very horny tonight, Andrew.
That's like
that's not the first time.
This is like normal.
That's like that's a normal thing.
I know, but I feel like he's on form tonight. It's early. It's only 20 to 9, and 20 past 8. Sorry, and I feel like he's proper up for it tonight. He's motivated. How many of them hazies have you had?
Not enough, and too many at the same time.
Open another one. I'm on. What are you drinking tonight, by the way? I'm on the back on the brew dogs.
The Thatcher's Haze.
I do like that. It's like juice. What about yourself? Don't you drink?
No, I don't drink. I don't drink.
No way.
Zane is far more sensible than either of us.
You're truly happy in your life, aren't you?
Well, hang on.
No, it's not.
Speaking of future wives, here is the lovely Emma. Emma, are we going to go sourcing soon?
I don't know, Emma. Oh, I recognise Emma's face. Hey, Emma.
She's from the posh part of Stoke-on-Trent, which she calls Newcastle upon Line. Underline, yeah.
Well, Emma, I'm from Stone, so not far.
Yeah, you did definitely.
I'm from Aston Marina. She'll know where that is. It's Stone. It's like about 5 miles away from where she's from, probably. I miss home. Do you miss home, Zane?
Yeah, that's what.
What? Look at this comment here now, right? You've missed out sexy, Diana. Know how Emma's ignored my comment entirely about going sourcing. Sorry, Zane, you're about to speak and I rudely interrupted you.
No, I know I lost my train of thought. I don't know what. Oh yeah, so I was asking, do I miss home? Yeah, I
Yeah.
do miss home. I actually spend. My parents live in Pakistan, so I don't have any relatives living here. So every year October I spend in Pakistan. So that's all my month that I normally spend there. And it's been past 2 years I actually haven't visited them. So I do miss it. Yes.
Okay, I got this special thing right, and I'm going to tell you something, and then you tell me how this relates to Pakistan, because I've never been, but I would love to
Okay.
go to Pakistan. So I got a family in Cornwall. My grandparents live in Cornwall, and my most favourite and treasured thing when I drive to Cornwall is I know when I'm in Cornwall because the first time I hear the seagulls. I know that sounds silly, but you know when the windows are down and you hear the seagulls, I know I'm truly in Cornwall, and it takes me back to when I was a kid. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes,
And
I think I feel the same way as well. So you have that sort of connection that you normally feel when you hear something familiar, which reminds you of your childhood. Yes.
oh, right, cool. I told my dad, and he said, "Stop being stupid."
No, it's so when I listen to some sort of song or some sort of sound after a long time, it reminds me for the time which I listened to that song first time as well. So I completely get what you mean. So it sort of leaves the prints like in our mind, and after when we listen to the same sound again, it take back to
Like nostalgia or something, maybe.
yeah. No, I
What food you
completely
got,
get.
Dad? Burritos.
Always something there. As you know, like the song, there's always something there to remind me.
Of home. Yeah, I know it.
What
Well, you guys should know British. Well, written by an American, but made famous by British.
What have you got there then, Bobby?
Chips. Potato chips.
But it looks like you've got potato chips.
No, these are. I think these are from corn, as they would call maize.
Like that is not a burrito.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what I was saying. He will ask us all the time, every single week, what shall I eat? And then he will go and buy something different.
Yeah.
So that's why I stopped giving.
Where's the
Very
burrito?
This week's food, Bob.
Maize. I'm sorry.
Where's the
This is
burrito though? That says burritos on the bag, but it's not burritos.
Yeah.
That's
This
the
is
burrito.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
This is called a corn chip.
So that's nachos.
Oh, okay.
So he's got a burrito and some
Well,
nachos.
Is that like a Dorito?
Yeah, like he's got like a.
But not with the cheese.
Yeah.
No cheese.
Cool.
You know, the Doritos are coated.
Hi, Mr. Sprout. Stevie wants to know how the diet's going.
No diet.
Well,
here.
when he started, I told you I was waiting. I'm waiting for him. He said he wanted to start.
He's already started.
He's full of
He
shit.
now. He's already started. He started 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, then we were supposed to start at the same time. So he's full of shit.
I've turned a light on, fellas. I don't know. Tell me if that's too light. My house is quite bright.
No, it looks good.
Okay.
Right, for an English home, you guys always have your homes are always like pitch black.
Is that cool, guys? I always think my house is a bit dark, you know.
Everybody's house is there.
Okay, cool. So I always see Andrew's house, and I think I guess he's got his light on, whereas you guys, you're obviously it's daytime, you're in your motor. Zane, your house, you look like you've got a really cool setup. Looks like a studio.
Like a disco.
No,
Yeah,
this is a spare room that we have in the house, and that's the only portion I'm allowed to use for my sort of hobbies and stuff like this. And in the terms of lighting, I don't have a ceiling light on. I never turn that on. So I have a light right here sitting right next to me, but it's a very soft light. It's not very harsh on your eyes. I can actually take this off as well, like this one. So that's like a light panel. So it's yeah.
I need to get something like this. that you have. Mine is this. I'll show you. I'll bend it round. So I like to read. I collect comic books. I don't sell them. I only collect. But I have these reading lights all over the house, and you can change the opacity of them and the color tone. I'll show you. You see that?
Yeah.
And then but you can also change the colors. It's called the hue.
Yes.
So, yeah. Because I have a dead eye. I used to play. I don't know if you've seen before, but I used to play rugby, and I have a dead eye. And to read, I can only read on my right eye. So,
Ouch.
So I have.
Now, what comic books do you collect?
Well, to be honest with you, I like modern comic books at the moment. I'm reading loads of new Image. So you got Marvel and DC, but I like Image. Yeah. So the best artists left DC and Marvel and joined a club called Image, and that's my vibe. But I like anything by Alan Moore, and I love anything by Neil Gaiman. That's my vibe in the 80s and 90s. But I like sci-fi, so things like Alien, Blade Runner, or anything apocalyptic set where the world is ruined and somebody's trying to fight for something. That's my type of story.
Now, what about? I think I don't know we were talking about here, maybe somewhere else. Was did you ever watch? Are you into anything Japanese or no?
Anime, not a massive fan.
Yeah. Like, are you familiar with the Fist of the North Star?
Yeah, I know the fit. Yeah, I've seen it only because of Netflix, and my daughter showed it me. She's 10, and she showed it me, and I watched it, and I was like, because the story's the same as Akira, which I don't know if you'll remember from when we were kids.
I'm embarrassed to say I've never seen Akira. Akira, like, to anybody in the chat, who Akira is anime. That is what the that is anime. Yeah, I don't know how to explain. You know what I mean.
You know when you're the first to do something, what's that special word?
Winner.
No, you know what I mean. Like the first person to create something.
Yeah, I remember it.
I can't help it here because that's inventor. Like something.
Hey?
Inventor?
Not inventor.
Damien says pioneer.
Pioneer. Akira was the pioneer of anime, and everybody's copied just since. But Akira is just a Western movie. The story is a Western, but it's based around modern. But you got to remember, Blade Runner is a Western movie. It's about a chase. It's about trying to get somebody.
So is Star Wars.
So is Star Wars
trilogy, Western movies.
Most of the best, most successful movies are Westerns.
There's only 4 or 5 actual plots or stories in Hollywood. They just keep getting retold in different contexts.
Yeah, with cooler and cooler costumes.
No, but I was saying about the other thing about Akira. I never see because when we were kids, I'm gonna say I'm gonna give you a year, 1992.
Oh yeah.
And what happened was my friend Steve, he was always big into all that stuff, and he showed me the movie. It was a series first, Fist of the North Star, but I'd never seen the series. But it was but he showed me the movie Fist, and I fell in love with him. But there were other ones he had that I never saw because obviously there was so many. But another film that I liked is called Golgo 13. I don't know if you ever seen Golgo 13.
No, I do. I think I know the title though.
If you like James Bond,
it's
like anime meets James Bond, but it's done very well.
Yeah,
great movie. You know,
write that down.
Okay, guys. On that note, sorry, I just gotta run. The dinner gonna get cold, and after that, if you guys will be still here, I will join you. And until that time, take care.
There's a small chance we could still be here.
You've made saying hungry now, Bobby, by eating your burrito.
Yeah, my son is just saying, "Daddy, come over. The dinner is ready." So I just gotta leave now. Thank you.
Enjoy your dinner.
Bye.
Pleasure. Yeah, that sounds cool. I'm going to watch
the link in the chat. See if we can get any. Oh my God, that's me, buddy. Just Uber Eats, buddy, discount code. Get rid of that. Okay.
Am I allowed to ask you guys about the pandemic?
Yeah.
What pandemic? It's over. We've we've beaten it.
Restrictions are over.
Well,
I can legitimately have sex in my garden with somebody now from a distance of 2 meters.
yeah, that's what was stopping you before, Andrew.
I mean, obviously the neighbours can watch. Hell, they can even join in. So
So
yeah.
not much is going to change in my life. I'm quite a private guy. I'm not shy, but I keep myself to myself. The only thing I do in big public activities is car boot sales, and I'm just looking forward to doing that again. 12th
Now,
of
what's the name of the town? Where do you live again now? I remember you said the last time. I apologize.
West Midlands, Cannock.
In the West Midlands.
Close to
Okay, that's
Birmingham. Yeah.
Birmingham. Okay.
I'm very lucky, I am. So where I live, now I know London is better, but I could literally, how are you doing?
How you doing, all right?
All good, man. You? What we on?
Good evening.
Vodka Coke, Voddy Coke, JD Coke?
Of course.
Oh, I am.
there we go.
I probably have about 40, maybe 42, 43 car boot sales to hit at the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays. I'm so lucky. If you can't source as a reseller where I'm from, you must be blind, because it's easy.
They're not open yet.
Yeah, that's right. I'm waiting until the 12th.
2 more weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
But
okay.
I'm quite lucky. I have a huge backlog of stock. So I've been reselling for nearly 20 years. I have some things in my stocks that I've had for probably 10 years that I've never bothered to relist.
But now, you're full time? You don't have a straight job, or you're
I did
full time reseller?
I was a rugby. I played rugby for a living, and now I'm a coach. Children's.
You can
coach.
make a living playing rugby, really?
Not a very good one.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a
Do
reseller.
they have?
Pardon?
I think England has professional rugby teams, paid teams.
Yeah. So when I played
We
rugby,
invented the sport, for Christ's sake. Of course, we've got bloody professional teams.
I'll tell you, I don't mind. I don't mind sharing a few numbers with you. When I played rugby, the money wasn't as big as it is now, and also I wasn't as good. I was never a first team player, so I actually got paid a small and a very average wage. The most money, I'll tell you, I don't mind saying, the most money I ever got paid was probably less than average now. But as a 20-year-old,
per game they pay you?
No, you get paid a salary per season, and then just as I finished playing rugby, we had imaging rights come in, because we had back then you didn't have a personal manager who would look after you as a player for things like image rights and promotions. He would probably
call an agent. An agent.
Yeah. But then one guy would probably look after about 70 players over 2 teams, whereas now you might have one guy who looks after 3 or 4. Because even though the average salary for a rugby player in England is still only £70,000, it's still a lucrative sport, because nothing gets as close to football, soccer.
Of course, yeah, they make tremendous. That's my point. They make enormous money, obviously.
Yeah.
But my question was always, obviously, the guys in the Premiership, they make, in the millions, But now, people who are in the second and third divisions, are they making, can they make £100,000? Somebody in third division?
Well, when I was young, I played when I was young, there was no Gallagher Premiership, so I played in League One, and then I played in League Two, and then in League One again, and then I played in League 4. And the most money I earned in 1 year was £25,000.
No, I'm talking about soccer, football.
Oh, soccer. Sorry.
We're not exactly fucking professional footballers here, Bobby. We don't have a fucking clue.
If I earned that kind of money, I wouldn't be talking to Andrew pissed on a Thursday. I'd be in Vegas, baby.
Anyway, welcome, Damien. How are you today?
Oh, I'm all right, thank you.
Cheers, Damien.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, brother. Where are we? It's so difficult to find the camera sometimes.
How are you, Rob? You right?
Do you know when you
I just got.
knowing that Damien's drinking Jack Daniels, I always feel a bit insuperior, a bit weak.
Alcohol's alcohol. You drink what you like to drink.
I love to hear that. Drink that Jack Daniels, America's pride.
Hi, Phil.
Hello, Philip.
We have some mojito today.
Cheers, Phil. Good to see you, brother.
Cheers.
Phil's on the cocktails.
I'm liking the shirt tonight, Phil. That looks cool. Tie dye.
It's its last wearing. I found it again. I've had it for 25 years.
25 years is back in fashion.
Yeah, it is, but it's really the label is literally gone. You can put your finger through it.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is that shirt knackered?
Knackered, yes.
Yes. Yes, Robbo.
Yes. I got to use the word.
It does get comments. Yes, you did perfectly. And
that's my new favorite word is knackered.
If I wear this outside, I always get comments.
If something's knackered, you can word it differently to sell on eBay. Like
Vintage.
You can put knackered on eBay.
Yeah.
No, but I just you know what it is? Like I think last week you were talking about a car that was knackered. Like everything could be. You could be very tired, and people say, "Oh, I'm knackered." Car could be all beat up. It's knackered. Something can have a hole in it. Oh, this thing is knackered.
It comes from the knacker's yard where old animals used to go to be turned into glue. So anything that goes to the knacker's yard is knackered.
If you are sexually tired, Bobby, i.e. spent, you can be described as knackered.
So I bought a 1994 Pink Floyd Division Bell Earl's Court t-shirt, and it cost me like £70. And I went to a gig with my mum and dad because my dad's a blues guitarist, and I bought my dad a ticket for Australian Pink Floyd, and it was like a surprise. And I took him to go and watch this gig, only in a small venue, like 1,000 people. And I put my proper Pink Floyd t-shirt on, my original Pink Floyd t-shirt on, which is like 25 years old. And I put it on, and I went to see mum and dad, and my dad was like, "Jesus Christ, where have you had that thing from?" And I was like, "Dad, this is proper Earl's Court 1994 Pink Floyd." And he said, "How much did you pay for it?" I was like, £70, I think, 75 quid. And he said, "Show me the listing." Showed him the listing. And he said, on the listing, original, genuine, vintage Pink Floyd shirt. Been to all of the Pink Floyd gigs with this on since. And my dad said, Pink Floyd's last gig was in 1994.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's been nowhere.
But no, but that shirt, but it's you had the one you had was it the tie dye with the two stones facing each other, like the album?
Bingo, yeah.
I had the North. There was a division. I sold that T-shirt, the North American with the North American tour, obviously.
Yeah.
And and tie dye had the two things facing each other, and I sold it to a guy. I think I got it like about $100. About that 70 quid. Yes, exactly. But with a tie-dye shirt. And I sold it to a guy on GSP, went to Hungary.
No way.
And I was wondering what, but that's the thing we were talking about nostalgia before. I was wondering, well, maybe he moved back. I was like, wouldn't a guy from
Gone.
We will never hear the end of that sentence.
And Nick, it's 1969, not 1965. I'm from the summer of '69.
Oh, you really?
Yes.
What a year. Phil, it wouldn't surprise me.
My mother was upset because she missed the moon landings because I was being born at the time.
Being only 21, I can't even imagine 1969.
You were born in the millennium, mate.
Year 2000, I was born. July 26, 2000. So,
It explains so much why you're in touch with the young crew, the hipsters. Is that the correct word?
I believe Andrew was born in the year Orwell was writing books about totalitarianism.
Completely mistaken there. Orwell was around in the 1930s, so ain't that freaking
Yes,
old.
but he wrote a particular book, didn't he, about totalitarianism, and it named the year.
Oh,
Yeah,
78.
2000,
1984.
2000, I was born.
That's the correct year.
Was it?
Definitely 2000. I'm going to be 21 this year, for Christ's sake.
I reckon you're both older than me. Andrew's younger. I reckon I'm the second youngest here.
Well, I'm 52 this year.
You might be the third youngest.
How old are you?
I'm 44 this year.
Yes, I'm 37. I'm not joking. I'm not. I'm 42. Yeah, so you look younger than me, though, to be fair. Whatever you've got going on. Face cream.
Stu Mandry's younger than me. Is he? Fuck. Jesus Christ. Stu Mandry was born in the 18th fucking century. He's a fossil.
I did look younger than this, but my last game of rugby, my face collapsed and I had to have surgery. But I swear to God, I looked younger than this once. I had reconstruction all around my nose, my left eye. It's just, it happens all of a sudden. I don't know if you can see it, my eyebrow, like that.
Looking like a clock now.
As soon as you've had a drink as well, I don't know if you ever look at yourself in the mirror once you've had a drink, your eyes kind of sagging. You know what I mean?
You want to keep off the mess.
Well, I've only had, this is my third beer. I knew Andrew, to be honest with you, I've got the scent for it now. I knew Andrew would be on the beers tonight.
I'm trying to work out where Wackwaz, my takeaway driver, is. He's 3 minutes away, so I'm going to the toilet.
Wackwaz?
Thank you, Derek. I don't look a day over 16.
So you're home for the weekend, Phil? Or have you got to work over the holiday?
No. It's been a nightmare of a week. I thought I was going to be home all week. My task was supposed to be a 2-day easy task, Sunday and Monday. Nothing went right, so I was asked to stay 2 more days, which ruined this week. And I'm going to travel back to Kent, back down your neck of the woods. So I'm going all the way to Canterbury this time, and that's on Saturday afternoon.
Is that the Argos at Wincheap?
No, I'm doing the Sainsbury's store. I might be prepping it for an Argos. They might be moving everything around, but it's the one right in Canterbury, on the west of the town centre.
Yeah, near Surrey.
It looks like your pile of stock's getting bigger, Phil. That means you're listing.
I piled boxes on it. No, it means it's not selling. It's been awful the last 2 or 3 weeks. This month has not been good.
Oh, I see.
I had one day in January that I sold more than I have this month. It's ridiculous. And I've listed a hell of a lot more stuff. I've still got some more figures to list, which I was going to list this week. I was called into work.
Have you noticed the delivery times have been extended? There's a bit of a bug at the moment.
Yeah, I noticed, yeah.
Everything's sort of like 14th of April, 16th of April.
Yeah, I've seen it. So
95% of my feedback is quick delivery, so because I posted faster.
I used Parcel to Go last night, funnily enough. I have I don't, so as you probably know, I sell and resell the vintage denim, especially US denim, American Levi's, Lee, Wrangler, Lee 101, old school shit. I bought a container of Levi's. It cost me a lot of money. And in that one container was a bale of shoes, mostly Converse, but there was one pair of, have you ever heard of Nike Blazers?
I've heard of Nike.
In the 80s, they produced a basketball shoe.
Make a Nike laser.
It's not a Jedi sword, but it looks like
Very powerful.
Jedi sword.
More powerful than a Jedi sword, I think.
Basically, I got this one pair of shoes. They're in poor condition, but the missus scrubbed them up. She's good at that. My missus, that's her job. She's interested in cleaning things. Yeah, she's good at. She's a bit of a clean freak. She cleaned these blades up, and I sold them for £700. Well, my container only cost £3,000, so you can imagine I was pretty happy. Well, I ordered
margins.
1.9 tons of denim. I ordered.
Wow.
And it cost me £3,000, and then we sold one pair of shoes. Here he is. Yeah.
He's back. Still eating.
He jumped out.
Do you know, I'm surprised to see you eating there, Bobby. It's very unusual for you.
You've got to remember, though, when he goes through his stock in 4 hours, we'll be all ready for bed, and he's just starting work.
Yeah, I'm working now. This is my. I just came back from the post office.
I can tell you're working hard.
He's loving life.
No.
He lives in America. It's the coolest
Which
place in the
segue?
world.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Do you do eBay full time, Rob?
Well, that's what people say, but I honestly, when it comes to work, I'm really not the. I mean, they break balls, these guys on this channel, but I'm really, I don't work that hard. I used to work harder when I worked part time, and had a part time eBay. I worked much harder.
Really?
But now full time. Yeah, that's why I never.
Andrew does the same. He works bloody hard on his business, and he works hard from doing it. Works harder than I do.
Well, he's got a government job, so let's not get too crazy.
I'm interested.
Excuse.
Is that because, Bobby?
Nation's bloody saviour here. You would love to have me in America.
So
we have. Trust me. We have you in America. Trust me. We already have you.
Here is a beautiful lady popped in. Hi, Lynn. I'm still trying to persuade Lynn to follow me on Instagram. It's not happened yet.
See, I work every day, though. I work 7 days. I don't take days off, if that means anything.
Yeah, I'm saying. The interesting thing is...
You work 2 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hey?
I'm trying to find out where Wackbaz is.
Oh, you chicken. Bobby, I'm interested in what you said. So you just said, I don't have to work very hard. Life's okay. That either means that you are financially comfortable. I don't mean rich. What I mean is you're paying your bills and you're living a comfortable life. You pay your bills.
Paying his bills. His parents are paying his bills.
Okay. Okay, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Or does that mean you're making loads of money and you're very good at it?
No, it just means, you know what happened? I had a restaurant and I broke my ass, okay?
Yeah.
For 3 years. 7 real work, not like this reselling stuff, I'm talking about real hard work at a restaurant. You guys know about the restaurant business. And
I wouldn't want to work in a restaurant.
He knows, Philly knows about the restaurant business. So
and pubs.
Dealing, right? Didn't you say you were manager? Didn't you say you were a pub manager?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how hard it could, when it gets busy, how hard it could get.
Okay.
120.
So I did that.
120-hour weeks.
Yeah. So and then and it was heartbreaking for me because when we had the financial collapse in 2008, okay.
Yeah.
I lost a ton of money. I lost like $300,000. Okay.
Oh, right.
It was devastating for me, physically and psychologically. I'm sorry.
Did you look behind the sofa or under the refrigerator? If I lose stuff, it's always there.
Bobby's fucking opening up.
Give him a minute. Just give him a second, boys.
Bobby is sharing his loss. He's sharing his loss, and you carry on. Bobby. You
imagine how good for the channel it would be if Bobby opened up and cried.
So,
were you crying?
Yeah. So I lost the money. Okay. And then I went back. And then what happened was, I says, you know what? A regret I had. I never finished college. So I says, you know what? I'm gonna go back to college and get my degree in accounting. Okay.
Yeah.
So I went back, and I ended up hating it. Okay. It was brutal.
Did you have to pay for it?
But what?
Did you have to pay for the college?
Of course. Yeah, I still owe money. I still owe them $20,000.
Oh.
So,
but that to be fair, because
So-
he stole that from them.
what? I didn't steal nothing. So make the story short, but I still have a college degree, which does have value. If I really did want to get a job for working for somebody, in America especially, if you have a degree, you graduated from a college, there is some value to it.
Yeah.
Not just it's not just paper. You know what I mean? I have a bachelor's degree in accounting. You know what? I hated it towards the end. It got really hard towards the end, and it just I was like, I can't be doing this every single day of my life, sitting in an office with these numbers like this. I'd freaking drive myself fucking crazy. So that's what happened, and it was a lot of work, and it was harder. I was in my 30s, because remember, when I went back, I was in my 30s, and there was a lot of people in their 20s. Things change in the last decade or so. Things changed with the computers remarkably. So to be able to use I was struggling to get all the classes were certain things. You had to go to websites to do this. I didn't know. I didn't have a smartphone at the time. People they were telling me, they're like, "Oh, download an app," and I would tell the professor, "What are you talking about? I got no app. I don't even have I have a those clamshell phones that you open up. It looks like a clam.
Motorola.
Yeah, that's what I had. I had a clam. That's what I had. And they was like, "Oh, go get the app." I says, "Look, I don't know anything about apps." And the guy's like, take it easy. So, that was another hurdle for me. Forget about the work. The work was hard enough, but to overcome the difference. And also, I'm not going to get into politics and nothing like that. I promise, Andrew. But it's different when you come back and you're older and everybody else is younger and they're from a different generation than you. You're from a different. It was when I went back in 2012, whatever it was. From when I first started, when I first went to college originally, when I was out of high school, I went there in 1999. And from 1999 to 2012, the planet has changed much different. It's like a different planet.
See, 1999, I wasn't even alive,
What do you mean you weren't alive?
I wasn't even born then. So, I can't imagine what it was like back then.
It was a lot. Things are a lot different than the 90s.
You've missed Rosie and Jim, SpongeBob SquarePants. You've missed so much.
Randy Pandy.
You've missed, Andrew. Being as young as you are, you've just missed so much.
That's right. There's a lot of things that I've seen. Oh, Lynn said she might be on Instagram.
You're getting chatted up here, aren't you? I need a beer, boys. Oh.
I got some new coins, Bobby. Got some new coins. We've got the latest 50 pence.
Okay, so we've discussed this before. This is not a fucking
dinosaurs.
This channel.
Dinosaurs on it. Holograms to make sure they're good one.
Yeah, I am simply expressing facts. Yeah.
I've got a 5p.
5p. Oh well.
Yeah.
I've heard they're worth a little over 40.
It's from
I'm
2017.
21 this year.
And it's
Yeah,
silver.
21.
100 million of those are made.
July 26th, 2000, I was born.
Just 2 days before me.
So there you go.
We were both of the Leo clan then, Andrew.
Yes, although apparently there's now a 13.
I'm a Leo as well.
As if I'm not older than Stu Mandry. Jesus Christ. Fucking God himself isn't older than Stu Mandry. Yeah, I've got 9 fucking orders to pack tomorrow now.
9? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I've got all of 3, which I don't have to do because it's Good Friday tomorrow.
Mine are all getting back tomorrow. Me too. No, I know Leanne's about 50. Where the bloody hell has Wapquez gone? Oh, he's finally reached the A525. He was 5 minutes away 20 minutes ago.
Now, are you guys doing it?
Gonna be cold.
Are you doing anything for Easter?
I'm working Easter Sunday. I'm
I've
not even
offered
getting
it.
double time.
Not following you.
So the house I live in, I do something for Easter. It's the second time I'm going to do it, actually, this Easter. So I'll tell you, I don't want you to feel sad for the story, but I think it's a nice story. I've only lived in this house for like 20-ish months, 23 months. I bought a farm. I haven't got any livestock anymore. But the guy who owned this house was a farmer. His name was Phil Spence, and he's been a local farmer for years where I live. He's a nice guy. He died at like 69 years old or 70 years old. He's quite young. He died of cancer, and he had never had children. He couldn't have children, and he used to do an Easter egg hunt for all the children locally, all over our village. It was a sheep farm. Like I say, we've got I still own the land and I'll rent it out, but we've got no animals. We rent that land still, but we do. Late on Saturday evening, me and the missus and my daughter and my son, who's 2 now, we'll put eggs everywhere. We spend a couple of £100 on Easter eggs and put it all out. And we do 2 things. So we've only done it once, but this year I've got an idea. I bought a megaphone off eBay for £20. It'll make things a lot easier. So my missus is quite active on Facebook and all those things, social media. And we're going to do, at the top of that where we live, it's called Strawberry Lane Cemetery. It's my farm, if you want to look it up. And what they do is they get an egg. You boil an egg. No, you can't boil it. Sorry, you can't boil it. You have an egg, and you can decorate it however you like with polystyrene or cardboard or feathers or whatever you want to do. And you throw it off the top of the hill, and the person who throws it the longest gets £20. It's for kids. It's like a game.
Yeah.
And then after that, the kids get to go on an Easter egg hunt. But we're doing it for the kids now, and so we spend our own money on it. We last year we spent about £240. This year we're going to try and spend a little bit less. But everybody who enters donates as much as they want anonymously. Last year we didn't have a donation; we did it off our own back. But this year we're going to give the donation to our local church, and our local church is our priest. The priest there, he donates to different charities every year. This year's a multiple sclerosis charity, so we're going to donate to that. And what our priest does. By the way, I'm not religious. I am a Roman Catholic, but I'm not.
You're a Catholic?
Well, I'm Italian, so of course I'm a Catholic. You know.
Well, I did that whole story the last time that
remember
because my background is Irish, but they converted. You know.
Yeah. You're Catholic Irish, though, aren't you? You're not Protestant Irish.
Well, but they converted though, like So I don't. What does that mean? I consider myself a Protestant, but if you say like 200 years, they converted to Protestant. They were Catholics originally.
Yeah, it means.
Everybody. If you go back, everybody was Catholics.
Yeah, bingo. That's right. Yeah.
So,
and then when the laws came in that made your life easier, you changed basically.
But the irony, I don't know if I told you my Catholic story. It's a pretty interesting one. I'll make it short and sweet.
Okay.
My great-great-grandmother, she changed the church because the lady she used to go to the church with, the Catholic church, right?
Yeah.
Was having a baby. Okay. And the baby the doctor said needed a surgery.
Oh.
So what happened was the lady said, told the doctor, please do the surgery, save my baby. And the priest scolded this woman because she had because the baby wasn't baptized. So she said if the baby had died in the surgery, then the baby would not be saved. So what happened was of course my great great grandmother's friend said, oh, that's what you would say, bollocks, right?
Yeah.
And so they said, I'm not going back to that church because that priest wanted me not to have my baby have a surgery. You know what I mean? So they went to the next church down the road, which was a Protestant church.
Yeah.
And then they became Protestants just for that reason. Like, it wasn't so, sometimes you think about it like, oh, it's the reason why people change is some kind of philosophical, maybe they had a dream. Oh, I'm not I believe in this religion now, or I believe it. No, it's all bullshit. It was just that the woman got into a fight with the priest about the surgery.
And it's a quick, she could have gone across town, but it was a quick commute to the most local church.
That was no. But where my grandmother was from was out. It was in the countryside, and it's interesting. It's in a town called on the east end of New York, where I live. It's all named after English towns, obviously, because that was the English side. Suffolk. Oh, you guys have a Suffolk. Yeah. It's called Hunt. You guys have a town or county called Huntington.
Yeah. No, Huntington. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where my grandmother's from. My grandmother's from Huntington, which is in the county of Suffolk. And
no way.
But where I live now is my island is two halves. I live on the Dutch side. There's a Dutch side, and then there's the Dutch side, and then there's the British side. But then the British, of course, took the whole thing.
Yeah.
But where I'm from is called a place called I'm from a county called Nassau, which is a Dutch. Like, you've ever heard of Nassau, Bahamas?
Yeah, Nassau, Bahamas. Is that the same place?
Yeah, well, it's a Dutch name. That's what we're named after, the Dutch.
You don't look Dutch.
And like Brooklyn is Dutch. You know what I mean? We have a lot of words. Like when we always say like the word cookie. Cookie is a Dutch word. You guys say biscuit. We say what?
Cookie is a Dutch word.
Yeah, and like you guys say biscuit, we say cookie.
Oh.
But like our state flag is orange, for the Dutch orange, whatever, of New York State. Because our state, New York, he's going to the toilet.
The food's still hot, Andrew.
Excuse me, sorry, Bobby.
I'm going to say one more. Before New York was New York, you know what it was called before New York, right?
No.
New Amsterdam.
It's called New Amsterdam. Yeah.
Oh, no way. Phil
yeah. So everything was. Yeah. So so it was Dutch, but then British took over after Dutch.
A long time ago, the Dutch attempted to run an empire, but they were crap at it, so we kicked them out.
Yeah.
You know what? New York is probably the best place I've ever been to in my life. If you like city holidays, there's nowhere as good as New York.
See, I live just far. I live far enough where I don't have to live there, but I can go to enjoy it. I live about 40 minutes away, where I could just get on the highway and drive to the city. But I don't have to deal with, like, I could still do the reselling life and the resell, I could still have my life, like, over there, it's so, everything is so difficult. Like the life in the city, It ages you because everybody is literally on top of each other.
Yeah.
You know, cost is so expensive.
Yeah.
You know, but this is a little bit easier out here. You know,
I've only been to New York because my sister-in-law lives in Portland, Maine, Vicky. And
Yeah.
I think I told you before. She works
Yeah.
luckily for a guy in a band, high profile, and we get to go to New York. When we go to New York, it's because of a cool gig and a good reason and stuff. So when I get to go to New York, I'm quite lucky. I get to see the cool stuff. But I'm not saying that to try and look cool. I'm trying to say, if I had nothing to do, I would be happy. I reckon I could spend 2 or 3 months in New York. I'm totally alone, on my own, and I still have an amazing time. New York is so big; it's like 5 times as big as London. But there's no break.
and you know what? Well, it's five cities in one city.
Oh, is it? Like I drive through London quite a lot from what I used to do as a job, and when you go through London, there is quiet zones where in between areas there'll be a small quiet zone. But in New York, that doesn't happen. It's just non-stop, busy all the time. I love that. It's so cool.
Especially if you like concerts. You said you like a lot of concerts.
Yeah. So my sister-in-law is the PA to Larry Mullen, so she's got a cool job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but if you like to go to concerts, and you know, what I like about it, they have so many. There's so many different venues. I'll give you a perfect example. Obviously, you could tell by my logo thing, whatever it is. I'm a huge Morrissey fan, and I've seen Morrissey. I've seen him a half a dozen times, and it's funny because he's played in so many different. He's played in so many different styles. Every time he comes, he plays in a different style. What happened?
Do you like "Spent the Day in Bed"?
Oh, of course, that's my song. I spent the day in bed.
Do you know
that's
when
basically
he released that, I thought, what a ridiculous title, that's going to be awful. And then I listened to it, I was like, oh my god, it's so cool.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you something real quick. Every time he comes to New York, he always plays a different style venue. Meaning, I've seen him play at a big arena, like it's called Madison. You've heard of Madison Square Garden? It's like you guys have O2 Arena in London. You know, it has like 20,000 people.
Yeah.
So I've seen him play at 20,000. Also, last time he played at an outdoor festival. Then when I first saw him years ago, he played in a small, I want to call it a place where you would really he played at a university where it only had about 2,000 seats, which was meant for orchestras. It's not meant for like rock concerts. So the acoustics, you know what I mean? It's not like, see, when you hear a concert, when you go to a place like Madison Square Garden, it's good because there's a lot of people, but the sound is rubbish. You know, like if you go to the O2 Arena, I'm sure it sucks.
Well, it's diluted. The sound is diluted because the sound hits the audience is too low. But when you're in an amphitheater, so if you're on a stage, and then the stage, then the audience does this.
Yes.
And there's quite a lot of them in England, like the Milton Keynes Bowl, the O2 Arena, which is now the what's the one in Birmingham, right behind me. It used to be called the Colin Academy. Is amazing. The Colin Academy is like this. When you're at the top,
but how many? But it's big.
36,000. Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, and when you look down, I've been at the very top. I watched Kasabian. We had seats at the top to watch Kasabian. Probably not your type of band.
That's an indoor theater. 36,000 indoors.
Yeah, indoors. It's the biggest indoor arena in the UK now. It used to be Earl's Court, and now it's Colin Academy.
It's Colin, Colin.
Carling. Yeah.
Oh, Carling, like the beer.
Yeah.
Okay. No, because also, what was I saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go. I'll be back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I saw Kasabian there. I don't know if you're into indie rock and roll, boys, but that's the last band I saw there. Because I tend to go about 6, 7, 8 gigs a year, big ones, and then I enjoy. I don't know if you're into live music, but most weekends, I'd say 1 or 2 gigs. I go to 1 or 2 gigs a month. Maybe if I'm lucky and the missus doesn't whine, I go 3. But I've got Midlands. I know what it's like around by you. But there's a lot of really good venues by me that have what they called tribute acts. I don't know if you have any of that by you. No?
Every pub I go to is full of him.
Really?
Well, when pubs were a thing.
Yeah. Well, you got good pubs by you, mate. What, they do all that type of stuff?
I often go to watch a decent tribute act. Well, I say decent. It is Wrexham.
Yeah, I mean, I love that type of stuff, gigging every weekend. I'd rather it be at a music venue than just a pub. I don't know what you're like.
I go to a pub.
Quiet pub. I've gone.
It might be quiet before I get there.
Oh.
It ain't going to stay quiet.
I've gone full circle, I have. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to mosh anymore. I don't mind a rowdy gig once a year with the boys, but I'm quite happy at a sit-down concert now. I know that sounds a bit pathetic, but I don't want to be dancing with everybody at the front. You know what I mean? We're all at a certain age where you can't wear skinny jeans no more. And if I'd known everyone was going to jump on me at a gig, I wouldn't have bothered going. It's just not a thing to do. Are you all in? No one's into live music then?
Not so much anymore. I just don't have time for it. I'm not a big giggy kind of person anyway. I've been to a few when I was in my 20s, but
no.
I'm not that fussy. I don't like the bloody crowds, and they're expensive, and
everybody's a geek of something. You must be a geek of something. What are you a nerd of, Richard?
Pornography.
These magnets are to do my head in.
I like sci-fi.
How can something so small so strong?
So Phil's into magnets, Richard's into sci-fi.
I'm into sci-fi and magnets and lasers and Star Wars.
Who's Richard?
Sorry, Phil is into. Sorry, excuse me. So
you want me a dick?
I can tell I've had enough beer. Jesus Christ. Sorry, tell me what sci-fi you're into. If you watch the new, I'll tell you what I'm watching, and I've only been watching 30 minutes per night. The new Zack Snyder cut of.
Saw it all in one sitting a couple of weeks ago. Justice League.
Justice League.
Watched it all in one sitting.
Did you?
I've been enjoying the Winter Soldier and the Falcon. That's quite good.
I haven't started that yet, Phil. No spoilers, please.
No, I won't give you any spoilers. It's
I did. Yeah.
The only thing I will say, it's not a spoiler, is what's this? Is this the what they call like their 4th chapter for Marvel? Because they've done 3 chapters where they group films for it's like a timeline basis, don't they?
Yeah. So
which ended at 2 big films.
You have the MCU or the DCEU.
No, we're talking Marvel.
Oh, MCU.
Just
Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah. Just, what was it? Endgame was the last third sort of chapter, if you like.
Yeah, the trilogy.
A lot of their 4th stuff now is coming straight on Disney. Like you had WandaVision.
Yeah, that's very good.
Now you've got Winter Soldier and Falcon, and they're all like post blip, if you like, the post snap. They call it blip in the show.
Me and my daughter, my daughter's 10, and we watched the first maybe 5 or 10 minutes of WandaVision, and she said, "I can't watch this. It's like being in the 1950s."
It was ridiculous. I did not like it.
It took a couple of episodes to get going.
A couple.
We weren't really sort of into that sort of. By the time we got to episode 3, it was
episode 5. Bloody, what the hell? Well, I haven't got past episode 5 yet. I'm going to have to watch the last 3 more.
It is very good. I mean, you have to watch it all in
I'm going to have to, because I've already invested a lot of time watching these shit ones. So I'm going to have to tip the scales. But yeah, the Winter Soldier Falcon-y thing, reasonably good. I'm quite enjoying it. It's there's a lot of Easter eggs, and you have to be a Marvel-y person to sort of like enjoy it a lot. But it's still enjoyable.
I get that.
There's lots of action. It's made the same quality as you'd expect films, well, as you'd expect from Disney. So the quality's good, the storyline's good.
High, expensive, big production.
Yeah.
You know,
It's like, if you like Star Wars and you like The Mandalorian, then Marvel, you'll like these shows.
Yeah. Captain America as a character. I mean, I've got a few nice Captain America comics. I wouldn't dream of selling them. They're not worth much money, but I don't sell comics. I just buy. But my Captain America ones, I imagine they'll be more collectible after a program like this, you know. But for me, it just doesn't kind of tick the boxes.
Why the hell do you think I've been buying all the Bad Batch for their release?
But Captain America, do you know what I mean? It's just one of them characters. It just never did it for me. I'm a Batman guy.
You get them. If you want to sell minifigures for Marvel, I would stock Iron Man, Spider-Man.
Really? See,
would it be better if he was Captain Britain?
Yeah, cool.
No,
That's
you
never wrote that, don't you?
After the country.
Moore wrote that. Alan Moore, the best comic book writer ever. Did you ever watch Watchmen?
Yeah, good series.
You know, I got to wait. You said it was a series or just a film you're talking about?
Well, the film and the
series and a film.
Series. Yeah.
No, now are you no? But I saw a film years ago, which I was half asleep when I saw it. So I was probably knackered when I saw it.
The series is clever.
Now when is it? I don't watch TV, so when it's on.
So the movie and the cartoon is about comic book heroes which are no longer respected in modern day society, and they're kind of forgotten about. However, they occasionally have to pick up the pieces from what us humans, the mess we create, so to speak.
Yeah, so the movie's dystopic future.
Yeah, bingo. And it's based on the story of a few people who've lost their way, who were superheroes. Maybe they didn't have superpowers, but they were what they called, like Batman. He's not a superhero. What's Batman? An evangelist. What's he called?
Vigilante.
Vigilante. Yeah. So like Rorschach is a vigilante. Yeah. He's got no superpowers. Yeah. Anyway, so the Watchmen, the series, shows a prequel story based in the. So the movie and the series are quite different. The series, which was on, was it on NBC or Fox? Can't remember. HBO. It shows what happened. It's very based around racism actually, and how certain characters adapted to society and took a vigilante route because of racism. So if anything, it's kind of on point at the moment. And it is adapting to a hot topic. It's probably one of the reasons it's become so popular.
Yeah, I'm the last one to ask. I don't watch any TV. You know, I can't even get all my listings done. I don't have time for TV.
If I was going to watch anything over the last few years, say the last 2 or 3 years, I would recommend Ozark and Watchmen.
Ozarks, like Ozark.
Yeah, the same as The Place. It's a wicked series. Yeah.
Yeah, you know that's. I mean, obviously, you know that's like one of the poorest sections of the United States. Obviously, it has to do with that, probably.
Is it a meth place?
Yeah, poor. POOR. Poorest.
Yeah.
it's in the mountains. In Arkansas and Missouri. A lot of people see. I'm sure you guys have the same divide, obviously, in England. Obviously, the South versus the North. We have here, the coasts versus they call it flyover country. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or they call it Elvis country.
Yeah.
Where everybody has a picture of Elvis in their house.
Yeah.
So, it's like how, like you said, people from the north, this is just a generalization I know about in England. The people from the south look down on the people from the north,
But it does, I agree with you, but it does come from somewhere, surely.
But that's what happened. But in America, it's the same thing. People from the north, people from, places like, people from New York and people from Los Angeles, they look down on people that are from, Missouri and you've heard of this place called Kansas.
Yeah. So Ozark is Ozark, Arkansas, or somewhere like that.
Yeah, Arkansas is one of the poorest states in the country. It is. But here's the thing: is this? A lot of people. The irony is because life is always filled with ironies.
Yeah.
A lot of these states like that, people from here, California and New York, they look down on those people, but then they end up moving there. It's uncanny.
Yeah, but it is. Is that because it's idyllic though and quiet and untapped?
Yeah, and you can afford to live. Because they'll say, why don't because in these places they don't spend a lot of money on education and things like that. But it's a simpler life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what they do is, when people retire or whatever, they go to those places. They go to, the Carolinas. They go to certain places where they could live a normal life, and not have and not deal. Over here the expense is so high. Like I said, I'm 40 years old and I live with my parents. It's because the cost of living here is enormous.
Yeah, I mean, my sister-in-law, her family, she got her husband Kyle, my brother-in-law, and then her baby, my godson, Ozzy. Their health insurance is $1,300 a month.
Yeah, I know. People laugh at that. In England, they laugh. They think you're joking.
That's crazy.
When I first started work, I was earning less than full-time. Was earning less than 700 quid a month.
Really?
So fucking health insurance would have been, no chance.
You'd have to work 12 months to pay for 6 months health insurance.
Well,
Exactly.
considering you're only 21, I think that would have been less than minimum wage by the time you were old enough to work, Andrew.
They didn't have minimum wage
Sure.
when I started work at age 1.
They don't give you health insurance as a porn star, do they, Andrew?
No.
Yeah, do they have a union? Do they have a union in porn stars? Actually,
films.
during the pandemic, those are. I read. Did you guys read that story? There's about that British girl that she makes $1 million a month on the internet. $1 million. I couldn't believe it. That British girl. You never seen it? Come on, guys! Don't pretend like you guys.
Let's be honest. I've probably fucking seen it. I just haven't given her any money.
I'm a Catholic. You probably read about it. I didn't read about it.
No, there's a girl that on OnlyFans. But I'm just saying she makes $1 million per month on this damn website.
How much have you given her?
I am going to shave myself and buy some lycra, and I'll earn £1 million a month.
$1 million a month, unbelievable.
That's the difference, isn't it? I mean, we're going out buying. That's typical. That is, men have to go out and buy shit every weekend and sell it for £5 profit on the internet, and then there's attractive women earning £1 million a month. It just makes sense.
A month.
And that's the difference. That shows how pathetic we are as men.
Yeah. I wonder how much. Could you imagine how much money this company is making? Could you imagine how much they're making?
I'd love to know how much.
$1 million a month.
How much? What's the website called?
It's a British website. OnlyFans. You guys never. Come on, now you guys are joking around. You never heard of OnlyFans?
Yeah, I've heard of OnlyFans.
The most important thing we need to do is to get Lynn from Lynn's Loft to follow me on Instagram. This is what we need to achieve. Forget about your OnlyFans, etc. Me and Lynn are going to have some OnlyFans moments instead. We need to get Lynn to follow Money Mental UK on Instagram. Do you reckon we can do it? So use our combined powers to do this.
Who's Lynn?
Lynn's Loft. Hang on. This is Lynn.
Oh, hi, Lynn. I've not seen that. I've not seen her face before.
Leon, OnlyFans is a site where people can subscribe to see me naked. Basically.
I'm on it right now. I can't believe this. Is this real?
Mostly for the TikTok generation.
Is this fake, or is it happening
Wait, what
right
fake?
now? OnlyFans.
What?
There's good cameras.
Yeah. What do you mean? What is fake about it? What are you talking about?
No,
Is
they
it
get a
just
following
fake?
on TikTok, and then they get them all to sign up for their OnlyFans. They get the jugs out, get the bits out, whatever they want. They all fucking sign up. And they pay like
Oh, so that's where they're driving the traffic?
Yeah,
That's where they drive
mostly, Yeah, it's mostly TikTok that's driving the traffic.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Instagram
If you get popular on TikTok, if you get popular there, then you say, oh, by the way, if you want to see a little bit more, you know,
pay $5.99 a month and you can see the nipples.
This is the problem.
And if you want to spend $10.99 a month, you could see
both nipples.
This is sex sells, and the problem is, lads, we are not sexy.
No.
Speak for yourself. I am the man who was voted as sexiest male YouTube reseller.
God, if all this technology was available 20 years ago, I wouldn't have got any work done.
Who was in that? You and Nick?
Every male YouTube reseller was on it. I won the poll through fair and diplomatic means.
George is a good-looking boy, and he's quite young. If
Yeah,
George was in that, he would have.
George was in it, and he come behind me. I mean, he didn't literally come behind me. It was a poll, but he came further down the poll than me. I have more charisma.
This is like when Andrew says, "I live in the second largest city in Northeast Wales."
No, I live in the largest town in Northeast Wales. There's no second place.
Northeast Wales is a very small place, by the way.
Northeast Wales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We say that, you know, that's a. I'm the tallest midget.
There's more people in London than there is in Wales.
Yeah, but London is a very small town.
Yeah.
You know, London has to define itself by other towns and suburbs that aren't technically part of London to give itself these numbers, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Wales just beat us in the Six Nations. Can't argue, really. I can't argue with you.
Well, yeah, we had to rely on Scotland, though.
Winning is winning. In 10 years' time, no one will remember why you won. They'll just remember that you beat England. I take it no one's really into rugby, apart from Andrew.
Well, I'm only in it when we win it. It's like the European Championship and we got to the semi-finals. Oh, best championships ever. But not interested otherwise.
Yeah. Speaking of Scotland, what's his name?
Derek?
That narrows it down for
Yeah.
us, Bob. Well, thank you for that. Where's what's his name? I mean, fuck knows who you're talking about there.
Derek could be the only reseller in Scotland.
You know who I'm talking. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's only one guy,
Derek was on earlier.
and he's not even. There's only one guy. There's only one guy, and he's not even Scottish.
I like Derek. He seems like a very practical man.
Yeah, it's a gentleman.
You know, I imagine if you were a female, if Derek was your neighbour and you were female, you would have hit the jackpot. If you needed a drain unblocking or something fixing, I reckon Derek can do it for you. You know what I mean? He's quite a handy guy, isn't he?
His brother will fix it.
He's a big lad, and he looks like he's got hands like shovels. He's like a proper man, you know. Not like
I
us
couldn't hear.
basically.
Now who is this? I couldn't hear it.
Derek, Scottish Derek. He looks like a proper man. He looks like he's got hands like
Oh,
shovels.
he does. He has big. I never noticed his hands.
He doesn't have big hands.
Yeah.
He's like got average sized. I've met Derek many times. His hands are, you know, they're normal hands.
Average.
They're just normal
So
hands. You know.
maybe when he talks, he puts them close to the camera to make you think he's got big hands. It's all an illusion, like this. Maybe not.
Terry wants me to send him my OnlyFans. Unfortunately, I'm not on OnlyFans, Terry. I've not taken that opportunity.
Maybe you should hit the chat a sec. See if anyone's got a cool question. Because most of the time we just talk shit, don't we? Rewind Resells is from Scotland.
Magnets and coins.
What is that?
What? There's another reseller from Scotland.
Yeah.
Well, like it
that?
is a country, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that there's more than one people there who resells.
Yeah, but you said a couple of weeks ago, you said that Scotland doesn't have any cities.
Of course
It does.
I was
Glasgow.
born in one of them.
Oh. Well,
No, I didn't say
I said
Scotland.
those are-
Doesn't, I didn't say Scotland doesn't have any cities. I said Scotland doesn't have any good cities.
Okay.
Aberdeen's all right.
They didn't have
Hey,
enough
Edinburgh's
cities.
lovely.
But he says it's not like a city. It's not a real city, though. It's not like.
It's not like London or New York.
I'd say, I don't know what you boys think, but I'd say Glasgow is probably the coolest place in Scotland. We reckon.
No, it's not. It's the fucking roughest place in Scotland.
That's why I like it, I think. I like the Glasgow Warriors.
It's charming. The Glasgow Warriors. Who the hell are they?
They're a rugby team, but they're
Oh.
most of the Scotland team now play for Glasgow Warriors, and they get paid pittance. And then they don't pay much to play for Scotland either. So to play for England, the rule is, excuse me, because I got a sweet in my mouth. Sorry, guys. The rule is in England, and this is what makes England great. Sorry, Andrew, but you copied this, you Welsh boys.
You know, I was born in England.
I know you were. I know. I was only half Welsh. So the rule is in England, if you want to play for England,
wristband?
what's that?
Anyone want an e-bike gun wristband? I've got my packaging supplies.
Oh, have you? You're his best customer.
Do they send that free?
Yeah, I've got a load of
PvP,
tape and stuff.
take care PvP.
It arrived today. I've got 6 rolls of packing tape. And
I'll tell you what.
Now
you
in
can't
Glasgow, is it true they really?
I like it.
Is it true they really have fights in the streets in Glasgow during the game?
I've never been, to be honest with you.
They
I
have
wouldn't
fighting in the
know.
streets every day.
No.
You've not heard of
That is.
Glasgow Kiss
It's not just during the game. You're talking about normal life.
all day. Yeah.
I think
It's a pastime.
I think the men in Glasgow.
Are you talking to me?
I
At
imagine
least hello in Glasgow.
I think the men in Glasgow are probably a lot tougher than we are. I imagine so anyway.
I think most men are much tougher than me, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
I would lose a fight with a paper bag.
American,
No, in America, you say, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I'm not even a
Whereas a
lover.
Glaswegian would ask a tiger if he spilled his pipe.
Phil.
I love that word, Glaswegian.
Yeah, so Glasgow's a cool place. Where do you think it's cool?
There's Derek. Derek's back.
But that's why I thought it was. That's why I thought the thing was, since he was so much trouble. Edinburgh, there's not trouble.
I like Edinburgh. Edinburgh's a nice city.
I was born in Edinburgh.
Isn't Edinburgh the Dublin?
But that's not where
You can
Scotland.
tell from my accent.
Yeah,
that's not where. But that's not where the conflicts are. Where are the conflicts?
Northern Ireland.
It's not bloody Bay.
Oh,
Come on.
Afghanistan, Bobby. Afghanistan. That's where the conflict is.
Afghanistan.
What,
So
sorry, what I
is it
mean
really?
is-
So you're saying these conflicts are exaggerated?
No, they're not at all. No, they exist. So, all in the 70s and 80s, the stuff that was going on in Ireland is mental, crazy, and it spilled into Scotland and England. But I always think of Edinburgh and Dublin in Ireland and Scotland. That's not real Ireland and Scotland. That's the tourist spots. There, I don't mean any disrespect, but they're the popular cities. They're multicultural, or what's the word? There's a special word for it.
Cosmopolitan.
Cosmopolitan. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I'm loving that. Are you getting that? Are you getting it?
No, I don't think so.
Hey, Tina Turner is cool. Talk about them legs. What legs?
The fucking most cosmopolitan thing about Glasgow is the exit sign.
I like Glasgow. I'm a big Billy Connolly fan, and I like that he was brought up in Glasgow. And
The Bigian.
He's dead now.
He's not
He's
dead.
not dead.
He's dead
sake.
now.
do you know?
He's only resting.
I don't know what it is. But I like the underdog, and the guys who come up with the rough fight. I kind of like that story. And Glasgow's the place for me. If I wanted to go somewhere in Scotland, I think it would be Glasgow. I don't know why. My family's from Naples, which is the roughest, poorest part of Italy. And if I go to Italy and I go to posh places, I've been to Venice, everywhere I go. I've been to lovely places, Sorrento, the Amalfi Coast, everywhere. I always want to go back to Naples. It just feels like home.
Is like serious question now? Is Italy still alive? Because every time we see on the news, it's like basically COVID has killed everyone.
And France too, and Germany.
In Italy now, Italy is meant to be one country now, but you have to remember it's only been one country for about 58 years. So, but the law is changing in Italy. COVID has changed the law. We've gone back to provincials. If you go out in Naples now after 7 p.m., you'll get arrested. It's as simple as that. There's three types of police.
Wait, could you? I'm in a bad zone. Could you repeat that about Naples?
Yeah, so in Naples, and it's the same in other parts of Italy, Naples have gone back to provincial law. If you go out after 7 p.m. in Naples, the Carabinieri will arrest you.
Why?
Because that's when people get drunk.
So?
You get drunk, spread COVID.
For COVID. I thought you meant in general. I thought it was like martial law.
No.
So there's a bit
you're
of
going to stay at home.
I went to Naples. I was quite lucky. I went to Naples at the end of September. It's my birthday at the 2nd of September, and I got bought a late trip to Naples, only for 10 days. Me and my best pal, and we went, and we were just in between. We had to wear masks, but we were just in between the COVID hit again, and we went round and we had the best time ever because it was so quiet. But there, I'm saying it, but Naples is always quiet. Naples is a rough city. The only people that go to Naples are Italians. You have the Amalfi, Vomero, and Vesuvius either side. Naples is in the middle, like a nice, in between two huge mountains. The city of Naples, Scapanapoli, sit in between two huge mountains, volcanoes.
That sounds like a Bond villain, doesn't it? Hey, Scapanapoli.
Scapanapoli, yeah. And
you know what I love about Naples? I'll tell you.
Yeah.
You said you like football, right? You said.
Yeah.
So Naples, they're one of the only. There are a few, but they're one of the only football teams that has cheerleaders.
Yeah. Do you know who the cheerleaders are?
They are They are the most beautiful women in the world I've ever seen.
So the Naples is still run. Naples is the only city in Italy run still by the mafia, and in Naples we're called the Camorra. So in Naples, the whole of the city is still run by the Camorra. They are the mafia of Naples, and they control drugs, trafficking, prostitutes, sex, all bad things. And
garbage pickup.
Whoa! Hang on, we need to define what's bad here. I've heard two good things on that.
All right, my phone is
dying.
dying.
Go on a road trip for your 21st birthday.
Yeah, like I've heard some bad things, but I've heard some good things there as well. Yeah, prostitution and sex. What's wrong with that? Prostitution is the most honourable oldest trade in the world, and sex is how we were born.
As long as you pay your taxes.
Yeah, let's hang on. I think it's time we put one of the banners up here now. We need to change the banner because we can't be having where is it? Let's find the appropriate banner now.
I noticed you changed your legs to the dog.
Yeah, so it's missing it. There we go. With the appropriate banner on now. Yes, Lynn, I am actually only 20 at the moment. I'm due to become 21 on July 26th. I know I look younger, but
everyone has to get older. Like Bart Simpson.
Yeah, if you follow me on Instagram, I can invite you to the 21st birthday celebrations. We're all going.
This isn't agent provocateur, Andrew.
Innocent conversation.
I feel like we're all being used for Andrew's cauldron, sex cauldron.
Sex cauldron.
Just tempt women.
That sounds like a rock band.
Everyone looks over 40 here.
Well, I'm over 40.
I'm not.
I'm well over 40.
I'm 32.
Uh-huh. I quit lying about my age about 5 years ago.
Oh, piss off. We know you're 50.
No, apparently I was 50 last year, according to you. That bloody rumour didn't die down for a couple of bloody weeks, did it?
Really?
There were people that actually thought I was 50. So you look good for your age, but that's I'm not 50.
Nice one.
Rumours that I've started. I'm actually George Ross. Zahir was expecting another baby with Bex. That went around for a while. He actually got a top. That was the truth.
Did people congratulate him and everything?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Hey, Sharon.
No, the thing is with Andrew is nobody ever knows whether he's being serious or not.
I don't.
The amount of times he comes out with a load of crap. The amount of times he comes out he's deadly serious. Nobody knows which way. So it's like you just err on the side of caution and go, "Oh, yeah, well, congratulations, well done."
Yeah. I just assume he's winding. Everything he says, I just assume he's a wind up.
Sharon is here. I assume she's talking about you because I'm very smart. Welcome, Sharon.
I feel like we need to play a game or something.
Quiz.
I feel
I'm busy
like
cleaning my magnets.
I need the
Cleaning the
toilet.
magnets.
What day should we play?
Come on.
Well,
Phil, come on, we're meant to be the kids.
I salvaged them, you see, and they're worth money to resell on, or even
So,
I'll just
okay,
add them to my
so
I've got.
by salvage, now I have come to learn what salvage means. It basically means taking somebody else's property without their permission, consent, or knowledge.
Well, they don't. It means they've abandoned it.
He's not robbing.
Retrieving it.
Somebody's tried to salvage my car before.
Yeah,
It
well,
was stealing.
It's your fault for living in North East Wales.
Greatest town in North East Wales I live in. So we put Lynn out of her misery and tell her how old I really am.
Go on then.
I'm 20.
In a month's time.
I was born in 26th of July 2000.
This is what happens when you have to do a paper round from North East Wales to North West Wales
It was a long, hard walk.
on these
With a
mental
window.
roads. 15 papers up a mountain over 8 miles.
I am not 37, Ashley. Thank you very much.
not yet.
Are you guys into sweets?
As in, sort of
Andrew's got to be at least 57. That's right.
I never used to be into sweets until the last 3 or 4 years. Oh, Sour Patch Kids are nice. They are really, aren't they?
You never tried
Yeah.
them.
And yet,
Coke
Sharon,
flavours.
you
They
still
go
would.
great with Jack Daniels and Coke because they just fit.
I have to try them. I'm not. I'm,
They're pound a bag at Sainsbury's.
you know, I've always been savoury.
Lynn
Well,
is now.
What
Lynn
do
is
for a packet
accusing,
of crisps coming on?
Lynn is accusing Emma of being 42. Emma's not 42. Emma's
Jelly
33
beans.
or 32.
Sour.
Sweet corner. Sweet
Sour.
corner.
I
really are sour. They're lovely.
You're,
I can open that bag. I'll be gone in 2 seconds.
you're about 10 years over on the Emma's age now with that gas lid.
I had my nan passed, and she left loads of sweets in the cupboard, and I took all of her stuff, and I wouldn't let anyone throw it away.
Salvaged.
I still got most of it in the loft, and I give some things to the family. But immediately, things was like sweet jars and crisps and cookies and boxes of sweets and chocolates. And she's got a real sweet tooth, my nan had. So we ate them all, and I've not stopped since. I've still got like hundreds of photo albums and books. She's into classical music. I'm determined. I don't know what you think about this, lads, but so I'm a rock guy. You know, I'm into blues and rock. But I'm going to listen to everything my nan owned. So she's got like loads of classical CDs and tapes. And I want to listen to all the things she listens to. I mean, what are they?
Max.
Lynn thinks I'm 42, for Christ's sake. Everybody haven't passed 40.
No, really nice.
You're making me really hungry.
I'm hungry. You started mentioning food.
Right, here we go. Right, it's time to guess my age. People of the chat, let's see if you can guess my actual age. We'll see what guesses come through here now. I don't remember the age.
Just a chat?
Yeah, just
I
the
could
chat. Yeah,
give you almost to the hour.
no. Right, it's not 147. It's definitely not fucking 43. It's definitely not 42. Jesus Christ, fucking 73. 40. Thank you, Sean. I love you. 31.
Remember, it all ends in a 95.
38. Thank you, Jason. 21 is an accurate guess. 44, 56. 56? What the fuck? And Stu knows exactly fucking how old I am. Excuse me, you can't be writing it down on a piece of paper.
Why not?
Sharon has got it right. 23, but I've had a hard life. I've had a hard fucking life. Hard life, but only fucking 59. Unbelievable.
You want to calm down those daisies, mate?
Aid was at my fucking last birthday as well, so Aid better get me age right.
43.95.
43.95. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Lola, come here.
I don't look 21.
Lola.
You're right. I look 20. I'm only 20.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm doing 55 by my appearance. How dare you?
You're only as old as the woman you feel.
That is true. Which is why I'm not doing it.
Poor man.
I got another good one for you.
There's only one person in the chat who has guessed correctly.
Can I guess? Richard Payne.
No.
Oh, really? Are you younger than that?
47.
He's 36 or 37. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah. Ali Evans.
What about
It's Ali Evans. Gotta be.
Is it Ali Evans? Look,
Yeah.
dressed as Fly 53, this, for fuck's sake. It's a bloody hip brand, this. Jesus Christ. For fuck's sake, Stu, I'm not a nonce.
I tell you what, this is the most sober we've been come 10 o'clock on this channel for a while. I feel like we might be pacing ourselves.
I'm about to accept an offer.
$3.99.
I've accepted the offer.
Tell us the category first.
It's an action figure.
Okay. What type of size? What's the inchage? Inchage.
No, I've never measured it. It's not as big as me cock.
Smaller than your cock. Okay. 3 inches.
I'm not 30 fucking 7.
£8.
I've accepted an offer on this for a round whole number.
£12.
Oh, but there, Pete's got it straight away there. £10. Spot on, Pete. Right.
He's
Now,
bought
can we
it.
get the correct fucking age? I mean, we already know that one person has guessed it correctly.
Go through the chat, lads. 36.
Phil, you can't put the fucking accurate age. I don't even know how many fucking months.
Do hours and minutes.
Do you know how old you are?
Yeah. I was born in 1984.
See, George Orwell. You had cameras on it. I've got the feed.
36.
And 8 months. So closer to 37.
37. Hold on.
And Zane's back.
That's not
Right, I
right.
need to go to the toilet. I can't believe Lynn thought I was 42.
Well,
Is it
we've
my
not-
birthday? Not if I'm 36 years, 8 months and 6 days, which apparently I am. I've not done the maths on that, but I assume it's accurate.
it's just
I
bad
could do a little
lighting.
bit more
Hard day.
Right, I need the toilet.
Zane is back in the chat. Jump in,
Right.
Zane.
Drop Lincoln. Oh,
Can anyone find a link for Andrew? If anyone can go back that far, I think you're allowed to have 8 people on chat in one time. It'd be a good laugh to get that many.
9 or 10, I think, on StreamYard, depending on your account.
Is it 6? We've had 6 before.
I've got the link, but I haven't got a spanner, so I can't post it.
Yeah, the only reason I'm saying is because it's just been us 4 for a few weeks now, and I'm about to open my 5th beer, and it won't take me long. And
I can't copy and paste it. You'll have to wait till Andrew gets back.
There's
I'm
one
not-
in the chat that's come up.
Oh, he's done.
Oh, Andrew's done it. Only if everyone's cool with that. I just think it's always fun when someone else jumps in and it's cool. It's very. Have you
Can't
noticed?
get those ones apart.
Have you noticed on YouTube? There's a huge sausage factory on YouTube. Have you noticed?
Sausage factory.
Yeah. There seems to be, as far as resellers are concerned, there's not many female resellers on YouTube. What do you
There's
reckon?
loads of them. There's loads.
Is there?
You need to look. There's bloody loads of them.
I will look.
Well, you have
Otherwise,
Mel.
will you
And
send me
there's
some links?
There's some very good ones. And
Do you
some
not
of them
follow
put
Mel?
blokes to shame.
Who's Mel?
Who's Mel?
You've got Bad Biscuit. You've got Back from Burnout. We've got Kristen's Curiosities. Not to name but three.
Any?
Kirsten's
Okay.
Curiosities, sorry.
Where are they all from? All English.
Bristol,
Mel's Australian.
Oh,
Bad Biscuit. Is Bad Biscuit in Bristol? She's down that way.
I'm thinking.
Bridgend
Bridgend.
in South Wales.
I try to just follow English people. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy met a few Americans. I love part-time pickers and rally routes, by the way. I think they're amazing. But their story and their opportunities are quite different to what we're doing.
I've been watching a lot of Commonwealth Flipper lately.
Commonwealth.
Flipper, he's got 2 channels.
I was talking to a guy last week. Andrew, what was his name? He was a really cool guy.
Do you mean Pleasant Valley Picker?
Pleasant Valley Picker. I like him a lot.
He's in the
Rod. Is that Rod? No, he's changed his name. What was his name? Not Rod.
He's American.
Australian. Tin Up Shop Nerd. I know that one.
That's Toby
That's
from
not Rod.
Australia. Hey, Toby.
Toby.
He's a good chap, is Toby. I've got a lot of time for him.
Yeah, there's loads of female YouTube channels. Just have to go looking for them.
You see, maybe that's a problem. I need to look.
I think I'm
There's
banned
a
from
lot
most
of partners where there's male and female. There's quite a few of those.
I am.
Global.
we all know.
Hayden's, Nick and Andrea.
I'm very regimental. I don't know about you fellas, but I've got everywhere I work, I bought tablets. I've never spent a lot of money on tablets or things. Some of my best tablets I picked up for 150 quid, and it's where I pack in my garage. Like,
Are you talking technology or are you talking paracetamol?
I thought we've moved on to the ecstasy now.
It's too early for that, boys. But I put my YouTube on the tablet, and I've got this little thing, and I hook it onto the wall, and it's all linked to my Wi-Fi. And I listen to music if I'm in the mood, but 9 times out of 10, I watch you YouTubers. I've subscribed to probably 20 channels, and in all honesty, because here he is,
5 times that many. Zane, good evening.
Good evening, Damien. Good evening, Phil. To everyone else, I've been here before, and I left for dinner, and I said I will be back.
How was your dinner?
Is the missus put the kids to bed?
No, not yet. I mean, he put us to bed, actually, not we put him to bed. So
little boy,
yeah, he would. That's how it's normally work.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed
I've
that.
I've got a small dog that tells me when to go to bed.
You don't sleep. I've never seen you. You never look tired.
I am a perpetual motion machine. I never stop.
No, the laws of thermodynamics forbid that.
Monumental never
motion.
Yeah, do I look like a man who obeys any laws?
These you have to, because they kind of
like the laws of physics.
There's no laws, rules, or anything else that applies to me. I am unbound and unconstrained.
Andrew, how many people are you allowed into your StreamYard in one time?
I can have up to 10.
Come on, one more person. Let's get up to 6. We've never done 6 before. Who's feeling?
We've done 7, I think.
Have
we? We had 7 last week, Al.
Is that how drunk I was? Jesus Christ.
Yes, you were. You were quite pissed last week. I was getting there.
Sorry, lads.
No.
Yeah,
I can only remember because I rewatched a bit of it.
This is because it started out me watching Andrew because I enjoy his content and I used to learn from him. I used to think he knows what he's on about. He does, and then it got to the point where I made. Here he is.
Hello, Derek.
Hiya.
Good evening, Mr. Cat Peddler.
Yeah, I've finished stealing all my cats for this evening, so I thought I'd pop in.
I wondered where one got.
That's funny. Mine were coming. Tea.
How are you doing, Derek? You okay, my friend?
Yeah, not bad.
Have you sorted out your funny-looking belt?
I've actually listed it tonight. But
it's an over-the-shoulder belt. I thought it was like a guitar strap, but there's no guitar holes.
No, it's a knitting belt. So you put your knitting needles in, yeah.
Oh.
But they're really rare.
The box.
Really?
I find similar
Good
to
money.
Thing, but they normally got lights in them or a heater.
There you go. The lady I'm still hoping to seduce has a question for you.
Yeah, we need to
the giant hands. They're not. He hasn't got giant hands. Derek has normal hands.
No,
Normal
whenever I've watched you before, Derek, whenever I watch you before, I always think he's a Scottish. He likes getting his hands dirty, mucking around.
He's not Scottish. He's from the fucking West Midlands. He's from Wolverhampton.
It's all a facade. Then you've bloody ruined it for me. You have. I'm unsubscribing.
But this knitting belt, apparently they're really rare. You can buy new ones that people make now on Etsy. They go for about £40, but like the antique.
Did you list it on Etsy?
Yeah, I'll stick it on Etsy and stick it on eBay.
There is a belt for knitting.
I think I put it on.
What about your box?
Oh, the box. Yeah, I've listed that as well, but I listed it as a shop counter.
It's got a glass lid.
Yeah,
I'm wondering whether it had stackable trays in it and maybe jewellery, but it doesn't look like a jewellery stacker.
It
looks insulated.
Is this? Did you say they were needles, knitting needles?
Yeah. I'll go and get it. I'll show you. 2 seconds.
I am going to end up cutting my fingers. I'm using a bloody great big knife to try and separate these magnets. I've got a magnet separator. I can't be asked to get it. It doesn't have to have glue on them.
I know there were words there like
glue.
Phil,
okay,
I was listening to you.
I've got a question, right? I've got some, like you buy, like, say, packs of action figures or whatever. They've got the card backing. They've got the plastic that goes on the top and the figure goes inside. And sometimes the plastic becomes separated from the card backing. What's a good glue to reattach it so that the customer?
I'll show you because I've had to do this when I had a RA on a load of watches. Cable ties.
No, that's not going to do the job.
You'll find there's normally little holes where they have little, either that or like the wire bin bag.
Yeah,
type.
no, it needs glue. Definitely not.
You need hot glue, Andrew.
No. What are they? Is this going to be a permanent fix or just to mount it so it can be taken out again?
This is so I can sell it as new.
What glue dots?
The backing's been ripped.
I like glue dots, like the sticky, clear glue dots you get from craft shops or Poundland sell them as well. You sort of get 200 for a pound.
Either double-sided
glue dots.
I'm going to message Damien when I'm in the shop. He'll sort me out.
Get some double-sided sticky tape. Because then that's transparent. I've got some here behind.
One bit of that. That'll do. Just right the way around.
No, I'm not putting tape round. The whole point is that I'm selling this as it appears in the shop. It ain't going to have fucking tape round it and fucking B&M.
Like, oh.
Double-sided sticky tape.
Yeah, no. Right, okay, right. I'm going to ask sensible people, for fuck's sake. I don't even know why the fuck did I ask?
Andrew, sell it as bloody used, just didn't you get all the money you earn? So this is used. Get rid.
I'm just going to get some fucking Pritt stick.
Yeah.
Pritt stick, one stick.
What? These little tiny tabs at the top, they're You just peel off the bits and pieces, you put stick it at the back and you stick it at the front.
How hard a fucking question is this? What glue should I use? And you're all fucking recommending things that aren't glue.
Gorilla Glue.
Okay.
My answer to everything is Gorilla Glue.
This is like, right, I'm never asking a serious question on this show. Okay? It fucking fucks up every time.
Andrew, I'm here to learn. I'm not here to teach.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What platform do you think is most underused and underrated at the moment?
Pornhub.
A lot of potential in future in the terms of reselling.
Reselling. Sorry, reselling. We're all about reselling, yeah.
None, because the moment you find it's good, bam, it takes off. If it's shit, it just doesn't. It's like by magnets. They won't sit here in the middle going, "Oh, I'm underused." They'll either go slam or they're bump. They're gone.
Gentlemen, we're going to have to turn to Zane's question in a second because I've just sold a T-shirt.
95.
That is.
eBay is on fire today. It really is. I might be on a £200 day.
$9.99.
It's gone on an offer.
This is a good one.
Oh yeah, it ends in a 0.
30 quid.
£8.90.
30 quid for a T-shirt. Jesus Christ.
$9.90.
It's not one of your bloody Pink Floyd ones.
£10.
If they pay for it, spot on, £10. If they pay for it, then I'm on a 207 quid for today.
I mean, because I guessed it right, you give me the money.
No.
Oh.
Is this a glue sticking with you?
£35.
Hang on, lovely Lynn, who still hasn't followed me on Instagram. It's a sore point now. I need to fix action figure. Well, actually, it's Micro Machines. I'm just going to go to Poundland and buy some glue and see what happens.
I just showed you the glue from Poundland. You poo-pooed it.
I didn't poo-poo it. You showed it to me amongst the mix of things that were not glue.
This is glue.
Right. I've never seen that in my life before.
What are you trying to
solution?
Is it clear glue? What I don't want is the glue that dries and looks like jizz.
Well, this stuff comes out in a spray, so yeah, it comes out a bit like
But that doesn't sound good either.
Andrew, when you've been alone as long as we have, everything looks like jizz.
Don't get rid of glue.
Derek, you're a sensible human being. Can you recommend a decent fucking glue for attaching some plastic to some card?
Here we go then. A stick.
Just not a little normal super glue.
That's what it says on this stick.
Dries clear.
Super glue. We're getting closer to it now. I like the start with super glue. That sounds like something practical.
I'll show you.
Andrew, show us the figure. Show us what you're going to do, and then we'll come up with a solution.
I'll show you this.
I'm not in the HQ.
I know what he's trying to do.
Don't use Gorilla Glue. Hang on, because it like oozes out when it dries.
Oh yeah, no, I don't want that. That looks like jizz. I don't want the one that looks like jizz. I want one that's dry, clear.
You can cut it off with a knife. But
this is like a pen, so you can get as little out as you need.
But does it dry clear?
Yes, it says, the first thing it says on the thing, dries clear, strong, permanent, multi-purpose, non-toxic. The close cap on.
Do they have that in either of Poundland or Wilkinson's?
Basically where I shop, so I expect that's where I picked it up from.
He's willing to invest in the business.
Poundland glue isn't going to stick in.
I might have got it from the Range or some shit shop. Yeah, B&M maybe.
Unless it's a mile away, he's not interested.
The problem with Poundland glue is that you get it in a tube like this size, but you get like tiny little millimetre of actual glue in it.
Yeah, and if you don't use all that up, it goes dry the next time and it's gone.
Yeah.
Don't be logical. Don't get logical on us. That's not what this channel is about.
What I want to do is reattach the micro to the machine.
You've got to show us. Between us, Between the 6 of us, I know we can come up with a good solution.
I'm going to be doing a fucking YouTube live gluing with Andrew.
I know what he's trying to do.
I'll tune into this. Is it worth lots of money, mate?
Need it to dry fast. Get an air duster. Blow on it.
Right, again, this is far too. I want something that's cheap, cost effective.
I feel like Phil's got all the tools.
And it's not going to make a fucking difference.
I'll just show you. This is my. Where am I going? Oh, yeah.
The fucking hell, Jesus Christ! We've been let loose in the fucking back cave.
Fucking everything. Yeah, you name it, it's in there.
Reseller's back cave.
Yeah, it is. If I don't need it, I'll still buy it. I've got just in case. Torch, and that torch goes on top of a little torch you put around there with magnifying glasses in front of it. You put the torch on your head, you can look at shit. You name it, I've got it on here. Well, name something. Yeah.
I'm getting some super glue in Poundland. I think this is what the conclusion is. I think we need to move past Gluegate now. That's happened.
Okay.
So we've been stuck on the subject enough. You see what I did there?
My stationery's worth more than this stuff.
I got that. Dad joke.
Brilliant joke. Right, Derek. When's the next Grand Theft Auto coming out, please?
I'm the wrong person to ask. But,
get on the phone, speak to the development team and say, look, Monumental UK has been pestering me for a number of months now, years in fact, as long as I've known him for, about GTA 6. I think it's time, boys and girls.
GTA 5.
Let's get it out.
I like their games. I've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2. In fact, last time we were having a chat, I was a bit pissed afterwards, remember? I messaged you, Andrew, saying, enjoy tonight, mate. Whilst I messaged you, I went for a walk as a cowboy on Red Dead Redemption 2. Sometimes I just like to go for a walk and start a few fights. I can't do it outside. So,
to be honest, I've done that on the streets of Wrexham many times.
If you do it in a game, go for just a casual walk and start a few rumbles, there's not much comeback. You might lose a few pounds on your game. In reality, you get arrested.
Yeah, I don't do it on the game. I do it. It's called walking to Aldi for me.
Well, I'm going to give you a secret insider thing. Then I probably shouldn't say it, but I'll tell you anyway. So you know, you got like Vice City was Miami. You know, so you got it set in all different cities and things. GTA 6 is going to be set in Wrexham.
And you can one of the missions is you go into a charity shop and you have to pick out a couple of like nice blazers, and there's this mad guy behind the counter who starts to fight with you, Andrew. Monumental.
You got to steal Land Rovers and stuff like that and drive them down.
I think there should be a game and a TV and all kinds of fucking spin-offs around the story of my life. I feel that it would make, a lot of money. Like if there's any fucking...
Did I dream this? I might have dreamed this.
GTA has made gross on all of its sales since it came out.
I'm trying to be a Derek dream at the minute.
$1 billion.
That's a question.
9 billion.
Yeah, I've got most of it here in the bucket.
Yeah, well, you got 8 billion. That's why El said it was 1 billion, because he's only seen the 1 billion, not the 8 billion you've got.
Thing is, to me, 1 billion, 8 billion, it's all money. I'm not bothered. I'd be happy with 1 billion.
Said.
Yeah, so my dream. Well, I'm not quite convinced it was a dream, but didn't Andrew say that he was going to create a movie at some point?
Yes, it was going to be the Monumental UK movie. I literally planned it, announced it, had the various roles assigned, and then the fucking apocalypse hit.
I was going to say it was more
I
than a
didn't
year
dream
ago that you were talking about.
Can I be an
that.
extra?
I didn't dream it. It literally was January last year that I announced the idea. February, we sort of were starting to get it together. We had a bit of a cast and people lined up to do filming and whatever. And then lockdown
Any
happened.
For real.
DTA or real action?
Cool.
And I had to,
villain.
I had to divert to becoming the nation's saviour. A job which I'm sure you agree I've done admirably.
Protect the nation.
You know, and I only found out last week that apparently I was supposed to be one of the people shielding. So, right, great, thanks for telling me that. So
The key, apparently, the key to a good movie, especially these superhero movies, is for the kids. Make the children know straight away who the villain is. That's the key.
That was the other issue. We were waiting for Derek to come down from Scotland so we could be the villain.
Okay.
Am I the villain? I should be the nice guy. Really?
Typecast, Derek. Typecast villain.
Who else would be a good villain? Yeah, I'll go with that.
I mean, we know a few villains in the reselling world, but we don't like to mention them.
Enough more. That's enough.
What's the story of the movie?
That basically it's the story of my life, but condensed to just about an hour and a half YouTube. So
Train spotting already.
it's basically. We had a few different options. There could have been a fly on the wall sort of David Brent documentary.
I think that would be easy, like hour and a half. For 1 hour, you can just sit down and drink. You only have to think about the rest half an hour.
Well, there was going to be like seeing me out and about, interacting with other human beings, flirting with random people in the street,
human beings.
Getting arrested by the police, like fucking held down, pinned down, whatever, charming way out of that situation. It would have been brilliant, but unfortunately, it's not easy to film with a face mask on.
I imagine at some point you would hold a gun at somebody and do the Ezekiel, the path of the righteous man, like in Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
At some point.
You could be John Travolta, Al.
As a wheeler dealer, we all come across that type of.
Al, you could be John Travolta and go on about Big Macs or something.
The biggest challenge we thought was getting the love interest for it, but very early on, Becca Duke volunteered to be my love interest, so that was easily resolved.
Or someone could just come on and say, "I am Batman."
Batman.
It was basically going to be an hour and a half long of the shittest YouTube film you've ever seen in your life.
No, you wouldn't be able to do that. There is a lot of shit on YouTube. You'd have to try really hard to get to the bottom of that pile.
The whole process basically involved that I would be filmed, but everyone else would come up with the script and all the rest.
Are you on about the bit in Pulp Fiction where he says, "Do you know they have a Royale with cheese? And do you know what a Royale?"
They've got the dead man in the back. They've just blown his head off.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that again now.
I like all of his films.
It's one of my favourite films. I do like Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah. Do you know
Tommy? Reservoir Dogs. I haven't watched that one yet.
As you guys probably know, I'm a comic book nerd. That's my thing. I collect old jeans and comics. Stuff I can't wear, by the way. But I don't know if you saw Avengers, the last one, where what's it called? The last one?
Endgame.
So, Endgame. One of the coolest things about Endgame is Samuel L. Jackson plays a guy called Nick Fury. and he is basically the manager of the Avengers, or the agent of the Avengers, and he play also in the comic book story, which is like 1987. Nick Fury does the same job, by the way. And the cool thing about the Avengers is, Nick's here. Hey.
Speaking of Nick Fury, here he is.
Hey, Nick, all right? We were just talking about Nick Fury.
So you cancelled that order for all your stock then?
I'm just booking. I'm booking my holiday.
He sold it all.
It's magically appeared again. Look, wow! Surprise.
I forgot that it was April Fool's Day. Like, obviously I've been very busy, occupied with saving all of your lives. So I completely forgot this was a thing, and then totally sucked in.
By the way, Derek, I'll have those crappy PlayStations you want to get rid of you.
I got rid of them for a £5.
You better not have.
I've got some crappy PlayStations as well.
There was quite a few people that fell for it and was messaging me saying, "Oh, well done. What are you going to do now? Are you going to buy any more stock?"
It's because you put it out late. I mean, like, Fool's Day is supposed to be before 12 o'clock. You put it out at like 7 o'clock in the evening. It's like,
whatever.
Dead serious.
I filmed it before 12. That's so it counts, right?
Okay, blame YouTube's upload speed. Yeah.
Did you see John's one? Cincinnati Pickers one? That was quite good.
No, I like his channel.
I don't know how any of you find time to watch YouTube that's not me.
Yeah, go and watch his. It's actually quite funny.
I like him. He's quite cool. He's met up with part-time picker quite a lot, hasn't he? And have you ever seen Ready, Set, Resell?
No, I've not seen that.
So
I think I came across his channel earlier today, actually.
He's really cool. I don't know where he's from. He's a young, dark-haired guy, clean-shaven. He mostly picks up clothes from thrift shops, but he knows what he's doing. He's not daft. He's moved somewhere with his missus. He's making a fortune.
Right.
He sounds like me, young. Good.
He's a good guy to follow at the moment because he's just moved to a new city with his missus, who's like some kind of fashion designer or something. So she can earn most of the money. And he started, I don't know what time of the year, maybe like the end of January. He started a brand new eBay shop, and he said, "I'm only here for 2 years. Let's see what we can achieve in 2 years." He's already got a great eBay shop with like 10,000 people. Well, you know what I mean. He's earning some dosh. He's not worried. Let's put it that way. He's confident of what he can achieve. Anyway, so he's buggered off to some other state, and he knows he can earn some money elsewhere, and he's just going for it. I like that. I think that's quite cool.
Yeah.
I want to do that next time. I want to avoid the government.
The best thing is, as well, he's probably half our age.
Hey, speak for yourself.
That's not necessarily the best thing, is it?
Andrew, I mean half our age. He's about your age.
I'm celebrating my 21st this year.
Make us all feel old.
Nick's looking forward to my 21st birthday.
What have you been up to, Nick?
Selling all my stock and booking a holiday. I've shared that already.
I missed it. I haven't been online today. Have you booked, mate?
You've got a 2-week trip to COVID Island.
Yeah. So you don't have to watch it now. There's no point.
Okay.
I've heard that you are planning a visit to Wrexham soon. Andrea told me this morning.
Did she?
Yeah.
She hasn't told me.
April Fools.
He says you're coming up in July.
House hunting. Going on Andrew's patch.
Yeah, all the charity shops are closed, as are the car boots.
I've had a flight cancelled today, April 28th, for a stag do in Dublin with the rugby club. Been cancelled, which is understandable. We knew it was coming.
We've got a trip away just to Airbnb soon. That's fine. So we're going on that in a couple of weeks, which will be good.
Where's that? Local in UK? Sorry.
I doubt Andrea will watch this, but I can't really say because it was her surprise Christmas present, so it's still a surprise.
Oh yeah.
So it's a big secret.
Yeah.
I mean, for me to come to Wrexham for the meetup, it's about like 500 miles round trip, really. So I don't think so I will be able to come.
It's a long way from here as well.
Honestly, it's an easy trip. I've done it many times. Saying you'll be fine. Jump in the car, carry on down the road. Job done.
Are you having a meetup then?
For my I haven't officially announced it yet on YouTube, but for my 21st birthday, obviously it's a special occasion.
Yeah, 15 years ago.
2005.
We've decided that for my clear 21st birthday, because I was born in 2000, we're having a meetup in Wrexham on the 31st of July.
If it's your 21st, you're going to buy a moisturising cream for your birthday.
Excuse me, but I have very youthful skin.
Not on your face.
How dare you? Like, I often get mistaken for an 18-year-old.
Yeah. 15-year-old that's been left out in the rain for the year.
How dare you? Get rid of him. Get clear jealousy because I am the youngest person here.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. I've no idea.
That is actually true.
You must be second youngest.
I don't know how old Zane is, but I think he's older. Are you older than 36?
Me or no?
No.
1994. So you can count from there.
27.
Baby.
Unbelievable. How bad do you feel for getting Zane's age wrong by a decade? Not even a year or two.
I wear clothing as old as you.
He's got to cover 5 first.
Yeah, I started my degree that year. I'm so old.
Yeah.
Phil, save me. You're older than me. How old are you?
I am. I'm 52 this year.
Not the oldest for once in a stream. Get in.
I'm always the oldest.
How old are you, Nick?
The same as Andrew, 21, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, but I
what am I? 47, I think.
I'm 44.
I'm only 18, so I'm just a little baby.
I thought you were 42. You said 42 earlier.
I'm 37. I'm 37.
He's 18 plus VAT and tax.
I'm 42.
And add fees and selling fees and micropayments.
Derek's younger than me as well. Bloody hell.
So Derek, though, right, he's younger than his brother Richard, but Richard looks younger. So
That's the same in my family. My younger brother looks older than me.
Yeah, same thing. My
oldest one.
My older brother is about 6 years older than me, and I look older than everyone. I mean, it got to do with the fact, like, you know, I have a really good.
Oh, we lost you.
Lost you. Just as he was telling us his secret.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I look older because I'm in a really good shape. That's why.
Look older because I'm in good shape.
Yeah.
That'll be it. Derek, did anyone not understand the joke of your video earlier, and think you were?
Quite a few people commented and then deleted the comment because I saw it pop up on my phone. I had a look, and then it disappeared after they'd realised. So they were going, these are worth a load or whatever.
Yeah, or they read the other comments and went, "Oh, right, okay."
Oh, I missed it. What happened? Was this your April Fool?
Yeah,
you have to go and watch it. It's much better than mine.
No money in coloured PlayStations.
I saw a comment earlier, sort of post on something. It was like April the 1st is the only day of the year that people actually use critical thinking and think about what they're actually reading before they post a comment on it.
Yeah.
For fear of looking stupid.
We're in the I don't know if you bother with him, but there's a really cool couple called Rally Roots in America. Ryan Roots, his name is. He's the driver.
Rally Roots, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Huge channel. Absolutely massive channel now.
I really, I mean, I know it's different living in the sunshine all year. I understand that. We live in England, and half the year's wet and it's covered in snow and pissing rain and all that stuff. And they do live in paradise compared to what we're used to. But I think the positivity they bring to their channel is amazing. Nick, Andrea, I think you guys do something quite similar. But England and America, it's big different places. The size of the places is different. And you're bringing positivity to your channel. But you can see the difference in, because you've been doing it as long as Ryan, and there's 600 million people there, and there's 65 million people here. And I think, I'm not trying to say Ryan is bigger, because he's not. It's just there's more, what's the word? Sheep and drones. In America, you can just put any old shit online and there'll be 100 likes. In England, we don't do that. In England, we have what's the word?
We are a very cynical bunch. I'll give you that for sure.
Well, in England, apparently in England, you're more likely to click unlike than like. If you like something, you won't bother.
I disagree.
You'll click it.
Yeah, he doesn't like that comment.
Apparently. I was watching this thing with Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr's a real YouTube nut, you see.
Yeah, he doesn't like that comment.
It's true. I've already hit 4 dislikes on the stream.
I can hear myself.
I've just had a look.
That'll be
17
Alan.
likes, 4 dislikes. Saying going
Okay,
bio break.
I'm going for a bio break and I will be back. So just
break.
gonna stay around.
Bio break.
Yeah, I will leave you to figure that out. So
Zane snort some drugs. He'll be back momentarily. Any comments
like in England,
is entirely libelous.
You know, like in England, I don't think that positivity rubs off.
So like when we're saying England, is that like no Wales, no Scotland, no Northern Ireland?
Well, you know, there's a couple of people in Wales, and I mean Derek's from Wolverhampton, so he's not that bothered about being called English. But what I mean is, in England, because we're all from it, 67 million people of us retailers are from England. I feel like we're a bit of a cynical bunch compared to the Americans. Whereas I really do think the Americans will click like on any old crap.
But here's the thing. I think as a nation, we have a collective, very dark, very deep sense of humor that we share. And it doesn't translate. And I've spent a fair bit of time in America, and they're lovely people, but it's a lot of their happy-go-lucky, hey, have a nice day and all that. It's just on the surface, and they're seething underneath.
I know what you mean.
But I think we're much more matter of fact about life, and I think we're much more realistic in some ways.
Yeah, it's true.
Our dark sense of humour, I think, is one of our best traits. I think it's brilliant. I really do.
Yeah. The perfect smile and have a nice day is fake, but that's okay in America. Whereas in England, we wouldn't dream of.
You just don't get away with it over here. No.
Yeah. Like I watch Rally Roots. I watch Rally, and I like how they've built the shop up over the last 6 years, and they're going to move into their farm. I don't know if you've seen it, or their ranch. Sorry, makes perfect sense, really, as long as you don't mind living where you work. It's quite cool, really, and they're going to sell their home. It's quite. They're all younger than us. I think Ryan's about 32, and I keep thinking,
how many times? I am 21 this year.
Yeah,
I'm right here now. I can fiddle around with your insides.
That's not like, you know, I feel like Nick is touching me at the minute. It's not good.
I'm touching you where you've never been touched before.
Oh,
hi, David. Yeah,
we didn't release anyone today on the old April Fools. I'm gonna have to watch back what you guys have done.
You know, Derek is the closest we've got to Rally Roots because he's got, you know, his own land, his own property. He's got a couple of barns that he doesn't know how to put a roof on. You know, he's well in there. He's living the Rally Roots lifestyle as it is.
And he's blonde. He could be Ryan Roots.
I'm not entirely sure Derek is blonde.
Yeah, I'm not blonde. I think it's just the light. Yeah, my hair's not good enough to have that. quid.
Looking suspiciously ginger from here.
That's okay. There's nothing wrong with ginger.
I didn't say there was.
It's like being a shiny football card. You're a rarity in these days.
I'm not up in Scotland though.
No, good point. There's a lot of you in Scotland.
Yeah.
Is that why you moved to Scotland?
Yeah. Yeah, because when I was growing up, I got quite a lot of stick at school about my colour of my hair. But here it's just normal.
You thought, where can I go to fit in?
Yeah. I thought, I searched the whole world and I'm in Scotland, yeah.
And regrettably, Wales wouldn't let him pass the border.
No, I've heard that people live in Wales there. So.
There isn't a single ginger person in Wales. There's not one. Is there, Andrew?
No, they're all married.
And move out of the country. To Scotland.
So what's the itinerary of this meetup you've got planned then?
Basically,
pub
right.
drink.
Well, it depends on whether we're in what the situation is with the apocalypse. It's either we get drunk in many pubs, or we get drunk in my garden.
I prefer the idea of pubs. To be fair, I'm not.
Yeah,
I might mow the lawn. In fact, we could have a mowing party.
Yeah, I'll go to the pub.
Yeah, like island party.
I think a mowing party in the lawn could be a great plan.
You're not selling this, Andrew.
Meanwhile, the rest of us will be in the pub. You do know that.
But I'm not mowing the bloody thing on my own. I've done that before.
We've seen mowing with Andrew. Wasn't it?
So walking with Andrew today, or bloody yesterday, was it? I came up on my feet walking your dogs.
Yeah, basically, I'm going to try and get part of a pub, or possibly it depends how many people want to come. I could say to the lager club, as I do occasionally, just give me use of your venue for a bit.
Yeah,
if they've got 2 rooms there, one room where they only have open if they've got a big crowd of people, so like a function room kind of thing.
You could just do it like we did for the first one we had in Hitchin, of some considerable size. We just kind of stealth took over the pub. Every time somebody got up and left, we would grab another table. And before they knew it, we had this one whole stretch of the pub, like about 20, 30 tables. It was great.
Are you hoping to do a Hitchin this year?
Maybe, yeah. We're just waiting to see when we're properly out of this.
Really. I'll definitely be up for that.
Nick and Andrea would move to Wrexham by then.
Do you know, Nick, I watched a couple of your meetups, and it seemed like you were getting real momentum and growth doing your meetups, like so much so that they would probably take over a whole venue. And then COVID jumped in. It wouldn't surprise me if now you'd have to book the whole place.
I think, I mean, we could have done the last one. We were told to cap it, so we did, and we could have got way more people in there, to be honest.
Yeah,
but I think the appetite is there.
This year.
The what?
You're going to need a stadium this year. I think the way wrestling's grown over the last year, and all the new channels and people that have joined, you're going to need probably about at least 500 people.
I wonder if it turns into a revenue stream as well.
I don't want to make money out of people in that way. I think that's that's pushing it a bit far.
I think you probably deserve it.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to sign autographs, though. £5. If people want to pay me for the privilege of me ignoring them, then let's go for it.
I think on that front, how we did it last time when we had to kind of limit numbers and kind of had names on a listing, we just asked people to donate to. Was it Mind? I think we did it for Mind last time. I think that's the way forward with meetups. If you want to, do something, that way.
That's just as good as it's as good as an income stream, I suppose, isn't it? That is.
Yeah.
I've heard that the hottest charity that a lot of people are looking to support is the MMUK Debt Relief Fund.
Oh, yeah.
Registered charity number 0069.
When you say hottest, what do you mean?
I mean, it's run by a very attractive man.
Oh,
So I think always a contribution to that is welcome. Last couple of meetups I've done, I've just put my table number on Wetherspoons up, and then I got very drunk and had a lot of onions sent to me as well, and peas. And a banana, which I ate.
A banana.
So this is going to be an open to everyone, I assume, if you've invited my wife before me. Thanks for that.
I haven't actually mentioned it to her, so she may be very surprised if you do mention it.
Andrew's only invited women.
I would not put that past him. I would not at all.
I have done that before, and then they got very angry. Like, I don't know why, because I actually literally said this is only going out to the ladies, but they didn't take me seriously, and I would be deadly serious.
You could have two. You could have a ladies' night and I don't know.
Welcome back, Shane.
Oh, thank you. You was talking about your registered charity.
Yes, 0069.
I'm not gonna say it. No.
It's probably the number to Babe Station or something like this.
Yeah.
The MMUK Debt Relief Fund is, dedicated to helping young 20-somethings pay off their debts, basically, so that they can live, so that they can buy a Range Rover.
Yeah, that will make a lot of difference.
Oh, having a Range Rover would make a huge difference to my life. I'm having to tool around in a Freelander at the moment. It's not good enough.
I thought you had one.
I had to sell it.
Yeah. And it's not simple, is it?
Well,
unless you will not have any electrical problem and you can get a decent mileage out of it.
The full leather interior and the four-wheel drive. It's for peasants.
I did a 100-mile round trip the other day, because we can travel in Wales now to go places. And my knee hurt after mile 90. So if I had a Range Rover, I could have made it to mile 100 without pain. So that extra 10 miles, is all the difference. So this is why
you should sue them.
Well, this is why I would have raised money for this worthy cause of buying me a Range Rover.
Because them 10 miles is not fair on you as a reseller, and you only earn £500 that day.
Probably slightly more, but we won't mention that.
Royal Mail website is down. I can't do any click and drop.
Oh, that annoys me.
Nick, this isn't the time to do work. What are you doing? Go get a beer.
Multitasking. It's the future.
Clearly not, because the internet has defeated you.
Nick doesn't start drinking till 12 o'clock. He's working till then.
I've got nothing in. I was going to have a beer, but I've got absolutely nothing in. It's too late to get any. So,
were you drinking? What's that yellow can you were drinking last week? I couldn't make it out on the tin.
Holston Pills, lovely stuff.
Oh,
that was the one with the bear, wasn't it? The advert back in the 80s.
Yeah.
No, that's Hofmeister.
Hofmeister. Oh, that was a yellow can as well, though, wasn't it?
Follow the bear.
Yeah. Follow the bear. That was a yellow can, I think. I'm not sure.
That.
Yeah, I don't think I was too keen on that.
I'm born 76. I remember the kid. I remember an advert of a bear fighting someone.
The Hofmeister one was a bloke dressed up in a big bear suit in the pub with a hat on. Big cuddly bear.
Can you ever remember a beer advert where Russ Abbott is smoking a cigar?
Say again?
Russ Abbott was smoking a cigar. Can you ever remember that one?
I remember the Hamlet one. Well, he's in a booth with his hair.
I've just done a search for Holston Pills adverts, and Andrew comes up.
Fantastic. There we go.
Why would he come up for that?
I don't know.
Bloody everywhere.
That is the popularity of Drinking with Andrew right there, folks.
He's all of his profits while we're on telly together on YouTube. He's spending all his profits on advertising, isn't he? Each week.
So it's the only way I get viewers. Lull them in with a false sense of security.
Hey, you've been hot. You've been over 55 for hours, though, now, mate.
Yeah, I don't tend to lose viewers until the either the Lego or the money comes out.
Yeah, don't get that Lego out, Phil.
Yeah.
I think it's because
here we go.
Or the stamp talk.
I think it's because we send everyone to sleep. All the viewers are just asleep on the sofa, and we're talking to ourselves, actually.
So I story of my life. That hang on.
I got.
Hey.
Have you ever bought any beer that's out of date before?
I've got a follow from Lynn, ladies and gentlemen. I have achieved the impossible. That's how much game I've got.
It only took 14 months.
Doesn't matter.
Did you like every picture, or?
But she's on a private account, so I've had to request to follow her back.
Oh.
So the minute she's following me, it may not be reciprocated.
The ultimate is when someone follows you, but you don't follow them back. That's when you know you've made it.
Oh, speaking of which, there he is. How many people are you following on Instagram?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, my phone's just run out of battery. I think it's like 5 or something.
There you go.
I don't do all of that scrolly business on there. It seems a waste of time. So I just put pictures on there and people look at them. I don't know. I don't understand it all.
So like Instagram used to be where you could show pictures of your dinner. I mean, obviously in your case, you'd show pictures of other people's dinners that you've stolen, but you know, that's how it started.
I put a picture on there today.
Yeah, but Nick is what we call backwards compatible. So the internet was invented for people to show off, but Nick isn't showing off. He's just showing what he's doing.
You could have ended that sentence at Nick is backwards. That would have still worked.
But what I mean is, Nick, if you were showing off, you'd probably follow 1,000 people who would show your shit off and follow you and copy you. And what do they call it when if you make a post and they double up your post? What's it called?
Retweet. No
Reposting?
Retweet.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't understand Instagram either. Like,
if you've got 5,000 followers and you're only following 5 people, basically you've completed Instagram. Don't you think?
I really don't think so. YouTube is my thing. I understand YouTube. Instagram, I don't really see the point. I'll be honest. I don't really get it.
Nor do I.
I went on Instagram for a little bit and I enjoyed it, but I realised it was taking up a lot of my time because I've got a bit of an addictive personality, and I've come off it, to be honest with you.
And that is the reason I don't really follow many people. I follow a handful of people that are friends, you know, because I'm interested in what they're up to. Beyond that, I think I don't want to do this for hours and get addicted to it.
Yeah.
I don't scroll through Instagram, to be honest.
For me,
I've got it.
Instagram, for me, everything leads to rugby tackles or boobs, and that's not good.
Well,
you know what I mean?
At least
cross over.
Well, sometimes, if you're lucky.
Yeah, exactly. See?
Instagram, though, like my message requests on there are like my message requests on Facebook. It's all like not good stuff.
Yeah, I don't normally open Instagram to post this stuff as well. So whatever I post on a Facebook, that get cross-posted on Instagram as well. So because I post it from a studio, so it goes on Instagram and a Facebook as well. So I don't really open an app. I don't really enjoy it. So other than YouTube side of it, like the only other platform which I use is Facebook, which I understand as well. So
Do you feel a bit old now when you're on Instagram? Because I did
yeah,
when I was on.
I do. I mean, even though I'm the youngest one here, but I do stay. I mean, I feel old when I'm on Instagram. Yeah.
Okay, don't show off then, young.
Yeah. No, just to say, I mean, I do stay. I mean, I do feel old. If I need to reach to someone, I normally do it with Twitter.
Phil, have you ever heard of Instagram?
I've heard of Instagram. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah,
Don't
I mean,
follow anyone. I've never looked at it. I have no idea what it is.
The last time I actually
sounds to me
posted
like
to my
messaging
own
or something.
Facebook page was
Yeah,
9th of June 2019.
You're really low, Damien. I can barely hear you.
I said the last time I actually posted to my own Facebook page was in 2019.
Wow.
Oh, really?
I don't.
So
I
are
don't,
you
I don't
just-
use it? I just use it for the groups. I don't post.
You're just a reader then, is that right? You're just more of a reader.
No, he comments and he posts, but
I'm
just in
not
groups.
a social media fan. I only use Facebook just to keep in touch with what's going on with that. That's the one. That was my brother-in-law's wedding.
I think I'm on all the main eBay groups. I'm sure they must have seen you then on there. Oh yeah, Damien, got you.
Yeah.
I use Facebook mainly for communicating with people I actually want to communicate with.
Yeah, that's it. It's
Family
just
and-
there if I need it.
Yeah, it's a great messenger. I think is a fantastic tool,
It's
same
a
as WhatsApp.
resource. Yeah.
And it's better than Zoom if you want to video call members of your family.
Are you making?
And you can just
Are you
video call
making?
people.
Are you making good money? I tell you what, this would be. I tell you what, Nick, Andrew, anyone, in fact, this would be a cool challenge to see because I've enjoyed and watched your listings challenges on eBay. How about you did a challenge of buying stuff off Facebook Marketplace, selling it, and making a profit from it within a 30-day period? Now that's a cool challenge.
No, because Facebook Marketplace around is shit.
Same.
It is utter shit down here. It really is.
But you picked up some fantastic DVDs off there. That's going to make you a fortune.
SpongeBob's for £10.
only problem with selling on Facebook Marketplace is takes a lot of time. A lot of non-serious people will message you, and that they have this automatic message where they say, "I am interested in this item." When you reply them, after that, you don't hear anything back from them.
I sold something today on Facebook. I just forgot. I sold something. Yay! Result.
Money? Cash money or?
Yeah, £10. 10 whole English pounds.
That's £2.
Facebook Marketplace used to be a good, like with Derek. Facebook Marketplace used to be a big part of my business.
Three Oxford die card, just the bases, not the cars, just the bases in the.
Go and get them.
It is shit.
Shall I have a quick look on my marketplace now? Because I guarantee to you in about 5 seconds.
You've got to spend a few hours on there.
£20 for Nintendo Wii. £10 for Battlestar Galactica, all the DVDs. I think that's still going for about 25.
Biscuit.
I could buy a Nintendo Wii bundle with Wii Sports and Wii for 40 quid.
That's what you're looking for. The weirdos.
I've got a VCR with Atmosphere for 15 quid. Atmosphere is about 15 quid at Halloween, let alone a VCR.
I've got 30 for that at Halloween before.
The thing is,
There's a Sony DVD player for 2 quid. There's a DMV radio for a tenner.
Do you know when you search for things regularly and then the search engine kind of shows up the things you're interested in genuinely or regularly? It seems like Andrews is engineered towards what he's into, but Damo's is all weird stuff.
Oh, don't call me Damo. This is just what's newly listed. This is just the newly listed stuff, so it's all
I
of
am
it raw.
so going for Damo now.
No, don't. I don't like that, and you will not be talked to again.
I'm from the rugby background.
Not my name.
We come up with weird names.
Hang on.
I'll start calling you Andy Pandy.
Hang on, here we go. I've got it. I'm sending a message now.
What's wrong with Damo? It's cool.
Hi, Damo.
That's my
Sorry,
actual name.
Damien. What was it?
My actual name. Like, I mean, I'm not a big fan of my name anyway, but you know, Damo, I just really don't like.
There's nothing wrong with your name. You've got a nice name.
No, it's my dad because of the bloody film came out at the same bloody time, didn't it? Just before I was born. So it's like, but the thing is, if I was born 2 weeks later, I would have been called Elvis. Because he died 2 weeks after I was born.
I used to go out with a girl whose surname was Fawn.
He said,
she asked me
if I hadn't had my birth certificate signed and sealed, I would have been called Elvis. And yeah, that would have been bloody worse.
I was nearly a Ben.
I used to have a girlfriend whose surname was Fawn, and she said, if we had children, what would you call a boy? I said, Damien. And she went, bonkers.
No. Wouldn't wish it on anybody.
Isn't Damien in a movie like Scary?
Damien Fawn.
Yeah, it's
yes,
the owner.
that's the whole point I was making.
Came out shortly before I was born.
I don't know stories, I'm sorry.
Idea. If it was down to my mum, I'd have been called Daniel.
I wanted to call Ellen Beverly. With my surname, Andrea was not having it. I thought that would have been quite
Beverly
cool.
Hills.
I thought that was
Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills. I think that's great.
Why not?
I got him. I worked with a friend. Like I used to work with a friend. How long ago was this? 16 years ago. He's still a pal of mine. He's just had a little boy. His name is John Guy, and he's just had a little boy called Noah.
One of my nephews is called Noah.
It's quite a popular name.
His name is Guy. Noah Guy.
Noah Guy. Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
I said to him, "Is this a joke?" And he went, "No. What do you mean?" And he's like, "I said his name's Noah Guy," and he went, "Yeah. Do you think it's nice?" I was like, "Yeah, it's lovely. It's really nice." I'm still waiting for someone to click and like, but no one. I said it like. Maybe they didn't get it. This is weeks and weeks ago.
I went to school with a Teresa Green.
Yeah.
And a Polly Parrot.
They had a great sense of humour back then, didn't they?
Yeah,
they really did.
And I've got a friend who had a son who they called Sam, and
I got one for you.
Dissuade her when she had a daughter. We had to dissuade her not to call her Ella.
I got one for you.
Like, just think about it. If you got two kids, what are your kids called? Sam and Ella.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I had
It's called Lucy now.
When I was at Worcester, we had all the women who did our food at lunchtime. We used to eat it 10, 2, and 4. Each time we ate, her name was Carol Barrel.
Carol Barrel.
Yeah, it always used to make us laugh because she was quite a big girl, and like. She would take it. She would take a joke. Her daughter played rugby, and like, we didn't pick on it, but looking back at it, some of the things that were said, it was awful. You know what I mean? 20 years ago, mind.
Where in English this last name Dick came from? I never understood this.
Last name what?
Richard.
No, some people have a last name Dick.
Hey, Robert. You finally doing some work?
Roberto's back.
No, he's in bed.
You're in bed.
It's got to be 6 o'clock there.
He's been for his afternoon siesta.
Yeah, what are you? 6 p.m.?
I had my. So I had the lunch. So now I had my burrito, and then now, my phone clunked out on me. I had my snack. Now I take it. Now I take my nap, my break, and then I go back to work.
So Kathy, hi Kathy. I've been chat before. Wall to wall and Ida down.
I used to know a guy called Russell Sprout, a real name, who used to be at one of my mates' schools.
Wow.
Nice, isn't it? Yeah.
There were quite a few Richard Heads about in the 80s.
Yes.
No, come on, now you're.
No, seriously, common name.
Richard Head. No.
Lots of
my
parents got
did
named.
all right, but his name was Stephen.
What parents got named their kid?
Wayne Kerr exists.
Oh,
Yeah,
you've
Ben-
just reminded me.
Over.
I know a guy. He lives about 5 doors down from me, and his name is Paul Maycock. You
Paul
reckon that?
what?
Paul Maker.
Paul Maycock.
Oh,
Paul.
I'm from the Midlands.
No.
His name is Paul Maycock. He lives. I had his letter for Christmas. Someone gave me a letter for Christmas, and
That's
it was
a
the
rib.
wrong house. I had to deliver it to him. Yeah.
Well, I'll
That's
tell you a
cool
funny
name.
story. This is an eBay story too. What happened was I knew a guy who was selling a car, right? And what happened was the guy sent him a check, but it was a certified check from a bank. This is, remember the old days with checks and everything?
Yeah.
The check,
Yeah, I remember check.
but the check was no, come on, now you're breaking my check. On eBay, we used to do checks before PayPal.
Yeah, who knows? We used to get
Yeah,
them.
remember that.
You couldn't sell it for.
Oh, I
send
thought
it
you
for
were saying
25
like,
days.
oh, I remember checks. I thought you were like breaking my chops. Anyway, I'm sorry.
He's not me.
Loved it.
He's being serious.
Okay, all right. So I'll make the story short and sweet. So what happened
No, you
was,
won't. I don't
No,
even
you
know why you say that because you won't.
so what happened was he takes the check to the bank, and he has the bank call the number from the original bank to find out, to make sure it's legit. He doesn't just deposit it normally. He waits.
Yeah.
So they call up the bank and they're like, oh yeah, no, this is a fraudulent check. So they was trying to pull a scam. You know, eBay, how many scams? So, but the funny thing is, he's telling me the story, and the guy's name on the check was Rod Johnson.
Robert Johnson.
I guess Rod,
Rod.
R-O-D.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, you guys don't use the word Johnson as a term for.
Johnson is a euphemism.
Oh, like a right, okay.
It's an American euphemism.
Yeah, Rod.
So if you've ever watched Austin Powers.
So is your rod is your knob, and Johnson is the toilet?
No,
Johnson is your
they're
knob.
both. No, they're both names for your knob. Rod. So my friend Neil is like, yeah, you know, that guy Rod, he tried to. I says, Neil, there is no Rod. Rod Johnson. It's made up. He's a scammer. You know,
Is it a bit like
he's like that
off
guy
the
Rod.
movie, what's the woman who he tries to sleep with? A lot of.
Oh, a lot of vagina on Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many of those. Like Bend Over, Philip
What
McCracken.
is your name? What is
So,
your name? A lot of vagina.
Bend Over has his own merch out. If you go on, I think wholesaleclearance.co.uk, you can buy Bend Over t-shirts.
Bend Over's son is it's like something Tiger, something like it was in Outnumbered.
Can you imagine if
Tiger
your dad?
Drew Honey.
Can you imagine if your dad was bend over?
Yeah. Porn star.
My dad
I don't know if
was
that's
bend
worse
over.
than Paul Maycock. That can't be real.
He lives 5 houses away from me. I wish I had his letter still.
Ivor Biggin. Could well name that.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a like a children's cartoon series, Ivor the Engine, but there was an Ivor Biggin in it.
No. Hey, you know what? It's funny you should mention that. Have you ever watched, like, there's loads of references on YouTube to how Rainbow gave loads of euphemisms when we were kids. So like,
Yeah, I've seen that.
Seen it?
Yeah. A lot of those old kids programs are full of innuendos and everything, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the right word. I think it's innuendo, not euphemism is more like, euphemism would be like, for example, we would say a guy who picks up the garbage is a garbage man, or like somebody who's a mailman is whatever it is. But if you call a mailman or a garbage man like, I'm a a waste disposal engineer is like a euphemism for a garbage man. How was that? Oh, what is Wang?
Wang licking.
There's a
Jesus condom.
No, that can't be real. Come on.
Dick smasher. This is gold.
It sounds like a
Is that a website full of them?
Dixie enormous.
Now,
that's not
you guys from the 90s.
These remind me of the
Beavis and
Simpsons. You know,
Butthead
when
popular in the 90s?
they used to ring the bell.
Beavis and Butthead t-shirt still.
Oh yeah, I need Amanda hugging kiss. Is there an Amanda hugging kiss here? I need an Amanda hugging kiss.
Yeah,
With,
see more Mo
Mo
going. Anyone? Is Dick's enormous in? All of that. Love the Simpsons.
Mike Litteris.
Oh, I know him.
Oh, that's yeah. That's a popular one. That's been done a lot.
Drew Cock.
Chris got done, didn't he, on his YouTube?
Technically, I'm a Drew Cock. Yeah, Chris has had a cunnilingus before. Didn't know what it meant. Had to explain to him while live what cunnilingus was.
Hey, you know what? I sold to someone called Heidi, by the way, and I said to my missus, by the way, is that a username or is that a real name? And she said, no, it'll be a username. And we did a search. Did you know, by the way, is a real surname? I didn't know that.
I know somebody with the name By the Wood.
It just doesn't make sense. It's a joke. I thought it might be a joke, but it's real.
Well, you know what it is? In America, we have a lot of surnames that were changed. So sometimes people have names that, you know, like if you came here, like you said, if you're from Naples, people came here and their name would just be Napolitano.
Yeah, well, it might be mud in Naples, but they change it in America.
That's what I'm saying. In Italy, in America, people have their Italian names from the city where they're from.
Yeah.
Like you'll have people. Romano is a very big surname in America for Italians. All the cities. Toscano.
Where I'm from, it's Gennaro. My family is Gennaro Falangini, and there's like 7 or 8 families called something Falangini.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose if they move to America, they might change their name.
Yeah.
They might drop the Falangini because that's the region.
I had a guy yesterday which I sent an eBay order out to, and it's got just a normal name. However, when I printed the address label off it comes up with the address name and their address. And this guy was Lord, Lord, whoever it was, and he ordered a Darth Vader. I'm thinking, hello, is he building a Death Star?
But you guys have that in the UK. But don't you have people? You have people Lord this or Sir that. I mean, you guys have that, right?
I've got a Lord customer.
Yeah.
Although you can buy heraldry and become a Lord anyway, can't you?
Yeah. So
like a website, like you can buy an acre of the moon or some bollocks.
Always forget.
But let me ask you guys a question. When did they start giving those titles to people who were like actors and like musicians and stuff like that? When was that like?
Maybe the Oscars. Don't know. Well, you were Lord of the Land, so nowadays the Queen will knight you for a few reasons. One of them might be because of what you've achieved.
You become a sir if you.
So the Queen might knight you because what your land has achieved, or maybe because what you as a person has achieved. So you can become a sir. What's the other one other than sir?
OBE, then MBE, then
MBE.
knighthood. Yeah.
And then
CBE.
The Order of British Empire, member of the British Empire,
and a citizen.
Do a knighthood.
So you might become a member of the British Empire because you've employed 1,000 people on your farm in a rate and
services to the entertainment industry or something like that.
Yeah, but like somebody like Paul McCartney, like Sir, that's his official name is Sir Paul McCartney. Like his official name is that.
Well,
Like you wouldn't call him Mr. McCartney, you would call him Sir McCartney.
Yeah, that's his title.
I think if you saw Paul McCartney down the street, you'd just be happy if you looked him in the eye.
Right,
You
Mac,
don't
you'd
go,
Well,
he's quite a cool guy.
You call him Sir Paul. You wouldn't call him Sir McCartney. You call him Sir Paul. And then if they became a lord,
but no
then it'd be
Mr.
Lord McCartney.
But it's Lord McCartney. Okay, because like for example, like somebody who's a doctor, right?
He was
Like
Sir, if he was a knight of the realm, it would be Sir Paul. You would address him as Sir Paul. But if he then became a lord, then you would call him Lord McCartney.
Yeah, as far as I can
Same as
understand.
Alan Sugar. Have you heard of Alan Sugar? Amstrad?
Anna who?
Sir Alan Sugar.
Alan Sugar. No, who is he?
Yeah. It's like, well, you've got
He's
the
a big
apprentice in
virgin,
America,
right?
which was Donald
He is
Trump.
the British Donald Trump. He does the Apprentice.
Yeah.
The TV show in Britain.
In UK. He owns a company called Amstrad, who was big in computers in the 80s.
Okay.
That's Donald Trump.
So he was always a Sir. He got a knighthood, so it was always Sir Alan. And now he's a Lord. So now he's called Lord. Sugar. Yeah.
So I'm not sure what it is, but I do believe there's a tax implication as well when you become knighted, and I believe you pay less tax. I don't know what it is though.
But he has power. But like as a lord, you have powers. Like you know. I don't know. Like you said, you pay less taxes, or you.
Yeah. So funnily enough, where I live in a village called Cheslin Hay. And it's still a parish council where I live. It's still there's only 270 houses in where I live. And it's still a parish council. And there is actually a lord of our Cheslin Hay, Great Worley, in a place called Blockwood. You won't have heard of it, but it's a small parish council. There's still a lord here who owns most of the land. And I rented my house for 8 years before I was allowed to buy it. And I bought it now, but there was a lord, and it meant if we wanted to do something to our house, we had to write a letter to a farmer to be told if we could do it or not. I think
you're near Upper Landywood, aren't you?
Yeah, Landywood Farm Lane. Yeah, that's me. But you know my where we live. So our family. Where we live, we still can't do anything to our house because it's
you've got covenants on it.
Yeah, it's not called that. It's called something else.
What are these covenants from? From the Lord or from the Queen? Like whose covenants are they?
The covenants or whatever. There's another word for it. It means nothing can happen to this house for 250 years or 100 years or whatever it might be. Where I live, there's like our home is a listed building, so we can't do anything to it anyway. But what I mean is, we have a right to live in it, but not change it. It's hard to explain.
Is it because it's a star? Is it because, like in America, if you have a building that's over a certain amount of years old? I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's right.
We call it.
In England.
Yeah, if you have a building that's like they have historical, like if you have a building which is a historical site, you can own it, but you're not allowed to do certain things. You can't. That happens a lot where people want to build condominiums and they'll buy some old house and they'll tear it down, and the city comes after them and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" You know, because they weren't supposed to tear it down.
My house, spent a fortune on this place, but it's not my house that's listed. It's the public footpath. So I live on a farm called Farm Cottage, and it's the small piece of land I have 1/4 of an acre, and at the edge of my land there's a public footpath, and my property is on the public footpath, and I can't change my house because of the public footpath.
In America, we call that an easement.
Okay.
Yeah,
meaning
what they do is just to preserve the history for the old building. What you were talking about, like you can use it, but you can't really change the shape of it. That got something to do with to preserve the history, but I think this is a different thing.
So we built.
No. We have that here in America too. especially like you're saying with farming land and stuff like that, especially that. But like there are people like if there's a path, like especially this happens near schools where kids have to walk through a certain area to get to a school, they'll give them something called an easement, meaning like they have to that the person who owns the land has to let the kids walk through that path to get to the school to cut through. You know, they don't. You still your land, you own it, but you have to allow them to use that pathway.
Yeah, I mean,
in order to.
We've only just bought this place, and the amount of hurdles we've had to jump to, and we can't change nothing to it.
Is that the one with the walls
But in general,
and the black gates?
Yeah.
But
now,
yeah, why are you looking at my house, Phil?
Yes, I can see it from here. You run by the M6 toll road. I've probably gone past you 100 times.
But in general, when you guys have their counties, which are shires, right? Those are counties, shires.
Yeah. Not necessarily.
So now,
a lot of them is in shire.
Generally, no.
Shires are generally from Middle Earth.
You're talking times.
Well, no, I'm saying like, so you pay your like if you own a home.
They are counties.
Counties, yeah, it's the same. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying every single one is called. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
I live in Wrexhamshire.
Okay, Wrexham.
Monumentalshire.
Yes, yeah.
I do live in
If
Hampshire.
anything, I'll tell you what. Of all names, Wrexham sounds kind of funny. But now, when you pay your property taxes, pay your property taxes, who are you paying? You're paying your property taxes to the county, or you're paying it to the federal government? I mean, the royal government.
The council is the same as your county.
Yeah, to the county.
Okay,
I would say.
Yeah.
And now on your house, like I'm just curious how much that people pay in tax. Because here in America, I mean, because I know you guys follow other American YouTubers, there's people who pay $200 a year property taxes. There's people who pay $20,000 a year property taxes. It's so wildly different.
We have council tax, which is what we pay to the local government, and it's based on the value.
On average, 1,000 to 2,000 a year.
£242 per month.
Okay.
Mine's 129 for a one-bedroom flat.
But that varies enormously depending on the size of your property and stuff.
So it's bands. So the cheapest houses will be band A to a band H, which are sort of the £1 million houses.
Yes.
And everything.
I pay
so
$1,300 on a band A,
and I pay about £1,500 a year.
But it's regional, meaning like people who live in the north don't pay the same property.
Yeah, there's subtle differences.
Depends on the expenditure of the council.
But it's generally roughly the same, and it depends on your houses. But there are subtle differences. So if you go to the next county, it might be £20 a month more. Or
it goes into paying your local utility bills. For example, your garbage collection, your street lighting, your police service, your
that pays for the municipal services.
Social benefits that
like
council
you guys, you don't have a national police. Like my point is, like you guys don't say for like schools and police. You guys don't have a national police and a national school. Like you have a national health service.
Even a health service is split.
We kind of do. It's not. So it's not that easy to like you have like your state police, your federal bureau investigation, etc. Like the police are the police here, really. They share it. Yeah, they're split on a regional level, but they share resources, etc. There would be no issue with crossing like county borders as there would be with
each county's force has its own budget, which is allocated and spent as they see fit to a certain extent, isn't it? So it's regionalised in that sense. But you're right that it is a national police force, but it's
a national database and things like that. So.
Well, no, we have like for example, like the only thing that we have that's national is like our post office is the same no matter what town or what city, whatever.
Yeah,
it's a federal. Exactly, correct. Yeah. It's the same, but like our police in general, like you said, we have different, but mainly in general, our police are county police. Like when you guys see my store, I'm across the street from the county police station.
Yeah, you've got things on a federal level, you've got things on a county level, and you've got things on a state level. And
so you guys have that too. It's not like one police. It's not like.
So I mean,
the
I'm
police,
in Kent, which is southeast London, so there's Kent Police Force, and there'll be like the London, which is the Metropolitan Police.
The police where I live is not like the 5-0 at all. I could commit a crime. I could kill someone where I live. I live out in the sticks. I could kill someone where I live, and no one would know for a week. I know that sounds me crazy, me saying it.
He's tried it as well.
If you've got a lot of land and you're noticing that you can bury stuff in.
It's been 6 days. I'll be around tomorrow.
But what do you think? What are you talking about Ozarks? Are you just talking about Ozarks?
But I mean, there's where I live. It depends where you live, doesn't it? In the city, you know,
across
I've been to Hitchin quite a few times. It's north of London, isn't it? Between Milton Keynes and London. So,
yeah,
it's not as built up as London, but you know, maybe you should measure things how long you could get away with killing a man. And maybe that's how we should measure things.
Policing is like that everywhere. It's more intense in the cities because that's where most of the people are. And you get to the sticks, and you've got one police officer for like thousands and thousands of acres, haven't you?
Exactly.
It's completely different. It has to be that way. The funding's tight enough as it is. It makes sense.
Exactly.
But, we're not advocating murdering in the countryside, by the way, people.
No. But if you did want to move somewhere,
disclaimer to YouTube. But of course, I mean the disputes in the countryside. In the countryside, I'm sure the disputes you have are about like, oh, somebody took somebody's sheep and it was not marked properly, and they were, you know.
I'll tell you, right. So I don't like to start trouble, because I've got a temper.
I hope not.
Yeah. So I don't want to be tough or I fight. And who would? I've got 3 kids. My boy's 15. All he wants to do now is fight. My boy, he's 15. Plays rugby. He's tough, and he's got something to prove. He's starting to show off that his dad played rugby. So I already, because my boy's doing this, yapping, I have something to prove, because his mates are like, oh, you know, your dad didn't make it and all that type of stuff. It's not nice. It's a bit of bullying, if you know what I mean. Anyway, so I've got to worry about. And people talk, where the village where I live, people talk. And then my daughter, she's 10 and starting to walk home from school. You have worries, my lads too. But I'll give you an example today. So the school's about 3 miles away from where I live. And we were late for school today. I don't want to get into it, but my daughter's at a certain age now, and a few things are happening, and it's slowing us down a bit. Let's just say that without going into too much. I'm having to learn new things as a father. Took her to school, a few upsets, took her to school, and I pulled onto someone's drive. Now, this bloke's drive is probably 100 meters long. Okay.
Wow.
I'm at the end of his road. I'm not bothering anyone, and I've got to walk 20 meters. And I'll always walk if my daughter's 16 years old, I'll walk her to school and I give her a kiss. It's just so I do that. I might never. You should do that. You might never see your children again. I give my daughter a kiss, and I come back to my car, and there's a bloke ready to start a fight with me at my car, and he said, "You don't park here again." And I went, "What's the problem?" And he went, "This is my property." And I went, "Okay, no problem. I won't park here again." A couple of years back, I would have blocked him because, in all honesty, I wasn't on his property. There's a part between his property and the road, which is like I pay a tax for. Do you know what I'm on about, guys?
Yeah.
You know that bit of grass? What's it called, guys? Like public path area where there's a path. And you know what? I've really calmed myself down. But what I'm trying to tell you is, in my area, there's guys who are a lot tougher than me who wouldn't take that shit, who would have just planted one on him. And you know what? It would have taken a month for a policeman to come and sort that problem out where I live.
Yeah, but well, that's why. Yeah, that's why you have to be able to handle your,
Yeah, I said to him, no problem. That was just this morning. I said, no problem. I won't do it again. I probably will do it again, just to annoy him. But there's much tougher guys where I live with badder attitudes that would have planted one on him, and it would literally take a whole month for the police to come here. It's true, man. It's such a funny.
Well, that's
funny
why
area.
in America, that's why when you go to play, you guys, I'm sure you've seen TV and movies about Texas. You guys are familiar with Texas, obviously,
I love
right?
Texas. I want to go.
So, yeah, so Texas, there is no tough guys. You know why there's no tough guys in Texas?
They've all got guns.
Because everybody's got a gun.
We're all equal.
So it doesn't matter how tough you are. If the guy could be, 4'10", but if he's fast with his gun, you ain't. Doesn't matter how big and strong you are. So it's what they call an equalizer.
An equalizer.
You call it the term is called an equalizer.
I can
so this way
guarantee
people don't get out of hand, and that's why there's low crime in Texas. There's low crime because people don't want to start trouble because you don't know that guy could have a gun. So this way everybody is like.
Is that where there was a show called The Equalizer? Was the Equalizer the gun?
Groovy. Yeah, it's cool.
There is a gun called the Equalizer.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Is it the
Edward Woodward?
The Magnum? Yeah,
Oh, no,
Edward
that's
Woodward.
I
That's
fully
linked to
imagine that. I
Didn't
fully
Clint
imagine
Eastwood
everyone
do
in
a film
Wrexham.
called Equalizer as well?
Yeah, that's Denzel Washington.
When I drove through Texas, you would drive for hours and not see anything. It's huge. It's absolutely massive.
I'm sure everyone in Wrexham.
I think it's like the
carries a
size of the
weapon.
UK.
Yeah,
Wrexham
bigger.
is the Texas of Wales.
I think Texas is bigger than the UK.
Oh, for sure. I think Texas.
I think so.
Florida is the size of the UK, roughly. I think.
Never been. I want to go.
Yeah.
Sort of tall and thin.
Yeah, well, Florida, you want to go because it's open. It's the only place that you can go. I told you the last time. Everything, they had the Super Bowl. They have. I think next week is WrestleMania. They're having.
You like wrestling, didn't you?
Do they not believe in COVID in Florida? They just think it's like
They
made
don't
up.
have to.
No, they don't.
They make so much money, they don't have to. I'm interested in Colorado, Denver. I'm watching I'm reading a comic and watching a TV program called Resident Alien. It was a sci-fi program. It's on Sky right now. I'd recommend you try the first episode. It's really cool. And it's all filmed in Denver, Colorado. And
That's
it's
just
such a
popped up on my
beautiful place.
Facebook.
What is it?
It's a Doom figurine.
Of the old game.
Collector's edition. So £15.
Buy it.
Or just check souls on eBay. They go for about 45.
Are you going to buy it?
Maybe we
I
should
don't
start
know.
the challenge now then. I can't do it because I'm not on social media, but you and
£38.95.
I think you, Nick,
I'd go on it for 15 quid.
What?
Maybe.
I think you should start a challenge. You got to spend. It's not about you spend. Sorry, you buy as much as you can off the Facebook Marketplace, and you record what you've bought, and you sell on eBay, and you see who can make the most profit from those items in a month. No more spend than 500 quid.
This guy's selling a few bits. He's got a DVD bundle for £15, and it's got all of Smallville, which is a good £30. All of Smallville there, and it's got a complete set of Harry Potter there, which is 20 quid. So
it's funny you should say that. Smallville. That was the first time on TV ever. The new Justice League film you watched the other week. That was the first time all of the Justice League unofficially were on TV together.
Yes, the Justice League are in Smallville. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to be a bit of a nerd about things, which I'm sure we don't.
All right, guys, on that note, I think I'm just going to probably sleep on a camera, so it should go in the bed and sleep there. So,
sorry for boring you.
not boring. I'm actually a bit scared of the all gun talks and everything. So I'm not a tough man. I rather hide in my bed now.
Okay.
You take care, Dave. Thank you for
Nice
joining
little
us.
Crusoe.
Yeah. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Nice to talk to you, brother.
Donna said, just read
that's
in your group, Andrew, about the estimated delivery dates on eBay. Can we change it? It seems to be a bit of a glitch where they've added on some extra days, apparently, Donna. So when I spoke to eBay on the live chat, they said, "Oh, it's a glitch. It'll be fixed soon."
Yeah.
I have a request.
I mean, I've sold 200 quid worth of stuff today. It's been my best day of the month, but it's like
This is for Lainey. There you go, Lainey. She's asked to see some vinyl.
Jesus.
At least they've acknowledged they're aware of it.
Nick, I wanted to ask you.
What?
Back in the day, I wanted to ask you actually, Nick, because back in the day I was into like loads of dance music and house music. Have you ever got into any good remixes of your music? Because Pet Shop Boys and especially Depeche Mode have been massively remixed. You ever listen to any of that stuff?
Yeah, I've with DM. I've got most of what they've ever released, and a lot of that is remixes. Remixes can either be fantastic or utterly crap. It's that wide ranging, isn't it? So I absolutely love some of them. Most of them don't improve the track.
No, I think you're right.
But yeah, I do enjoy some of it. No end.
I prefer all the original stuff as well, by the way. But
rarely does a remix add to it, and I prefer the remix. Put it that way.
It just shows a great band to a different audience, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I do like is the extended versions, when they extend the track as it was produced and as it was meant to be, and then they do an extended 12-inch version. Those I prefer than remixes that can take it all off into a weird place.
So, you ever heard of a group called Jive Bunny?
Oh God, yeah.
Right. So the only reason
I'll tell you why that's funny in a minute.
So I went to music college, and my tutor was a guy called Les Hemstock. And I did music production at college. Les Hemstock was Jive Bunny. He made his fortune as Jive Bunny remixing songs.
Well, fair play to him. I can't stand Jive Bunny.
No, me either. But you know what? I agree with you. But he made a fortune doing it. But,
well, for sure, they had more hits than people remember. They had I don't know, 5 or 6 number ones out of it, I think. And
yeah. And there probably would have been, because Les is still making music, by the way, not as Jive Bunny, they broke up, but he's probably still making music and selling hundreds of thousands of singles on Spotify or whatever they do it on these days. But I remember, so I'm a piano player that's what I do, piano and guitar, as a musician. And I remember going to music college and then university, and Les was making records and selling records, and he wasn't showing up to class because he'd got gigs as a DJ. Funny trade, really. But at the time when I was young, that's what I wanted to be, if you know what I mean. Some of their music there is absolutely shite. They even did Jive Bunny even remixed Manic Street Preachers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which were cool. That when I was a kid, they were cool.
What, the Manics?
Yeah, they're cool.
I was into the Manics. It would have been 91, 92. So the first couple of albums. I'm not trying to say I was cool and then they got all big and trendy, but I just lost interest in them after Richie sadly disappeared.
Yeah.
Cool. Nobody ever knows what happened there, but
wrong to say, but it's quite a cool story out of all the band stories. It's quite an interesting story. You know what I mean? I know I don't mean it's cool. I'm saying I don't mean that. I mean,
what the disappearance?
Yeah, in the Rock Hall of Fame. I wonder if it'll ever reach little old Wales and they'll start talking about what happened in Wales between the Stereophonics and the Manics having scraps and Richie leaving the Manics, because it's a cool story. Walking around with a shotgun because the Manic Street Preachers have stole a gig from you. I think that's quite cool. Yeah.
I think you know a lot more about it than me. I mean, I don't know the details of any of
I
that.
tried to message you about it, right? So I don't know if you're on Sky, but we got Sky Q and all that la-di-da. And there's a channel on there called Sky Arts. And at the moment, there's loads of 80s stuff on there that you'd absolutely love. I messaged you the other night about it. There's a really good Pet Shop Boys gig. I watched the whole gig, actually.
You messaged me, did you say?
I think I messaged you during chat. But it's right up your street. It was a recent gig, and I watched it. You know, when we had a chat last week, I was a bit drunk, in all honesty. And I mentioned to you, I said I've never got into the Pet Shop Boys, but I'll try them because I know you've mentioned them lots of times, so I must try them. And I watched this gig called Inner Sanctum.
That's quite recent.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I was pretty blown away. You know, because my sound, I prefer the Cure. But
I love the Cure, yeah.
I love it. That's my vibe. But then I watched Pet Shop Boys, and I can kind of see there's lots of similarities, so to speak. You know what I mean? I know it's all synth pop, and
it's kind of intelligent pop is how I would describe the Pet Shop Boys. There's depth to it, but they also know how to write a good danceable tune.
Yeah,
you know,
but then when they in between the songs, when there's huge, great big crescendos and arpeggios, slowing tracks down and building up big crescendos, they make it like a musical.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Which I'm not into, but if I was at a gig, I don't like musical theatricals, but I love that in gigs. So
they've always said there's only two of them on stage. Chris stands still for the whole 2 hours or whatever, and Neil doesn't do a lot either. So they've always said we have to make a show, otherwise there's just two blokes stood there. One's behind the blooming synthesizer.
Do you know? Have you ever you know the Chemical Brothers?
Yeah.
So the Chemical Brothers say their biggest inspiration is the Pet Shop Boys.
Cool.
But I suppose in a way, when you just see two guys, because that's what the Chems are, they have replicated what they've done 20 years later.
Yeah. I mean, Exit Planet Dust was such a pivotal album. That came out when I was at art college, and it was so influential for so many people at the time. It was huge, that album.
My sounds are. So I was listening to you talk about music the other week, and I was trying to think what could if I was going to show off to people. So I'm a Floyd and Zepp fan, obviously, in Dire Straits, but that came from my mum and dad. But out of me, I'm into, like, of course, Oasis from My Silly Name. I'm feeling Supersonic, An Ocean Colour Scene, but Nirvana and Pearl Jam as well. Those are my things. And the thing is, I don't know anyone who's into that. I think I came to music a bit late. You know what I mean?
I was into all of those bands to some extent. I saw Oasis at Nebworth. Pearl Jam's first album was a masterpiece, and then I kind of lost track after that, really, after Verses. But yeah, I have quite wide taste, but what I'm fanatical about is quite a thin kind of the synth pop kind of thing.
I know what you mean. I'm the same with a few bands, and I know. Let's pretend that your most best band, Nick, has got 10 albums. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I know that there's better albums that will sneak in between 7 and 8 from a different band, or 6 and 7. But that will never stop me from being that 1 to 10 of my favourite band. That's my important range. And I'm a huge Pearl Jam fan, and I know everything about Eddie Vedder. I'm a real fanatic, but I know that What's the Story in Morning Glory is better than everything after Verses or 10. I know that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think certain bands just stay with you. That you got into them at that kind of 17 to 20 year period, you know, that age, and it's just that it's part of you, and that's what DM is for me. They've been with me since I discovered music and the Pet Shop Boys, and you can't replace that. That never changes. You know what I mean? Other bands I'm really into, like Radiohead and REM, I kind of discovered that bit later. So they don't quite have the same nostalgia thing for me, you know.
I go running quite a bit now since I've had to stop rugby. in all honesty, I've lost about 2 stone of weight. Maybe a bit less than that. Maybe 1.5 stone of weight. Can't hit the gym anymore, and I run a lot. I run 3 times a week, but I've got to the point where I don't, on purpose, I don't listen to talking podcasts anymore, or standard albums. I try and listen to new things. So I subscribe to Spotify, £10 a month, and nearly all of the music I subscribe to, which, by the way, if none of you do it, it's the best thing I've ever done. I pay for YouTube.
Spotify's fantastic.
Yeah,
not
we have a Spotify subscription, but my Mac hates
all
Spotify.
audio.
I can't use it in the office.
It's all audio. If you
really?
listen to podcasts, anything, it's all on there. If you wanted theme tunes off of television programs, it's all there.
But you know the key. You have to click like, and if you don't like something, you have to click dislike, because if you don't, it never connects to your algorithms. You've got to be active on there. That's the key. If there's more than one user, that's the problem. Because if you like something and then the missus dislike something, it messes you up.
Ours would be chaos then, because we've got 3 of us, all with very different tastes.
Yeah,
we have the dual Spotify, so that his account is like, so we're both on the same account, like the same sort of account, but his profile is separate.
I'll have to look at that then. That would work. Yeah.
It's completely,
Didn't know you could do
can
that.
share playlists, but you're also completely separate. So anything that you search for and listen to doesn't messes up his algorithm.
Right.
Because I'm a bit selfish. Like, we've got a couple of Google and then Alexa devices around the house, and my daughter Ava and my Mrs. Jodie, they know never to ask them to play music because it messes up my algorithm, which sounds really selfish, but they aren't much bothered about music. I can't walk into a room without music being on. You know, it's just the way I am.
Yeah, some people, music, you cut them in half and it says music written across. You know, it's massive part of my life, and I'm if I don't listen to music, something's missing. Every day.
I can't walk around. We're doing work. You know, as a reseller, it's a bit of a lonely job. So I connect with you guys, and up until only 3 or 4 weeks ago, I've just been a watcher, and now it's nice to get involved as a chatter or whatever you want to call what we're doing now. But like, other than that, all I have is music and podcasts. So like everything I do, I'm listening to something. You know what I mean? I listened to Led Zeppelin and The Verve when I was younger, and I've got massively back into them again. And I'm totally and utterly addicted now to Richard Ashcroft or Robert Plant. I'm addicted.
Right, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
The Verve takes me back to '97 when, of course, they were at their peak with Urban Hymns, and I was working in Virgin
Symphony.
Yes, that single, we were selling shed loads of that single. When the album came out,
we used to come home from the pub and put on the new MTV or whatever it was, and we'd be absolutely hammered by there watching it like this.
Yeah.
Watching this bloke walking down the street.
But that whole Urban Hymns period takes me back to the time. It's when I started dating Andrea, and so evocative of a time for me, that album.
So the nostalgia.
They have a lawsuit with Queen because of the music.
Don't you think, though, Nick? You know your time with Andrea when you first started dating her. I always think those are kind of the glory days. Like,
yeah, well, your 20s are, aren't they? Your 20s and your teens are. That's when it. And for me, that's why the 90s is just such that decade. Everything happened in the 90s.
Yeah, because we were young.
There's an easy way here to settle this. There's only one decent band, and that's Queen.
Oh, bloody
hell! Are all wrong.
There's nothing wrong with Queen. Nothing wrong with Queen. But there's not the be all and end all of music.
Yes, it is.
Good movie. Good movie.
Remember, Nick, you were saying about batteries the other day when you were a reseller.
Was I?
Batteries. If you're a reseller, you've got a collection of batteries.
Oh yes. Good point.
Just found this under the desk. Now, what's
I've got a box just like that. I've got one just there.
What's alarming is I have more than one box of these, about 6 or 7. I've just found this one. I didn't know I had this one. I don't test anything because I don't sell any electricals. So why have I got so many batteries?
Oh, that's just daft then.
Yes. I thought, Where the hell do they come from? I'm going to have to get my battery tester and see if they're all live.
I've got a really cool gadget somewhere. It's probably what you're talking about, a little battery tester.
Yeah,
So
little backwards and forwardy thing, and
yeah.
it drops. You get to know the voltage, and if it drops below a certain amount, bin it.
Yeah,
throw it in your pile for the supermarket.
Oh no way! Can you get them for any battery?
Yeah, it has like a little
your
clip.
main ones.
It can touch on virtually every size. I can't find it though. See if I
So
can
the
find
positive and the negative. See how reflective on the lithium.
Got so much junk in this place.
Fucking nobody has to carry me. Greatest fucking wheat seller.
Here's the jigger.
Who's Shuggy Muscat? I don't recognise that name.
Oh, mine's a little bit different, but that's not a thing.
You get a little slider which you can put in all your AA stuff, and then at the end for your PP9s, where your 9-volt batteries, whatever they are.
Did I just see Damo top up his JD and Coke?
Don't call him Damo.
I'm on about number 5 or 6 now.
Bloody hell, mate!
I have large measures. I tend to go sort of.
Yeah, Duracells. If
I was
they're
on my
on
fifth JD and Coke. In a fight with the farmer on the road.
I think they would be about triple measures. If we went to a pub.
Well, we call them Benidorm measures.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we go on all-inclusive, an all-inclusive measure is like all bets are off. You just say, you say when. You just say keep going, keep going,
Yeah.
keep going.
But when it comes to boot sale season, once we get to the end of next week,
hang on, we've got another guest coming on.
Weekend,
It's
I won't
the
be doing
Stig.
it at all, because otherwise I just won't get up.
Stig.
Hello,
Or I will,
hello,
I'll still be drunk.
hello, Ian.
Hello. We all right?
Yeah,
Hello.
It's been a while. I thought I'd come and say hello.
Ian, I don't know you. Who are you, mate?
Hang on, I'll have a look. I'm me. So I'm Ian, from sunny Yorkshire. God's
What's
country.
your name? Ian the Tap Medley.
Tap doctor, yeah.
Oh yeah. All right.
Have you just come on to tell me to go to bed? Is that what's happening?
Nick, go to bed.
Thanks. Okay. No.
Andrew just messaged me to say go to bed.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I was just looking at Derek's place. It looks like, what's that spaceship on the first Alien movie that they go and examine?
The
Prometheus?
No. Nostradamus.
He's made a right bloody mess now. Look at the place. Looks like the Nostradamus.
You want to see the rest of his house?
And his barns.
Here he is.
Can't even afford a roof.
What have you done to that Tat Cave, mate? It's a right bloody mess.
Work in progress.
At least everything's on itself. That's not bad, is it?
I was muted. Yeah, it's a right mess at the moment. I need to sort it out.
Looks like a technological nightmare, like a spaceship.
Well, the thing is, I've tried clearing it, and I just always create a mess. I always have, even when I worked, in a proper job. My desk was covered in crap. It's just always been the case, so I've sort of given up a bit.
If it works for you, Derek, you carry on, mate.
You know what?
There's my desk. I could beat you. There's plenty of crap.
I'm not going to show a desk. It's too embarrassing.
I like watching your stuff, and Nick does a similar thing because quite electricals and games and consoles. George does a bit of it too, with VHSs and things, and yeah. I that's good. And because you're, what's the word? You're like, you understand the tech behind them. If you see something with the right name or the code on it, you can make quick dosh, a quick simple fix. In the worst case, you think I'll make some dosh. In the best case, no effort, make some dosh. And I like that. I do something similar with denim. I sell denim mostly for a living, and I can see a pair of jeans. I can usually feel them before I see who the maker is. But you know what I'm really interested in? I'd like to get involved in people, like people who make a fortune from being a postcard seller or a Pokemon card seller, and they've got £100,000 in a briefcase. And then you look at
don't go down that rabbit hole. If you're only looking for that for the money, don't go down that rabbit hole because
okay. Let's say not £100,000. Let's say £1,000.
You really got to have an interest for it.
But what I mean is, look at Derek's stock there. Look how big Derek's stock is. I can't. Every time I take you outside my house, my internet goes shit. But in my garage in there, I've got 5,000 pair of jeans, and I'm not a rich man. I'm a poor man. I'm an average man. Nick, look how big his stock room is. Look at Derek's stock room. There's people with just one little tiny suitcase, and they've got hundreds of cards, and they're making thousands of pounds every month.
My bag there is what it takes to work with me when I have to work away. That has all the stock I need in for 1 to 2 weeks. So similar.
But I'm talking realistically. Without, I want to be making £6,000, £7,000, £8,000 per month, and I think you can do that with cards.
But it's like David says, you've got to be interested in it.
You've really got to be interested. And the thing is with cards is we're in a bit of a bubble with cards at the moment, and that is not going to last.
There's kids doing it though. There's kids younger than us doing it.
Yeah, because they've got the interest in it. They've grown up with Pokemon. They're really, really interested in it. And you've got the likes of rummage around in James collects and the ones that are in their 20s now that grew up with Pokemon. They're really, really interested. They know all the characters and everything like that. But it is a rabbit hole, and you need to spend. You can spend a load of money and not make.
The other thing is, I'm going to have to go shortly, but I was just going to quickly say on that subject, there is no doubt that what you've said is possible. But it's like everything that everyone talks about on YouTube. Everything's possible, but it's not easy. But I'm sure you could make it work, but you'd probably have to spend, a year getting to that point, if not 2 years. And then what I find hard about niching down is, you've got to drop everything else that makes you money. It's really hard.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to niche down. I want to do it as a side.
That's exactly what you're talking about. You have to super niche down to get to that point.
Really? I've got all these match attacks cards, and there's some really good ones here. I've looked at a few of them, and some sell for like £10 each just for one card. But to go through each one,
I know, I've got piles.
I got
so much easier to listen to the video recorder.
I just, when I get cards in, I just bundle them and sell them.
Yeah, I got a good question.
If you went into Pokemon cards just for the money, it would drive you insane.
What do you think? Nick knows this because of his experience in the gaming, in his gaming shop. What do you reckon, Nick? With a bit of quick YouTube experience, YouTube University, a few hours on YouTube, and a bit of reading on the old Google, and you could spend £1,000 a month as a challenge. Do you reckon you could make a good profit buying Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon and what's Magic the Gathering cards? Do you reckon you can make a profit on a grand spend per month?
Easily, but I wouldn't want to.
No,
because I'm thinking of side hustle. Because
there is no doubt you could. It is a business model that works. I mean, you could even go the route, if you can get an account like we used to have, to buy it direct from Wizards of the Coast and split out booster boxes. That's a business in a box that works, proven. But it would drive you mad. Well, it might not drive you mad. It would drive me mad.
But the thing is, like, over the last year, because things like Pokemon has blown up over the last year, and as an extension, Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic the Gathering, and everything, like trading cards are very hot property at the moment. Like the ones that are doing well are the ones that have got a lot of knowledge and are spending a lot of time, and they've spent a lot of time over years gaining that knowledge. And and they're sending, everyone's sending off cards to PSA at the moment to get them graded, and that's the thing. And there's going to be such a huge influx of cards coming back from them in the next few months, and it's going to drive the market down. And it is a huge time sink. You're going to spend
all your time
on that. And if you're not passionate about Pokemon, if you're not passionate about Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh, anything like that, it'll bore you to death. You will get, and you will end up spending a lot of money. You'll invest a couple of grand into it, 3-4 grand into it, and you might just about make your money back, but you'll be sick of it by then.
Trading cards is very akin to the stock market. When you actually break it down, there's very little intrinsic value there, kind of thing, and it's almost like playing a stock market that is as volatile as the real thing.
Nobody's in bang, are they?
We're in a boom at the moment.
No, I understand that because Pokemon's at the hype, which means
Whose alarm's that?
Who's beeping?
No, apparently my weather clock. I've been trying to reset it when the clock's changed because it's supposed to be radio controlled. And I pressed the wrong
Is your
button.
alarm saying it's 1965 and that's why you've got the T-shirt?
No. Apparently it's midnight, and I've just pressed a button on the back, and it's the alarm. So that's going to go off all the time now.
That's your alarm. You need to take your pill. Take your pill, Phil.
Take the blue pill.
Take a few if you like.
I'm going to leave you wonderful people there. I will see you all soon.
Good night, Nick.
Take care, Nick.
Anyone fancy a bet that he comes back on in an hour?
No.
I won't be live in an hour. What the hell are you doing? Just put
Phil,
it down.
turn it off.
I'll try to turn the bloody thing off so it doesn't go off tomorrow.
Throw it out the window.
I've already got the acceptor out the window.
Give it to downstairs. They'll blow it for you.
They probably will. They will blow most mail objects down there.
To be honest with you, Andrew, you've kind of let the side down tonight. You've not been drinking properly. You're way more sober than normal.
He's keeping his strength for tomorrow night.
I am a sensible reseller.
Responsible, that's the word.
Exactly. Thank you, Ian. I am a responsible reseller.
Don't put words in his mouth. Bloody hell.
Just to clarify, that's the only thing I've ever put in Andrew's mouth.
So far. Well, I've had a 200 quid day today and I've done fuck all. I haven't even posted anything.
Sometimes it's nice to sit back and watch the orders come in and think, I'm going to just chill today. That's the beauty of being self-employed.
Normally, I just sit back and watch no orders come in, so I'm happy.
Well, when we go on holiday and don't get paid for it, our dividends now is for paying for that shit. You know what I mean? That makes sense. If you know what I mean.
Why can I hear an American voice? Not there's anything wrong with an American voice, I just don't know why I can hear one.
Phil's learning how to set his alarm clock.
No, I've done that. I've sussed that. It takes me about 3 seconds to work out technology.
Well, you spent at least 30 looking at it, so that doesn't ring true.
Can you see what I mean about Derek's room now? When he's in it, it looks clean, but when he's out of it, it looks a right mess.
You should see when he tilts the camera up a bit. There's a lot more stuff up above him. That game that I've been keeping an eye on, I can't see that at the moment.
Can you see what I mean, lads? Look at that box just thrown in the back. It's terrible.
I could send you a picture of my living room that would make that look like
it's a Hilton
living room now.
Taj Mahal.
Yeah.
I've got to say, if you changed your image now to your actual image, it would ruin everything. I can see you as the Stig, and I don't want to ever see your face. I'm enjoying this.
Well, there is a rumor, not started by me, I hasten to add, that the tap doctor is going to be doing visits to certain resellers either later this year or early next year, to go on channels as the Stig.
I'm liking it. I think it's really cool. You watching your top here? Here he is.
So, Derek, we were just discussing which reseller you'd like to give a blowjob to most.
Oh, in my
case, Ian actually said you, so that's just giving you some ideas there.
Not after last time. Yeah.
Phil said Richard
Derek,
Bailey.
are you drinking a wee dram?
No, I've had my wheat dram. I'm now on hot chocolate.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
That's my claim to knowing Scottish people.
No,
I got some silver polish.
I had a
Very
Bailey's
good.
earlier. That was
Was it a Bailey's or was it a Ballycastle?
no, it was a proper Bailey's.
What the
That's
hell's
only
wrong with you?
That's only
You
because
must
it
be
was
having a good
Christmas.
month.
Yeah, it's Snapdragon gone. We can't see it because you angled the camera to.
Has it sold? Has it not sold? We angle the
It's
camera.
like digging Schrodinger's cat, and no, it hasn't sold because it's still on his eBay store.
It's still there. It's still there.
It's still there.
Do you lads ever watch? I don't know about you, but I'm up at 5 o'clock every day, and I watch a channel called Blaze, and it's got really old, like series 1 and 2
Who's up at
episodes.
5 o'clock every day? Why are you up at 5 o'clock every day?
Because I've been a wheeler and dealer. Where I live, car boots, I can go to a car boot. Tuesday, Wednesday,
Oh, car boot days, yeah.
Thursday,
I'm
Friday,
talking about
Saturday,
during
Sunday.
lockdown. What's the point of getting 5 up? Getting 5
I agree with you, but I can get 10 items listed before the family get up. I can.
It is nice. I do admit it is nice for getting work done at that time of the morning if you're up where everybody else is still asleep. But
I am an old-fashioned guy. I enjoy my time alone. The house is quiet, and then between about 12:30, 1, and 3, I have a nap, and I usually I like Western movies, cowboys, and I'm lucky. I got 2 living rooms here, and I got my living room and the family living room. I put my feet up, put the fire on, or
I would naturally stay up and do work sort of like between sort of midnight and 3 a.m. rather than get up at sort of 5.
I'm the other way. I am.
3 to 8. I
Because-
would rather work. You know, I like my time alone and sort of being quiet and just getting on
I'm the
things while
opposite.
everyone's asleep, but in the middle of the night rather than sort of first thing in the morning. I'm a
Demo, I
natural
used to
night
be
owl.
exactly like that, but Sky Q changed it for me. 99% of the TV I watch now is recorded or on Netflix or Prime.
Yeah, I
Unless-
don't watch live TV either.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have Sky, but you know, it's like anything that I watch is either YouTube or on streaming. So
And I
I
love
watch it
it.
when I want.
So you know, like all of my late nights over the last probably 6 months, my latest nights have been with Andrew or with you fellas. It's the only time I've had out.
But
Tell you what, Al, a lot of people will
stay
be
up all night rather than get up early in the morning.
a lot of people will be jealous of you getting to spend a late night with me as well, Al. You know.
No.
I like getting up early in the morning and then doing a bit of work early, and then it comes to like 10 o'clock, and I think I've already listed 10 things, and it's only 10 o'clock, and it tends to get me on a good vibe for the rest of the day. I get a lot done.
If I get up that early, I mean, sort of like in the summer when you're getting up at 5 o'clock to go to boot fairs, when you've done your boot fair and you get home at sort of like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, you're like, yeah, I've achieved so much today. I will carry on doing stuff, and you know, you feel really good for it. But you know, the rest of the time, it's like, no.
Look at that.
just stay up all night.
No, I get home at 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm thinking, fuck it, I'm going back to bed.
No, I don't. So once I'm up. But it's the getting up that's the hard part.
Yeah.
And during boot fair season, I will get up and I will do that. It's like, right, okay, I can't go drinking with Andrew and getting drunk on Friday night, because otherwise I won't get up. So it'd be like get up at 5 o'clock and getting back. But when I get home from that, it's like, yeah, okay, like the other half's still in bed at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's like, I've already done a day's work. Thank you very much. But my natural rhythm will be to get up around about 11, 12 o'clock, but still be up at 3 a.m.
I'll tell you something, lads. Right, I don't mind sharing it on the channel because I haven't got anything to hide. No one could screw me over. So, like, I have an accountant. It doesn't cost much money, by the way. I'm not saying that to show off. My accountant is cheap, very, very cheap. And I by the way, I'm not a rich man. I don't earn a lot of money from eBay. Okay, I'm not a millionaire. I have a good lifestyle, but I'm not a rich man. I think all of us, none of us will be rich, but what we have got, we'll earn a living wage, and we'll have a nice life. I mean, I do 4 hours work most days and then have a nap in the middle of the day. I have a nap before, and I get to pick my son up, who's 2, every day from school.
I can't do naps.
Well,
I can definitely do naps. I do a lot of naps over my laptop.
Do you? See, for me,
it's not supposed to happen. Sometimes I will be in a meeting and I will have a nap.
See, I like to. I get up in the morning and I'm all dressed, and that's it until I go to bed at night. I don't do all this like duvet days and all that sort of stuff. I just can't do it.
No, when I'm up, but I can't have a nap and sort of fall. So I can't. I have to. If I sleep, I have to sleep. I have to go to bed and I have to sleep. I can't sort of just nod off on a train or on a coach or
I can nap on anything.
I don't know about you, Derek, because in Scotland your weather's just like. I mean, why do you even live there? It's just an horrible place to be. But I was in the garden, right? 2 days ago, when it was red hot here in the Midlands, I was in the garden at 5:30, and I got drafts, and I got on my garden table outside. I've like sellotaped measuring tape, a bit like this. I'll show you. See that?
Right.
So on my table outside, I've got a measuring tape on my garden table, and when it's nice, only a couple of times a year, I can measure and list in my garden. On my dining table, jeans, because I mostly sell jeans, by the way. Jeans, I have to do the inseams and all that. And I've got the pre-drafts, because my missus does the pre-drafts, and I picture a nice pack, and I do the final list, and she does the draft list. So my missus does all the drafts, and I finalise them. And the other day, whilst it was lovely and sunny, I got my tablet out, and I was watching Nick and Andrea's Sunday night from the few days back, with a nice cup of espresso, quarter of a melon, all chopped up. This is all before 6 o'clock, and I listed 7 pairs of jeans, and I was thinking, fucking hell, you know what? This is a good job. I listed all the jeans are listed, by the way. I listed 7 pairs of jeans. 1 pair was 50 quid, and all the rest were 20. I'm not saying this to be a show off. I'm never ever going to be rich, ever. I am never going to be a rich man. But that day, let's pretend they sell for 500 quid, right? My fees are what, 15%? Let's say I'm getting 400 quid afterwards, and then the cost of the goods. So let's say I'm getting 300 quid. It ain't a bad day's work, is it? That we're lucky. We're lucky boys. We are. We're lucky boys. Every day.
There's more to life than money.
And that's what I'm saying. You know what? I'm quite lucky.
I know money does buy hookers.
I mean, I don't make it as much as I did when I was in my job, you know. But you know,
no. By the way, I haven't made that yet. I haven't made that. I'm saying I listed it. Don't mean it's going to sell. Yeah. You know what I mean? I might have to off that. But you know what I mean.
I definitely make as much as I did when I was in my full-time job.
I measure my day. I'm listed.
You're still in your full-time job.
Well, exactly. That's why I make as much.
But no, but this is, you know, I earn like when I was working in the last job, I was earning 30 grand a year. That was my salary. It was 30 grand. It was like 29 and a half, something like that. I don't make anywhere near that. And you know, it's not. I admit I can only do what I do because Luke earns what he does. You know, so I don't earn a full time. It's like on what I don't earn the equivalent of a 35-hour week minimum wage job yet. You know, this has always been the long-term plan over sort of the next 3 years. You know, 3 years to build it up to a full-time income. But I'm a lot happier than I was. I was absolutely miserable in that job, and you know, so we're comfortable. We have enough money coming in each month to cover all the bills and have, you know, a few extra niceties and, you know, takeaways and days out when we're allowed to, and everything like that. It's not always about the money, you know. It's about what you do with your life. You don't. You know, I mean, I might, you know, might not be able to afford, you know, a 2-week holiday to Mauritius or anything like that, or a new car, but I don't need those things.
I was just going to say to you, I could because I'm methodical and I sell most of the same things. 99% of the items I sell is denim jackets, denim jeans. I sell. If I'm looking, a good day is 7 items. A poor day is 2. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a rich man, and I never will be. I think my best day ever was 19 items, right? But things have changed since then. I'm not selling as much abroad as I used to because of Brexit and all that bullshit. We all know that. You know, I'm not here to show off. I'm here to tell the truth. But there has been days where I've worked hard, but I can honestly tell you right now, I have not. I'm living a nice life. I'm not skint, but I ain't rich either. I'm coping. But I tell you what, my life is quite nice now. You know, the other day when we had that nice weather, I felt like that day. I thought, because my life's pretty cushy around me. I've made my surroundings and my work environment nice. That's one of the most important things to do. Lads. You make your work environment nice. Good music, nice sound system, a good coffee machine, some peace and quiet. Shut the doors, get some fresh air. You know what I mean? All these little things, and then instead of listing 3 items, you'll list 10. Yeah. I do these little things. It sounds pathetic, but we're only human.
It's not pathetic. So I mean, everybody's got a different set of values, and some people want more than what others, and everyone's got a different measure of success. I mean, when I quit my job, I was nowhere near in a position sort of like if I was on my own, a single person, I would not be earning enough money to be able to live and pay the bills. You know, so I've got a partner who makes good enough money that could afford me to do it. But it was always a 3-year thing, sort of 3 or 4 year thing. So it was like, okay, well, I know for the next couple of years, this was before pandemic, that I would not be earning enough money to match what my wages was to be able to afford things. So it was like build the business.
You're up here now, though, aren't you?
Yeah, but I'm earning a lot more than what I was a year ago, and next year I'll be earning a lot more money than what I was now. You know, so it's building the business, but it was always a kind of three-year plan.
And if you're close, it'll be easier.
And if I didn't have the other income, full-time regular income from Luke, then I wouldn't be able to do that, and I would be doing a sort of similar situation what Andrew's done. I'd be working a full-time job and doing eBay on the part-time still. It's only because we've got that added income in the household that I can work full-time and like do eBay full-time and call myself a full-time eBayer, but still not, it's like, because I'm plowing most of the money back into the business, so I'm taking out a very small wage each month.
Do you have an accountant?
No, I don't, because I don't need an accountant yet. I don't earn enough. It's still at a manageable pace where I know exactly what's coming in, and I can manage that, and I've got the time to manage that. As I scale up, probably in another year or so, I will probably reach that point where it's like, okay, I need an accountant now to make sure I'm maximising what I'm doing. But I'm mathematically skilled enough and minded enough to be able to manage it myself at the moment. I thought I was that right. So I'll tell you, 'cause I messaged Andrew the other day about it. We were having a little chat after we had our drunken night, and I had on Saturday morning. I had my third time with my accountant. I only meet with him once a year, and because it's my 3rd year as a self-employed professional eBayer, by the way. So I'll tell you straight, I haven't paid tax up until this point because I've always been able to coach. It was always a hobby, so to speak. But this is my 3rd tax-paying year because I was a tax-paying coach after playing rugby, to be honest with you. And now I've got a mortgage, as you know. You know where I live. I think Phil knows where I live. I think it's been bloody. Yeah, we've got a mortgage as well. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, now my accountant, Dave, his name is, he's bloody brilliant, to be honest with you. He said to me, now's the time if you want to invest in businesses or buy another house or stuff. This is your 3rd year. This is when the bank will borrow your money. And I said, well, I've got a mortgage. And he's like, yeah, but do you want to do anything else? And I didn't realise you have to be self-employed for 3 years to. So I've been self-employed for 3 years now. Well, tax paying 3 years, and now I can actually do something. I can prove to the bank I am worthy to invest in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
now,
now
so we've got.
I don't want to do anything. By the way,
3 and a 5 year plan. So we've just remortgaged on what we've got now for a 3-year deal, and we know where we want to be in 3 years' time, and what the business needs to be able to do and to be able to prove it, because we want to get a new place in 3 years' time. So I know that what I've got to do.
Even if it's a business loan.
Yeah, I know what I need to do in the next 12 months for my business to scale it up, and I need to know what I need to do in the next three years to be able to be in a position to be able, it's like to go to the mortgage, to mortgage people and say, right, okay, we want a mortgage for a new place, and I know what I need to show them to prove that. I mean, I've still got to get there and still got to do it, pandemic, being what it is.
Yeah.
But, it's like in the next year or two, I will need an accountant. But for this year that's just finished or just about to finish, I don't. So I've got that.
At Warriors and then at London Warriors, we didn't have any of that. We had one person who dealt with us all. He did everything he did everything for us to buy houses. I was left a bit oblivious. I mean, I'm 27 years old now, and I thought I would have learned all that by now.
Yeah, but I'm that much of a control freak. I know all my figures to the penny all the time. I know what I could have quite easily have been an accountant. So when you do those career tests, when you're in your last couple of years at school doing your GCSEs, it's like, what career should you go into? And it's like it was an accountant, but being an accountant would bore me stupid. So I'm not very mathematically minded. So I'm quite.
I bet you love a spreadsheet, don't you, Damo?
Say again?
I bet you love a spreadsheet.
Oh God, yeah. So that's what I've been doing. I mean, I'm only just.
You should see my Excel.
QuickBooks again. I'm only moving over to QuickBooks this year because they've now integrated eBay managed payments into it. But so I've been using a spreadsheet.
I'm on zero. I am.
So I've got a very nice spreadsheet that I designed for myself. It's got all the I fill in things and it calculates everything. I spent a month creating that thing.
What's QuickBooks cost you a year?
It depends.
Self-employed. Self-employed about £8, £10 a month.
£8 a month.
I don't even bother with the self-employed one. That lost £9.5 grand.
Don't do the self-employed one. It's a load of rubbish. If you want to integrate eBay payments, you need the essentials package, not the basic one, which I found out. I mean, if you went through Aaron Patrick, he'd get you a deal on it, but the middle packet, the standard, what they call standard, is £20 a month plus VAT, so £24 a month.
That's the same as me. I pay $359 a year, including 2 hours within an accountant. That's what I've got now.
Yeah, so they're all roughly about the same. I mean, and they do pay for themselves. They work it. But the new tax year coming up, I am moving over to QuickBooks because now they have that managed payment integration. Whereas up until now they didn't. So
I've got to the stage now. I'll tell you, if you want to know, see what you think of this. So this year, my first 2 years, he was like, let's be straight. You're an eBayer. You probably won't get investigated. The way the taxman looks at it is, you're just an eBayer paying tax. The eBayer, there aren't enough taxmen. There aren't enough. What did he say? The correct word for it? Not taxmen. There aren't enough inland revenue investigators to hunt down the likes of Soccer Sports or Sports Direct who've gone under. So they ain't going to investigate you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because they haven't got the time to put the ones that are sort of like, well, if we investigate you might be £200 short in your tax bill.
Yeah,
it's not cost effective to chase after that.
Yeah, the staff that they have got investigate the big boys, not me.
Yeah.
Who's earning my money. They investigate the big boys. And what he's trying to say to me is, he says, "Don't worry. The fact that you pay tax means you'll never be touched." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And he says, "Well, now you're in your third year, which means you'll be liable up to a loan, whether you want a second mortgage or a loan, you are liable to it. So we need to be clever." I'm like, "Okay." He goes, how many car boots do you go to a week? And I said, "Probably 4. And he goes, "And where are they?" And I said, "Well, they're in Cannock, 2 miles away." And he goes, "No, they're not. You go to Worcester, don't you?" I went, "No." And he goes, "You do, don't you?" And I went,
Mileage.
"Oh, right." And he goes, the good one's in Worcester, isn't it?" I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "How far is that?" And I went, 48 miles. He went, "Yeah, it is. How often do you go there?" I went, 4 times a week. He goes, "Have you got any proof?" I went, "No." He goes, "That don't matter." I was like, "All right." He goes, "You don't need receipts. The taxman will never ask you for a mileage receipt when you're an eBay seller." I went, "Oh, right. Why?" And he goes, "Because no eBay seller has got a utility vehicle and a private vehicle. They mix and match. And you can't ask someone who uses a family vehicle to save a receipt. It's against the law." I was
Derek,
right.
Derek uses his Bentley. Derek only uses his Bentley.
Yeah, he's the Bentley for business and the transit van for personal use.
I mean, when he told me that, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? I've just paid 2 years of tax on this shit." I know it's not much, but it might be an extra £1,000 or £2,000 I'm entitled to. You know what I mean? I go to like 4 car boots every week, and they're 2 miles, 3 miles, 10 miles away. If I could have claimed 200, 500 miles, 200 miles a week, I'd be well in, wouldn't I? 45p a mile. You know what I mean?
So you haven't been claiming for your mileage all this time?
He told me not to in the first year, so I didn't.
I don't know. Sounds a bad accountant to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. But just so you know, at the same time, just so you know, Derek, I have another job as well. And he said, let's not mix it up. You don't need this living. It's just so you know, I never spoke to you before. I have another job. I was a rugby player, and now I coach a children's rugby team. So
yeah, but you still don't. You still want to, you know, bring down your tax.
I am now.
If you're entitled to, you know.
I'm at a I'm at a threshold though now. It won't make a difference, so it doesn't matter much.
No.
If that makes sense. Like, if I earn £1,000 less a year, I'm still paying what I'm paying. So it's hard to explain. I'm not going to benefit myself much, but I'm trying to do it this year. I've employed my missus. My daughter's 10. My lad's 15. He's about to become an employee. I can employ him when he's 16 for 12 hours a week. All these things will happen.
Yeah.
Yes, don't forget to employ me. I would like £1,000 a month. I'm not doing anything in return. I'm just keeping quiet.
I'm learning, lads. I mean, to be honest with you, it's all new to me. My accountant, Dave, he's a lovely guy. I'm quite lucky because he lives close to me. His unit's not far away from me where he's got his office. He's a straight-up guy. You know, if he was driving a Mercedes or an expensive car, you'd probably look at him and you'd go, "He's fucking everyone over." He's quite a normal fella, to be honest with you. He doesn't look a rich man. He looks like a normal person. And looks like a normal person. So I don't think he's going to screw me over. He's been good for 2 years. But all the things he's introduced me to me, like you just said, Derek, you should have told you that 2 years ago. You're probably right, but
I use QuickBooks myself and do it all myself.
I use Zero.
I find it pretty straightforward. Yeah.
I was scared of doing it because the difference is probably I have a job and I'm in a different tax code. I was very worried about having being self-employed and having a job for the council. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I overlapped it for a bit. It was okay. That was a couple of years ago, but yeah. I found it. QuickBooks just made it fairly easy, and then I just submitted the totals at the end of the year.
No one's going to bother you in Scotland anyway. Does anyone even know that your mud hut exists?
Oh my God.
Well, every time I sell something on Facebook and they come to the house, they always say, "I never knew there was a house here," because I'm sort of hidden away.
He's probably a bloody lord, isn't he? There's no one in Scotland. There's only about 40 people in Scotland. He's probably got about 300 acres.
Unfortunately,
it's okay. It's okay, Derek. He's from a town called Stone that literally has no frigging stone in it.
So let's think about who's Scottish. Billy Connolly. Who was James Bond? What's his name?
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery, 2 people. Derek. Who else is Scottish?
That's all you could stop there. It makes me sound good.
I'm technically Scottish, but only because I was born there.
Damo.
Nicola Sturgeon.
Stop calling me Damo, or I'll have to come around and hit you with my kilt.
Alex Hammond.
You can't
You're not
tell
helping
someone
things,
off
Andrew.
hitting them with your kilt.
Paddy Ashdown.
Paddy. I think he's Irish.
What?
Who was the one? Charles Kennedy. That's what I'm thinking of, not Paddy Ashdown.
I mean, we can't even name 10 people who are Scottish. So
well, I've just been naming people.
Well, you've got the 2 Crankies.
Logie Baird.
You've got bloody Nicholas Sturgeon.
You've got the Proclaimers.
Proclaimers. Hey, who was that band?
Billy Connolly.
Who's that band who they copied from Scotland?
Frankie Boyle.
Frankie Boyle.
William Wallace.
I mean, the entertainment industry is ripe with Scottish people.
Rob Roy, my famous ancestor. Me, I'm Scottish.
Who are these Scottish people?
Ewan McGregor, James McAvoy, Barry McDonald.
Ali McClush.
Who are the famous people from Stone then?
None. There ain't fucking any.
Apart from Dave, obviously.
Alex Ferguson.
Yeah, we won't mention Alex Ferguson.
Brilliant manager.
Where I'm from, no one famous at all. No one.
He managed the only club in Manchester, didn't he?
Watch it.
You're not a City fan. There's always a United fan. There's always a City fan on the same combo, isn't there? Don't get me wrong. I'm obsessed with Oasis. I love City. I do. But I'm just trying to think who if there's a City fan,
I remember going to Main Road and watching City play Lincoln and get beaten 2-1.
Yeah. I was probably. I'm not joined in the last 10 years like a lot of the new City fans.
I know.
Who's got Sale?
That was me. Okay, do you want to guess the price?
14.99.
Hang on, you've got to tell us the category at least.
Right, I can tell you what it is. This should make it fairly easy. It's a PlayStation 2 controller.
$14.99.
Is it a broken or a faulty one? Because I know how much you got your faulty ones up for.
Well, if you're going to look at the store, then you'll see it.
$17.99.
It's working. This is working, right? I listed it broken, and then I decided to fix it. So I fixed it, and now I pushed the price.
Derek? Is that an easy job to fix it?
It depends what the problem is, but yeah, this was fairly easy. It was it was a bad connection on the button. They get grimy and stuff like that, so you just got to take the top off and give it a clean.
No solder.
What the problem is? It didn't even need that. it was literally just gunk in the button remove, and did that, and it worked. So
A cross between snot, jizz, and what it crisps.
yeah, I definitely washed my hands well afterwards.
What colour was the controller, Derek? Because I'm looking at your red one.
Yeah, it was the red one. The red one is sold. So you know how it is.
£10.
I know exactly.
$18.99.
Very close.
14.99.
The other way.
$21.99.
I'll just tell you. $19.95 plus $3.99 postage.
So that's not too bad, is it?
That's all right. He's got another one up for $24.95 that he can't shift.
No, I think that was this one. But I think I took the offer on it. I took an offer on it.
Did you?
Do you know what, lads? I think I said this.
Yeah, it says this item is out of stock.
Yeah.
I think I said this last week, Andy, when we were on the.
Andy.
Andy.
Call him Andy.
Boy,
Andrew and
Both
Dave. Then
mad
Jesus
me.
Christ. God, you're so.
How
bloody
much fucking money are you asking for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 on PC, for fuck's sake? Fucking rip-off prices here at Top Tat Doctors. Bloody $5.94 for
Whoa. Thank you.
IL2 Sternikov for $4.94.
Is that a lot of money?
No, you can't sell. Thief 2 for $4.89. What is going on with these prices, Derek?
Is that a lot?
Next call.
Excuse me, Andy. He's gone. He's coming back. It's Tap Pedler you're talking about, not Tap Doctor. Steady.
Freaking hell, Derek. Your prices are insane here on some of this media.
Is that a lot or cheap?
What's wrong with my prices?
Too high for your media.
Which one?
Right. So you've got. Hang on. I've just got to accept. I've had a sale. It is time for Guess the Price with Money
Everyone's
Mental
getting bloody
UK.
sales except me.
I have just sold a bundle of 2 items, two figure sets. So I've accepted an offer on them. What offer have I said?
$19.99.
No.
20 quid
Right.
exactly.
You've got Vice City up for $11.94. That's too high.
Sorry?
A big game. Vice City. I love that.
You've got Reign of Fire on Xbox, $4.96. Thief 2 on PC for $4.89. I can't even get $2.99 for it.
Yeah, but he's got
$4.94. No chance.
Got fuel in the Bentley. Remember?
Maybe Derek's picture might be better than yours.
ILT Sternikov, $2.99 game, $4.94.
Hang on. I don't even know. What game's that again?
Assassin's Creed, $5.94. That's too high. You need to look at these media prices. This is why you're not shifting your media.
Oh, I don't want to shift it for anything less than that because it's not worth the effort.
But you're not going to shift it for that price. You may as well get rid of it and car boot it.
Won't it sell one day though to some idiot price?
Eventually, somebody will buy it.
No.
That's the thing. Sometimes isn't it weird because I can be selling expensive pairs of jeans and knock them down 20%, and then some dickhead will buy a pair of jeans that have been listed for 2 years for the asking price, and I've never adjusted the price ever. That's just the way eBay is. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, eBay's not based around price in the way that Amazon is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I think
but whenever you had a copy of something is like £2, you ain't going to get 5.
Hang on. I think Andy is correct.
Don't call him Andy.
What I mean is, if there's a barcode involved and you can find that product 100 times elsewhere, there is a certain type of buyer who'll look elsewhere. But you're always going to
£1.88
something and go, oh, I'll have that.
$1.88. Do you get a free curly whirly with that? What?
Looking at $1.88 for the same game. That's what you're competing against.
How do you make a profit on that item?
That's my copy, by the way. I've got the same game. Mine's up for $2.99.
Are you going to make a profit on that?
I hope the disc is clean. Have you buffed it up?
Fuck no, I've never even tested it. It's probably not even my picture. I probably just nicked it.
I imagine. Don't get me wrong. I'm not stupid. I understand you probably listed it for more than that once a long time ago. So it's what we call an eliminate value. In other words, it was going to make a profit. Eliminate. So it didn't matter. But it doesn't matter because you bought it for 50p and it was going to make £4, and now you're going to make £1. I understand how accounts work. You might have bought it 3 years ago. It's in an immeasurable value, isn't it? Is that right, Damo? It's unmeasurable.
No, not with a spreadsheet. It
Call me
you can
Damo
adjust
again,
your
I'll ask Andrew.
adjust all your parameters.
Fuck me, somebody's got up for £1.39.
What?
£1 fucking 39.
But after your fees, though, are you making a profit on that?
No, I'd make a loss.
But it's listed anyway to the cash.
You can't.
I price things high because of a couple of reasons, really. One reason, I don't want to bother sending it for anything less because it's just not worth my time. Plus, I send out offers. So, I will offer a discount price. And if it sell, when eventually I get an Xbox console, I'll probably bundle it with that.
It's a PC game.
Or whatever it is. I'm talking about in general.
You can't just change your argument halfway through.
It's the same argument.
No.
PC games, yeah, obviously I can't bundle that with a machine. But the other argument stands up, doesn't it? I don't want to send it for anything less. If they don't want to buy it, then
which is fine, but there's no point in listing it. What I would just grab a few Xbox games and list them all together as a bundle.
I think he's got on your beefcake, Eric. I think that's the case.
You know what, lads?
That's well. This is why I'm not a media seller. This is why I'm to sell something better. But I've got them. You know what I mean? So
Sure, fellas. I'm going to say something. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. It's not a short sentence. No, but just listen a sec, right?
Right.
Because when I talk to you, I actually learn quite a lot, to be honest with you. I don't just come on this convo for a piss up. I've learned lots from you each week. And I value it a bit. But one thing I will say is this. As a reseller, your time is money. You know that. But no one's working 7-hour days, let's be honest. No one. So, but if you can, as a buyer, if you can look at a barcode or a SKU, then your emotion isn't involved. If you're just looking for the same product in a certain value, whether that's nearly mint, new, very fair, good, just like comic book gradings. So you're just looking for as good as possible and as cheap as possible. So there's little emotion involved.
Well,
selling media.
Yeah, but let's take this example. Say if I've got my game and I've got it there, pictured it, it's the actual game they're going to get. Picture of the disc, they've got a picture with it with the manual, so they can see if the box is got stickers over it or whatever. Then you've got something like Music Magpie who's got a stock, and you can't see if it's got a manual. You don't know what the disc is like. Surely my one has some extra value on top of that.
Yeah, but the issue you've got is that everyone else has pictured theirs as well, and they're charging less.
What I mean is, I was trying to say something.
Are they business sellers?
My ASP
doesn't matter what sellers they are. People will buy the cheap one.
My ASP.
They can see the pictures of it. They can see the condition. They'll buy it.
My ASP last year was £54. This year it's £47. My ASP has gone down, and you know I've paid a lot less than £47. But what I mean is, like, You're all right, talented, skilled resellers, and you're still going to pack an item, whether you've sold it for £1 or £100. I've seen you, Derek, sell stereos for £500, and then and then the next item you might sell might be for £1. How much? £1.33.
Yeah, it might be really cheap. Yeah.
I didn't realise you also sold that in them things.
Yeah, I sell everything. But
do you sell them to bring guys to your store? I don't get it.
So
I just list whatever I've got, really.
So my plan is, like, you know, because I do a lot of media, etc. I've got a lot of low value items listed, and I'm like coming to that.
You make good money on your retail arbitrage. You make good money on that, do you?
I'm coming to the point though where I'm hitting that. If I've hit that 1,500 listings, and I've got to start paying, you know, an insertion fee after that. It's only, you know, what, like 5-6p or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But you know, that still soon starts to add up. So I'm just probably going to take my media listings down, bundle them and do them as job lots, because I've made, you know, all the media I've got has come as part of hauls that I've already made my money on anyway. So there's no, and it's fine taking up a listing slot, but I'm not having to pay any extra for it. But as soon as I hit that point where I'm having to pay an insertion fee on it, they're going to come off, and they're just going to be bundled up and put on as a single listing and got rid of that way, I think.
Yeah,
I think while you're not paying insertion fees, you may as well carry on listing them individually, and then if some of them sell, great, you've got some money coming in.
Here's the thing. I sold a Halo 3 game for the Xbox 360, right? And that sold for £5.90, free postage.
Okay.
I couldn't find it. And the reason I couldn't find it, I worked it out because I had photos of my bundle, is that I bundled it with the console, but didn't take it on sale. So I bought one from another seller for about £2.20, I think it was, free shipping. And I've drop shipped it. I got them to post it to my buyer. So it just goes through. My buyer decided to spend £5.90 from me when he could have bought exactly the same item from the other guy, £2.20.
I got one for you then. Tell me if you think.
I cheaper, but I wanted one to look very similar to the one I sold.
I got one for you. Tell me if you think otherwise, because I am genuinely interested. Because I probably don't sell as many items per day as you do, so I am literally here to learn. Okay, but I am interested, because if I can help, it would be cool. I don't know if I've ever helped anyone before. So imagine Tat Peddler, as of today, is a product, the end product. So if you sell somebody something for £100, Tat Peddler is the end product. Or if you sell someone a DVD for £1.33, Tat Peddler is the end product. Do you get me? And then imagine eBay is the production plant. And then imagine me, Xander, Al, is your manufacturer. Where is your money best spent? Is that hard to understand?
I need some Lego to build this out.
What I mean is, if you had a manager, where would your manager be? What would your manager be telling you to buy?
Lego.
Well, you buy directly from the manufacturer.
No, not necessarily.
Well, it depends on the product.
What I'm trying to say is,
buy bagpipes. That's the way to go.
We all know eBay's a lifestyle. If we wanted to get rich, we would do a different job.
Just out of curiosity, Derek, have you ever sold bagpipes?
No, but I have tried to sell. Actually, I have sold bagpipes. I have. They
you
were
wouldn't
toy ones.
Great.
Tell you what, people want them at car boot sales, and you get good money for them.
How do you know if they work? They're fucking impossible to play.
Take them to Derek, he'll play them for you.
It makes no difference. People normally would mount them or use them as an ornament or something, just to say they got them.
Well, these ones I sold were vintage kids ones. I don't think they were a toy. I think they were kid size, like junior size.
It wasn't a bag for life with a load of recorders stuck out of it, was it?
Yeah. I think they were broke. I think the bag was ripped. You know, like the
Oh, nothing to listen at all. I'm
It's
saying.
just a bag for life. You can go to the supermarket and get replacements, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. But yeah, I have sold that. I got it to the auction.
Right, we're on guess the price anyway.
Oh, we're back to that.
I have sold action figures again, retail arbitrage. Bundle of two, which is why I accepted the offer because it's lower than I would have gone for otherwise. Number ends in a 0. What's the number?
14.
Pardon?
14.
No.
50.
40.
Pardon?
£10.
Not 10, no.
9.
28. 28.
No.
8.
Higher or lower? Like, price is right.
Yeah, let's do the old.
It's showing up the bloody Daleks.
Higher. I used to love this program. What's his name?
Bruce
Leslie
Forsyth.
Crowther.
No, that was The Price is Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're repeated on
Drew
channel.
Barrymore. No.
Jimmy
No.
Carr's doing them all now, isn't he?
Still waiting for a guest that's close.
Barrymore, Strike It Lucky.
Strike It Lucky
Yeah.
was Michael Barrymore.
Barrymore.
You're getting distracted here. You're getting distracted from guessing the price.
He's just been
£12.
£13.
£14.
No, Phil said 14, didn't he?
I said 14.
£15.
16.
19.
18. 20.
£21.
23.
24.
He's happy with this one, isn't he? Look, he's happy with this
22.
one. He's made some money.
£33.
The action figures, 7.
5
30. 30. 28.
Did you accept an offer?
50.
Do you get a free?
Come on,
Do you get a free mermaid with it?
You're right, Kitty. Is it? Are we way off?
Oh, I'm waiting for a guest that's right, you know.
Well, we're waiting for hello.
Well, someone in the chat ruin our fucking.
£26.
It won't come up on my solds with the amount because it's on an offer, so.
I don't trust him either. I think he's just trying to wind us up. I'm going to look at him.
£30. £3.
Fucking £3.
1, 2, I was 1, 2,
It cost
3,
me
4,
4
5, 6,
quid
7,
to
8,
ship
9,
it
10.
back.
After your DVDs, it wouldn't surprise me. It could be £2.
Ends in a 0, Sean.
Okay.
£24.90.
10, 20, 30, 40,
£12.50.
Hang on. We did have a correct guess then, but there were too many given, so we can't count.
£12.50.
£20
40.
on the nose.
Right, we're disqualifying Phil for having too many guesses.
I've got it right somewhere then.
£14.50.
Hey, do you know, Andrew?
No,
You've
no,
still
no.
got 50 people knocking around.
It's a 1, it's a number and a 0.
£13.50.
No, a number and a 0.
The closest we've had in the chat is less than a £5 out. Sold won't help you.
50p.
Phil can't have any more guesses.
£14.
£3.50.
You've said 14 3 times, and each time it's still been frigging wrong.
£23.
I reckon Sean's right.
£3.
Nope, Sean is wrong.
£23.
God.
£29.
What's the closest we got?
This could go on. This could go on all night.
It ends in a 0.
No, 1, 2, 3.
They don't end in zeros.
6.
Damien's getting disqualified next. Can't believe nobody can get this. I've sold 2.
£18.50.
No, not even close. There's a number that's been given that if we doubled it would be correct.
£60.
£50.
40.
£10.
See, Sean is.
Well done, Sean. £40.
Yes, see, bit of coaching. No one listened.
Oh.
It ended in 0.
Luke is looking very, very confused.
I think I'm going to call it a night anyway, guys, because it's getting quite.
Yeah, it looks like a night down here as well, mate. It's gone dark.
Take care, Derek.
Good night, Derek.
Thank you for joining us.
See you all
Cheers,
later.
Derek.
Yeah,
Oh,
mate.
mate.
Yeah,
Nice to
thank
meet you, brother.
Yeah, and you. Bye.
So I'm off to a 40 quid start today already. I'm happy with that.
Oh yeah, because it's past 12 o'clock. Jesus Christ, that's gone fast, hasn't it? You were talking about you were talking about them DVDs. I saw, I don't know whether it was Nick or George. It might have been you actually, Andrew. I saw someone buy a fuckload at a car boot sale, and they sold them, but there were some absolute gems in there. I didn't know some DVDs could sell for big money, like 50, 40, 50 pounds. I didn't know that. I thought they were all a quid.
No.
I've made good money out of DVDs.
I went to the tip shop, spent about 5 quid on DVD.
What, like the incinerator?
About 5 quid on DVDs in the tip shop. And I sold, altogether, for the ones that I sold, it was 10p each, including box sets. And I made 150 quid profit.
Did you? What, like box sets? Box sets and good stuff?
Just box sets, DVD. I mean, there were new, it was new and sealed stuff.
Really?
Blu-rays. I'd say DVDs. Some of it was Blu-ray.
At the tip, the incinerator.
It was like 50 items basically. 10p each.
I mean, if you look at things like TV series, things like BBC To Entertain, which is mostly BBC, ITV series, things like. If you're looking at just standard films, where it's like whatever a movie.
But this is £1.50.
No money, but like modern films. But if you look at TV series box sets, anything like that, or anything that's got a cult following, then you can make money out of it.
Can you? Like, I was talking today about Pulp Fiction, how the Samuel L. Jackson is referenced in.
Pulp Fiction is like 10p, and it's like it's a movie. Even though it's got a cult following, it's a movie. It's like they're everywhere. So it's box sets. If you're saying like Series 5 of Merlin, so with TV shows, you have to remember is they will go for multiple series. So season 1 they will have the most production of, and then if you go as you go through, by the time you get to season 5, 6, 7, they're the ones that only the people that are collecting the whole series will have. So
I never thought of that. Never thought of that.
So, so for example, Merlin season 5, if you find season 5 of Merlin, which is a BBC series, if you find that new and sealed, that's worth what, 50 quid, Andrew?
I sold mine for 45. That. Yeah. Sold my season 5 for 45 quid, I think.
Yeah. Things like because the early series, because that's when it's got the most popularity. Everyone buys it, so you'll get they'll run for 5 years, so they'll do the series 1, 2, 3 because they will do a box set every few years of whatever's come before. But by the time you get to the final series, the only people that are interested in that is the people that watch the show and have got series 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the production of that, the production run of that series will be less. So that one will be worth the most.
Yeah,
and then you can bundle it up that way. And, yeah, so you've got to look out for things like that, but they're the ones that are good money, and and it's things like the BBC series, ITV series. I mean, a good one to be look out for is the Darling Buds Makers. They're remaking that this year. So the original
before the pandemic, so Waterloo Road was a TV series on the BBC, and I think they released all of it on iPlayer during the pandemic. Before that,
Yep.
you could get 20, 30, 40 quid sometimes for one of their DVDs. And they were like 10p a pound in the charity shop. Straight on eBay, 20, 30 quid, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of money, but you have to know what you're looking for.
So I'm looking for box set TV series, later series than early episode series.
I sold a copy of, you've heard of Doc Martin, haven't you? Martin Clones.
Yeah, I like that. It's set in Cornwall, St. Lou.
Yeah, I sold a DVD, a standalone DVD. It's one of the TV movie specials they do, one of the 1.5 hours. I sold that for 12 quid. It was just a DVD. I paid 10p for it at charity shop. Because it was TV series, and that just went last there. It sold for $12.99.
So if you sold it for 20p, it would have been 100%. So God knows what percent you sold it at.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, so I told $12.99. I paid 10. I think I bought that in a set of 10 for a pound because they were having a massive clear out, and I've got another one up for a tenner as well.
I'm going to change my perspective on it then.
Yeah. But I mean, it's movies. You know, if you look at movies, you know, sort of like Deep Impact or Pulp Fiction or something like that. You know,
I watched Deep Impact today on Film 4.
Mass produced. You know, they're the ones that are worth nothing. But you know, you look at whatever. I mean, a complete set of Harry Potter, you'll still get 20, 25 quid for.
I'm quite friends with a couple of people I see at the post office occasionally. I got this one guy, he sells a lot of VHS tapes and cassette tapes on eBay. I like him because he's a bit nerdy and dorky, and we talk about movies and comic books and stuff. He's not interested in my comic books, but we still talk about stuff. And he was telling me that, you know, the new Avengers movie, what's it called? Avengers Endgame?
Yeah.
And he was telling me Nick Fury is played by Samuel L. Jackson. And I love the movie, by the way, but I'm not a Marvel guy. I'm a DC guy, just so you know. I collect a few Spideys, but I only buy rare Spideys. In short, without making you all bored, because comics are boring to a lot of you, I know that. There's a reference from the Marvel to Quentin Tarantino, and do you know what it is? When Nick Fury dies, he says, "Motherfucker."
He does, yeah. I remember that.
Die, though. It was the blitz, wasn't it?
He says, "Motherfucker," as he evaporates. And
he's back alive again.
Yeah, but another cool bit is, do you know when they see the Nick Fury gravestone, it says Ezekiel, and he says the path of the righteous man, and do you know where that's from? Quentin Tarantino, Pulp Fiction speech. And I thought, that's so cool. You know what I mean? Because
you not watch the YouTube videos where they break it all down. There's thousands in there.
What do you mean?
And you wouldn't believe there's videos that break down episodes that you're nerdy about and films that you really like, and it breaks them down and it freeze frames us all a bit. It says, "See this bit? This is a reference to such and such a bit." Bloody hell! I never noticed that in a movie.
Oh yeah, they're called Easter eggs, aren't they? Yeah, I've heard of what they're on YouTube.
Yeah, just YouTube your favourite film and put the word Easter egg at the end or something like that. And it'll list. There's hundreds of YouTubers out there that dissect all this stuff, and you just pick one that you like the bloke in or that does it nicely.
Thanks, Phil. You just ruined my weekend.
No, it's brilliant. I do it for Mandalorian. I do it for all the other stuff, and Disney and all the creators in there. They want to pander to their fan base so that they make a lot of money out of their stuff. And they put in thousands of Easter eggs just for people to look at, and it just trends it.
I was going to be a family man, Phil, and making my children an Easter egg hunt, but no, I want my own Easter egg.
Strawberry Lane Cemetery, just up the road from you?
I want to know about my films of The Goonies and Back to the Future. I want to know about their Easter eggs.
There are in there. In fact, there are films that involve Easter eggs from those films.
What size t-shirt do you take, Phil? Sorry, Al. I meant.
On the top, I take a medium. On the bottom, I take a pregnant bugger. I look like an Easter egg.
Maternity.
It
The
fits
reason
the explosion well. Look at that 3D T-shirt.
The reason I ask is because I've got some Goonies T-shirts in size small and medium for sale at the minute on the Monumental UK store. Bargain price, $14.95, brand new.
I've got a
Official Goonies merchandise.
You're talking about Back to the Future. Back to the Future. You know, you had film 1, film 2, film 3.
Stop promoting there from Monumental.
You know, you had film 1, film 2, film 3. There are Easter eggs in film 2 to film 1 and film 3 to film 2 and film 1 where they look at the original and show you all the stuff in there you never noticed. It's amazing.
In the Back to the Future.
There's some very clever stuff in it.
Andrew?
It's become a fashionable thing, isn't it? Yeah, but he was telling me this guy is a clever guy. I'd never noticed that before. So I was inspired by it a bit.
Have you got any music t-shirts, Andrew?
I think. Sorry, Ian. Go on.
You got any music t-shirts in your store at the moment?
Lady Gaga and the Beatles, I believe.
Oh. If you were to have a t-shirt, a music t-shirt, what would it be, mate? Who would you be? Who would be your music t-shirt?
Oh, it's got to be Queen, isn't it? It's got to be Freddie.
Let's see. What about you, Phil?
I'm not high on music. Most of my t-shirts involve either weird stuff, science stuff, or science fiction.
Well,
but if you have to go for music, I only have one music t-shirt, and that is, oh God, what are their names? The Mac Lads. No one would have heard of the Mac Lads.
No,
you're right. I haven't.
I've heard of them.
They are a very scary band that weren't popular ever. I think they got to 76 in the charts once with maybe a single. They would never ever be on the BBC. They're incredibly well. The lyrics make the other bands that you might find banned on Radio 1. They make them look like angels.
Well,
I've been to a gig in Portsmouth once, and my God. You don't want to go anywhere near the pub.
Here, he would say Depeche Mode, obviously, because he would just go to Depeche Mode as the greatest band in the world. So,
but they had an album called Beer and Sex and Chips and Gravy, and I've got a T-shirt with Beer and Sex and Chips and Gravy written on it.
Yeah. If Sharon was live, she'd be saying UB40 are the best band in the world ever. What about you, Al?
Like, I have two waves of music addicts. I come from a musical family a bit. But like, I come from Pink Floyd and Dire Straits. My dad's a blues guitarist. And then my sound is Nirvana and Pearl Jam and Ocean Colour Scene. So any of them, I like all music. I like a lot of rock. If there's a guitar involved, I'll probably like it.
Nirvana was just before my time. I was only vaguely aware of Nirvana. I was never really interested.
Is it Teen Spirit, Nirvana?
That makes sense. That's like you're a lot older than me, Damien. Makes a lot of sense. That makes sense to me, mate, because you're so much older than me.
Only just older than you, but it was there. It was there. It was like, you know, like the ones in the year above me. They were all talking about Nirvana and everything like that, and I was just behind them. It was like I was aware of Nirvana, but I was never into them.
Yeah.
And then he died, so.
I have just ordered 500 cardboard boxes.
I've done my cardboard box order as well tonight.
Optimistic.
I've only ordered 120 though. I haven't ordered that many.
He's got a good price, so he's been very bloody optimistic.
If you Andrew, eBay shipping voucher.
Your camera, Andrew. What are you doing with your right hand?
He's jiggling his leg.
He's having a bloody brilliant time while he's watching us.
I just realised, is Andrew the youngest here?
I'm always the youngest. I'm only 20.
Hey, come on, I've got a sense of humour, but you know.
How dare you? Looking at this youthful looks.
What are you now, 38?
That fucking 38.
He's 13,398 days old, or 99 now, because the night's passed.
I have spent most of my profit on cardboard boxes now. This is
today's profit on cardboard.
Yeah.
I use
Don't you
Kite.
sell
I do.
shop?
Who do you use, Andrew?
That's the eBay branded packages that I use me.
I use if you want a good one, guys, it's called Kite Packaging, Kite.
That's where I've just ordered mine from.
Yeah, I've used them for years. Amazing. Next day delivery, wicked. VAT registered, so good company.
Whenever I close an Argos, I just nick all their stationery. Thousands of padded envelopes. I've got more bubble wrap than I could wrap the flat in bubble wrap.
Yeah. I mean, I use mostly polys because, as you know, I sell clothes. But if I sell I sell a lot of second-hand shoes and trainers and Doc Martens as well. And I send them in boxes then. But I have I don't know, I think it's 11 by 6, my boxes. So we're always less than 36, 45, 16 that way. So you can sell as a medium or small. I think it's a small. So on a business rate with, once you claim your VAT back, I think it's £2.43 on parcels to go. Ain't bad that. 2 day, 40 hour.
These are good boxes. Large letter boxes. They cost about 7p each if you buy enough of them in bulk.
I can't send anything that. I couldn't even send a G-string in it. What is it?
I don't know, but it depends on what stock you sell. But this, when it closes, fits through.
That was a large letter, that will, Phil.
It fits through, you know, your little gauges.
ATP.
Large letter. Fantastic. 7p.
Hey, do you know what? You know who I was interested in for a little while? Because I've got a wholesaler who I could do it with, and I chose not to be honest with you, because I like the fella a lot. So, Carbit Chris, I was introduced to him once. I like him a lot. He's a nice guy. I like him because he's from Manchester as well. I'm his missus.
Never heard of him. Is he new to YouTube?
I used to watch him a lot more than I do now. Not only because I have a little bit less time than I used to, but I used to watch Chris every week, 2 hours a week, I'd probably say. And I used to get involved in his channel, his Monday show. Anyway, so Chris, probably unbeknown to him, he sold me a comic book outside of his program. It was worth a lot of money, and he gave me a deal, and I made a. And after that, I followed his program in case I can ever get anything else very good. And I wasn't never trying to rip him off, by the way, but I liked his program, and I own a comic upstairs now. I've not sold it, so I've not made money, but I did buy a comic off him, a top class comic. It's worth a bit of cash. So I thought to myself, he's not stupid, isn't he? He's picking up good gear. He flips it. He's not scared. Well, some sellers, they'll research it for months and hold on to it, and then they want silly cash for it. But Phil just did me a deal. I spent 50 quid with him, and I got a load of good stuff off him. He sent me comic books, and his stuff is packaged amazing. I received it within 48 hours. I was like, shitting hell, this guy knows what he's doing. So I started following a bit, and he was WhatsApping me. He's just a really nice guy. I've never spoken to him before. He's just a nice guy, and I thought, I'm going to watch you. And I watched him, and in all honesty, I've lost track of him. But you know what I was really interested in? You know, when I saw your books then, Phil, it just reminded me of what Phil is doing. Chris is buying cycling tops.
Yeah, he's got thousands of them.
But he buys them by the weight. And
he also sell them, doesn't he?
Well, most cycling jerseys cost like weigh about 200 grams, 300 grams. So
exactly,
if you think he's buying like 50 kilograms worth, imagine the. Can you imagine the value?
If you look at the guide, that is how large, from where my fingers are, that's how large a large letter can be. But as long as it fits through here,
so it's a bloody really.
So if you use just a poly bag and make sure it's packaged so that it doesn't bulge when it goes in the post bag or sack or something, as long as it's less than 25 millimeters, 96p.
He's a bloody genius because he's buying the lightest thing. Perfect too. £15, £20, £30, sometimes higher.
I do. All of my stuff goes large letter. I don't send anything packaged. Everything I do must go through that.
Some of Chris's things he's selling for £29 profit. I mean, fair play to him. I think he's fucking clever man.
Oh, of course, yes.
Watch him, yeah. Yeah, he's a good lad. I like he's from Manchester as well. I've seen him sell a few things for £100, a few cycling jerseys. I thought to myself, because I know a wholesaler that gets that type of shit, and I thought, oh, should I do it? And then I thought, you know what? You don't shit on your own doorstep. I think our community is small. I'm making an okay living as I am now. I don't need to copy someone.
You think it's small because of the amount of people that you see on YouTube. There are millions more that aren't on YouTube and keep their own business to themselves.
I agree with you, but it's just not in my nature. I don't want to copy someone, and people know I'm a copycat. You know what? Chris has come up with a good idea. I think he needs to be left alone on it.
Oh, I've seen people.
People are far more ruthless than you give them credit for.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, if someone gets one or two, that's okay. If someone gets a few cycling jerseys, that's okay. I mean,
I've got 10 kilos of cycling jerseys at the minute.
Have you?
Have you not listed any yet?
Of course I haven't.
Oh. Yeah, but did you do that?
This is why Chris does not worry about me getting cycling jerseys, because he knows that I will not be listing them for a year or two.
You are.
You need to get listed now. I mean, I went to Canterbury today, and all I was doing is bloody overtaking cyclists. I wanted to bloody run them over.
Right, now, fellas, don't tell Andrew whatever you're thinking of doing. He'll have you.
There's like 4 of them in a year or two going uphill, and you just want to.
He'll have you. Yeah, exactly.
Blind bend.
No, but you know what? What I'm trying to say is, when was the last time you saw something on YouTube and you thought, fucking hell, that's a good idea? It's revolutionary. It's the first time in years I've seen something. And Chris did it. And I thought, fucking clever. He's a clever man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You don't have to be a genius to realise cycling jerseys are the lightest thing you can buy, and they sell for good money. And they're a seasonal thing, so you sell them in spring, and they're all going to sell all summer.
But that's where my spreadsheets help me. My spreadsheets tell me what all of my every sale that I make to the penny, every single part of that sale, including how much it costs to advertise, how much it costs space, how much eBay charged me for the fees, how much it costs me to post, how much everything. I literally get a penny.
If you keep talking spreadsheets like that, we're all going to get our cocks out.
No, but spreadsheets make money. Spreadsheets make money because you can identify the products that make the most money and turn over fastest.
I am at 41. I've gone down below 40 now. I was at 41 viewers. Now I'm at 39 because the fucking
coins are down to 20.
Don't say the word Lego or spreadsheet again, please.
You play Phil Bingo. You play Phil Bingo. You've got to listen to the words coin, stamps, Lego, spreadsheet.
Damo looks the youngest. Damo
takes the 4 corners. You get a full house.
We'll go back up to 55.
The thing with the cycling jerseys, right, is that you've got to research every single one, and it takes time, and they're not easy to research, and a lot of them are fairly unique. So
I liked that. I thought
you've got to build up the knowledge, like Chris has, and that knowledge is a barrier for entry. That's that's the thing. So
what else I liked, Andrew, is he shared it straight away, and I thought, I'm shocked he shared that straight away, because I thought to myself for a while, Jesus,
he did Bollocks share it straight away. He was getting those things at bloody Vintage Kilo sales for months beforehand.
Was he?
Yeah, I mean, cycling jerseys are quite a common. I just don't find them. Yeah, so
I didn't know that, and I've been into clothes for 20 years, selling on eBay.
I mean,
I just didn't know.
All the knowledge is circling around YouTube all the time. It just depends which part of the circle you come in at, whether you pick it up, whether you already know that knowledge, or whether it's new to you. But
That's what's
It's
fascinating
it's
about
already
being a
there.
reseller.
There's nothing not known. There's no secrets.
You can be doing this job for 20 years and you can still learn something after 20
Of course you
years.
can.
Yeah,
Like I
that's
say, it
what,
depends where in the circle you come around in. It's just going round and round and round. I mean, if you either at the beginning of the circle and you know it all, or you come in like like the 11th hour and it's like, oh, that's new to me.
up until 4 weeks ago, I'd never been on YouTube. So, like, I even struggled connecting to it today. I didn't understand how to take my volume down and things. I don't understand it's like normal to most people, but I would like to learn to be a better seller through YouTube, not just watching, but contributing and listening a bit more, because I do truly have all you guys on in the background regularly, but you're not really listening, are you?
No.
It's
I
just
mean, the secret is, I mean, there's a big conversation going on at the moment about is YouTube like ruining reselling for everybody. I mean, there's a lot of knowledge out there on YouTube. But like the ones that are successful take the knowledge that they see on YouTube or wherever else, and they extrapolate from it. And don't extrapolate is the key word. It's like, okay, well, cycling jerseys are good money, so you extrapolate from that. Okay, so right, if cycling jerseys are good, okay, so what I've got to learn about it. So what are the good brands? Okay, what else is associated with cycling jerseys? What else is associated with summer sport? And you take that knowledge and you learn. The ones that don't want to extrapolate and the ones that will just learn from it, they'll just go, okay, well, I'm only looking for cycling jerseys, and they will go out and they'll buy what and say, oh, that's a cycling jersey, I will buy that. And they might find it's worth 50 quid and they paid a £5 for it, or they might have paid a £10 for it and it's worth £7.99. You know,
if we take
it's what you do with the knowledge that you learn.
Yeah, 100%. And just because you bought a bunch of cycling jerseys doesn't mean you're going to be a success. You still need to learn. But if we take Chrissy's idea, and that's buying the lightest weight sporting garments, what else have we got? I was thinking vintage shorts might be good.
No money in shorts. Nobody should buy short. Right, stay away from shorts.
Don't buy short things.
Don't buy any shorts from wholesalers. You won't make any money. Please don't do that.
Okay, you've sold that one, lads. Well done.
All vintage jock straps are. There's no money in it.
Yeah. Don't. In fact, if you've got vintage in the don't buy it. Just don't buy it. No money in vintage.
No, old stuff's worth no money.
No
money in it.
But the only way you can make a living these days is buying toys from B&M Bargains and selling them on Amazon, isn't it?
No, don't buy toys from B&M Bargains at all. Please do not visit B&M Bargains ever. No money there in that store.
Or Home Bargains for that matter. There's no money there.
Load of shit.
There's nothing in my store or near me now that has come from any of those shops.
No, not at all. Absolutely not. Me neither.
I am not looking at anything that I purchased there.
After Andrew started talking about Lego, there's only 40 people watching anyway, so it's okay.
Yeah, Andrew,
don't buy Lego.
20 of them anyway.
Thanks, Andrew. We've lost half our watchers.
No. Most people in the country are asleep, so we've got half the country watching us now.
Yeah, don't buy Lego. Don't buy anything from B&M. Don't buy anything from
Lego.
Don't buy vintage. Don't buy anything.
Stay away from Lego. If you buy Lego, it's probably set on fire while you're on
okay, then.
And
we'll have a word about Lego, shall we? Lego is only Lego. The word fake Andrew, Lego. Now, fake Lego is where sellers claim it to be Lego through their specifics or mention it in their title and description and don't claim it's not Lego. Now that's a legal and trade description. I don't do that. Mine isn't Lego. Mine are building toys that you can buy cheaper than other popular building brands.
Just lost two watchers.
Not Lego compatible.
It is Lego compatible. In fact, it's
yes,
better
but
Lego.
You can't say Lego compatible though, because that's what will get you.
No, you can say that that's
compatible with other major brands.
You can say that in your lead title. In your description, you can mention Lego and describe it a little better.
If you carry on talking about Lego, this isn't going to be called Drinking with Andrew. It's going to be called Taking Drugs with Andrew soon.
No money in Lego. All that happens, right? If you have
30
Lego for sale, you get 15 messages from somebody who bought some asking if you can send it to them fully built. No fucking clue why.
Assembly required everywhere.
Just so you know, I think you're a lazy reseller for not doing that.
Yeah, for like spending
I've had buyers,
like a fucking hour
ask me to build
putting
it
it
for
together,
them. I will
and
do.
then God knows how I would fucking actually ship it so that it didn't break in the shipping, like, and just come to its component
Make
parts.
sure they're small.
I would have
Like
done it.
dwarfs.
Get a bubble wrap poly mailer, it'd be fine.
This is where is Andrew's business. The name and the title Money Mental is bigger than the product. The name.
There is no product.
Now I agree.
I buy random crap and try to sell it for more, and occasionally I succeed in that.
Just so you know, Phil,
we
didn't lose a single person while you were talking about Lego then.
We actually gained one.
I know, I was watching. I was thinking, please lose one just to prove him.
Glue the Lego together. We're not talking about bloody glue again. Jesus Christ, we've had enough of that before. People pulling out fucking bits of tape, and I'm asking for fucking
Seven
glue.
Dwarfs join in, get a few more people in.
I tell you what, lads, I've enjoyed it tonight, and I'm not overly drunk, and I feel like, I mean, I feel good. I know you guys might be tired, and if you are, that's cool. But it's nice to go to bed not pissed, wondering where I am. Whereas I've enjoyed myself tonight having a chat. I feel like I'm at my correct level, my equilibrium. Is that the correct word?
I drink a few vodkas.
I want to know actually.
How does Damien do this on whiskey?
It's a skill.
He does it by laser beam.
What do you drink, Ian? What do you drink? Ian, can you hear me, mate?
Say again, mate.
What would you drink?
JD.
You're on JD as well.
Yeah.
Bottom shelf is on JD.
Bloody hell.
JD.
I just drink
I do drink whiskey as well, but mainly JD.
So I want to know who is watching us from America at the moment. So if you're watching from America, type 1 in the chat. I'll see if we've got any of our US-based viewers still watching.
I'll tell you what I got for you, lads, if you like your whiskies. I've only had a few sips out of it because in my tap cave where I do my packing and picturing and listing and stuff, I've got a tin cup with a lid on, and I have a little sip during the winter months. It's called Haig Number 1. Is that a good whiskey or a cheap whiskey?
Don't know the name.
Haig, Haig Number 1.
Never heard of it.
Derek, you're not in America.
My nonna's next door neighbour bought it me as a present. I cut her head for her one time, and she bought me a present. But it's lovely. It's really nice. It doesn't taste harsh.
TD, you're not in America.
I'd quite happily lick JD off Beyonce's leg if anybody knows her. Anybody's got a phone number.
Yeah, me too. To be fair, yeah.
To be fair, a blue bottle. Is it a blue bottle that comes in?
To be honest with you, though, I'd lick snot off her leg. And not mine either.
The wholesalers. Although I've got like a wholesale order that I paid £7 a kilo for, including shipping, and I had a text like off Parcel Force to say, "Oh, it's on its way," and then it turned out it not even been collected, which is really annoying because, like, so I don't know what the fuck's happening with that, but I could quite do with the 10 kilos of stock because obviously I haven't got enough.
So, I loved vintage wholesale, by the way. I was buying off Pre-Love Kilo 12 years ago. Steve was 20 years old then. Steve's the son of Pre-Love Kilo, by the way. It was his first job. I used to get good shit then. I was buying Pre-Love Kilo stuff before they were called Pre-Love Kilo. And I used to get good stuff, and I was 99% of my stock was from Pre-Love then. I went for 1 year. I didn't do a cargo sale the whole year. I went there about 12 or 14 times in 1 year. Filled my whole car. It wasn't about buying. Just so you know, but when Pre-Loved started, they weren't called Pre-Loved Kilo. Steve and his dad, and his mum's gone now, but Steve and his dad and his mum, they sold vintage wholesale goods to Manchester. In Manchester, they only did Manchester, and I filled up my car, and it was like this. It was like you would fill up, you would make a pile, and there we go.
Bless you.
Oh, blimey.
All that a grand. All that a grand. And I'd be like, cash? And you go, yeah, cash. And now the way Pre-Loved has evolved, there's because of marketing, there's fucking hundreds of thousands, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of retail sellers. And I tell you one thing as well. I've got a good feedback on eBay. I've got 3 stores and I work hard. And I ventured into Depop around November last year. Have you seen on Depop how you can become the rankings they give you?
Yeah.
So I've come off Instagram, so I have nowhere to blow my own trumpet. But there was someone not long ago, and they were the 62nd ranked person in the world on Depop. Well, I can tell you the truth right now. I was 101th once for a month on Depop that week. I was 101th on Depop.
101st.
101st, okay.
I was going to say that, but I thought, no, you know.
I've had a lot to drink, okay. I've had 101st on Depop. I was 101st on Depop. And do you want me to tell you what I sold on Depop? That in the world, by the way.
A koala bear t-shirt.
No, I'm going to say about 20, 23 items.
34 items.
34, yeah. It's
fucking crap. Yeah. I've sold more than that in 2 days on eBay.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't compare. Like I'm top 20,000 in the world with like 7 sales, and I'm like, what the fuck? And there's hundreds of thousands.
Just so you know, that's the only time I've ever received an email, and I'm not lying. I'll share it with you if you want. But it just made me think. I've not made no money, and also just something else I should tell you. I lowered my prices on eBay, so I made them a little bit cheaper on Depop than I did on eBay, and they're sold. And still, everybody spoke to you on a message like an illiterate fool. I know I just said 101, so you're going to say think I'm the same, but I've had a lot to drink today. But what I mean is like, it's just kids. It's a playground. People are saying no returns, no this bullshit. They don't understand how business works. No one's paying tax. They think you have no rights as a buyer. It's a playground for kids. Depop will be gone, or they'll massively change within a year or two. You watch, massively. They'll be gone, or they'll change. eBay will buy Depop.
I don't think they'll be gone. I think they're gaining traction and growing.
If they do change and grow, if they grow, they'll massively change. PayPal, have you noticed PayPal's just come off eBay? Search for the word PayPal on your eBay site now. It's non-existent.
Ever since managed payments, I hardly ever touch.
I think eBay's going to do away with PayPal altogether. I keep seeing posts about people that can't even pay with PayPal now for certain transactions.
So, like, only for a bit of fun, I'm on a few forums on Reddit. I just enjoy. So I don't like social media because, in all honesty, I don't want to share what I'm doing. I like talking to you guys, but I don't want to give my tips. And we get rich from knowing something other people don't. Let's be honest. YouTubers, if you want to share stuff, that's cool. But have you noticed Andrew doesn't share you all his best fucking bolos and stuff? Do you know why? Because
I haven't done a video in 2 months.
But I mean, Look, I'm not saying anything against someone who does tell you what to do. Cool, good for them. But I come from a background where you don't tell the taxman what you're earning. I come from a background where you would never tell anyone what you pay for something or where you got it from. I don't know about you, but isn't that common sense? I just thought it was. Anyway, so like all of these people that share things on Depop, yeah, what will happen, I think, is there'll be a circle of wholesalers which circulate products to these Depoppers who talk about crap to other Depoppers.
Can you only sell clothes on Depop though, or can you sell stuff like dandruff shampoo or or something?
Maybe one.
I've sold Funko Pops on Depop before. You can sell. There is other categories on Depop that aren't clothes.
I think that's going though. I think they're aiming to get rid of that.
But the thing you've got to think about is, what are people going to the platform for? People are going to Depop to buy clothing.
Target audience.
So
yeah,
while you can offer other products, there's no guarantee that people on there. But I mean, people have sold fucking sofas on Depop before.
7% of products sold on Depop last year in Nike. 7% worldwide. What's that tell you? It's fucking obvious, isn't it? If you see something with a swoosh on it, buy it. You don't have to be clever to do that, do you? 7%. If I see something with a swoosh on now, I'll buy it. But it doesn't mean it'll sell on Depop. It'll probably sell on eBay faster. Let's be honest. I think so, anyway.
I think it's like anything else. You've got to consistently list on it, and you've got to have a lot of stuff listed to make income from it.
I sold 17 things in December and 1 in January. 1. 1. And I thought to myself, why am I doing this?
I think we all have those times, don't we, where, why am I doing this? No matter what platform you're on.
Sorry, what I mean is, like, to cross-sell, it probably takes you an extra 1 or 2 minutes going from eBay to Depop, because there's no, tool, I don't believe, that I know of that does a good job of it. So I do it manually. So, I have 3 eBay stores, one for tit-tat, one for vintage clothing, and one for brand new clothing. In my vintage clothing, which is cool, trendy for the young ones, I list on Depop. So I might list 60 items a month, maybe 70. But like I've told you, 1 month I sold 1. And that month I probably listed 40, 50,
yeah,
60.
I think to get traction on Depop, you've got to be at least 10, 15 items a day, every day of the
listing.
Week. Yeah, new listings going on there.
I'll never do that.
Decent stuff from it.
It's only because I'm lazy.
It doesn't have the audience. There aren't the number of users you get on eBay. There aren't millions of people using it every month.
This is to me. To be totally honest here, eBay and stuff to me is more of a hobby now. I have to earn a living from it, but my outgoings aren't much, to be honest with the lads. So my eBay, I do try out. I know some people are listing 40 items a day. I list 5, so I list 5 items a day, 7 days a week. But there's a certain, it has to be quantified. There's a certain thing I try and list things that make me £30 profit a day. You know what I mean?
I've just heard that from Beyonce, by the way. She said, I think I fancy Andrew more. So, that's what that's about. But
definitely true.
I mean, why wouldn't she? You know what I mean?
Andrew, if you were listing 40 items a day on Depop, doesn't mean you'd be any better off, because if you're the best seller on Depop in the world, how many items must you sell a month? 100?
If you think about being verified on Depop is 50 items at 15 quid a week, or 2,000 a month.
I've never been verified ever.
Yeah, so to get to that verified, you're talking £2 a month in sales, which is like, you know, I do that in a couple of weeks on eBay normally. So
that won't work for me because my average selling price on Depop was about 44 quid.
But
I'm selling stuff.
The advantage Depop has over eBay is it's so much easier to list. So it's worth my time cross-listing stuff on Depop, even though I might only sell 5 or 6 items a week, because I will make a few £100 a month from it that I wouldn't necessarily get on eBay, and the time I've spent to get that,
and you know what,
is far less than the time I would spend to get the same amount on eBay.
I suppose another good thing is, you know, like that girl Deb on our reselling account on Facebook. When eBay kick you off just for being bastards, then at least your eggs are in one another basket, and you've already acquainted a small following.
But my aim has always been to move on to Amazon. Like, that's what I want to be selling on.
I sell about Amazon, by the way. Just car boot books. Not much more.
I don't want to be having to spend time listing stuff on eBay and shipping it out when I can just scan a barcode into Amazon and then send a box of it off.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I did. I don't think we could ever ruin each other's projects if I tell you what I did. I sold 650-ish books last year on Amazon. A couple of DVDs, 10, 15 DVDs, but most of them were books. And every single one was a car boot or a charity shop. But I watched this fella called Reezy Resells. I don't know if you've ever seen him.
Yeah, I've seen him.
He's quite an inspirational guy, actually, and really like him. Love him.
If you want to sell books, look at Mel.
Who's Mel?
Back from Burnout from Australia. She sells, fuck knows how many books a week. 3 storage units full. And she just buys them, gets them from, she sources them for roughly Australian dollar, I think it's around about, from nothing to about $3 a book, if that. And then pops them on
Amazon,
10, 20 to 100, maybe $200 a book, depending on what they are.
Really?
And she does that just through eBay.
Will you message me so I can find a handle, please?
You won't have to. All you got to do is look for Back from Burnout on YouTube, and there's a million videos there.
Hang on then. Hang on.
My future wife is Mel.
Indeed.
Hang on. Let me go onto my YouTube. Is she on YouTube?
Yes. Back from Burnout. You'll know who it is because there'll be a blonde lady looking like this.
Back or vac?
Yeah. Back from Burnout.
Back from?
Yeah, just put returned from burnout. You know, what's the worst can happen?
Fucking hell, I've got it. Oh yeah, she's lovely.
She's very entertaining, very engaging, and she's workaholic, and she knows what she's doing. Have a look at a few of her vlogs as well. Brilliant YouTuber, excellent business models. She used to be just into clothing. She used to have about 5,000 items of clothing listed. Now she's running all that down and flogging it all off on bulk, and it's gone directly into just books.
No way, really?
Yeah.
Binge watch
those videos.
It's what I
do. I wonder if it's more profitable to be a book seller.
So it's like what I always say, right? To do well in reselling, you've got to be prepared to adapt and pivot, because that is the advantage that e-commerce has over bricks and mortar retail.
Yeah, mate.
You can sell anything you want the next day. Like, you don't have to be tied to a specific niche. You have to be tied to anything.
So, if you could get the right property, whether it be because of footfall or because of cheap storage space, would you still ever consider retail?
No, I don't like retail, so I just, it doesn't appeal to me.
Okay, let's put it a different way. So, you know Pre-Love Kilo? Their warehouse used to open 1 day a week, like 10 years ago, and dealers used to buy off them 1 day a week, and they were never set up as a warehouse. So would you? That's where they started. So let's play devil's advocate. Would you start? Because I think
With
that's
a
a cool
medium-sized penis.
Pardon?
No, a medium-sized business.
That's not what I said, but okay.
Try. Damo's up for it.
Was that an advert, Damo?
Someone take his JD off him.
What?
Someone take Damo's JD off him.
Damien.
What?
His name
What's
is
wrong with
Damien.
Damo's cool. So's Andy.
He's retreated to the kitchen.
Although I would like to know what you're doing with your left hand right now, because you keep shaking your camera.
What, and you want to what?
Yeah, so like Pre-Love Kilo, they're the best, aren't they? They're in Sainsbury's or Asda, I can't remember which one. But they once were a Saturday shop. They'd organise their shit all week, and then you could shop Saturdays, and you had you didn't have a slot. You just could arrive if you were early. As long as you had some cash, everything was cash. Darren, your son, cash. Whereas now, I think these days, if you own a retail shop, you're fucked. We're shut. It's COVID. So there's a big difference, isn't there? But what if you could store all your clothes nicely, or all your stock in Phil's case, all these Lego or whatever you're selling? I mean, Andrew sells a bit of everything. What if you could store everything neatly and nicely in a place that people could shop retail, but also you could visit a couple of days a week and picture and list. What if it could be a multi?
Yeah, no, I couldn't be asked dealing with the people.
But imagine just 2 days a week. Imagine you said.
No.
Imagine you
The
said.
problem is none of my stuff is in retail packaging.
Hey?
None of my stuff is in retail packaging.
Of course it's not, because you're a fucking criminal.
Criminal? How am I criminal?
I'm only joking. I've got them all in here. I'm just winding you up. Man.
You've got a mole on it.
Like a pair of nipples.
Bill's probably got nipple tassels on it.
Jesus Christ. Did you see the bite on that, boys?
Mr. Orange is coming. He says normal people
it's unsellable, but I'll pick your point. My figures will prove differently.
We're going to get to know Kathy. Who's Kathy? Kathy, introduce yourself to the Money Mental UK community.
New person. Go on.
Mr. Orange owns a shop in which he sells home cinema and smart home solutions, but now going with appointment only.
Is this the Australian girl?
No, Kathy's somebody new to us. That's why I want to introduce yourself. If it's fucking Mel back from Bird Out, I already know who she is. I know every intimate detail of Mel's life because I'm a good friend of hers. But yeah, no, this is a new name for me, so I want to get to know Kathy. There's a shop in Wrexham, actually, Mr. Orange, that's similar, that sells high-end audio equipment. And I think he's gone appointment only as well, because so many people come in and they're not even interested in spending any money, because they're just walking in there and oh, well, this is expensive. And then they're going, look, fucking hell, here she is, Christ.
Shops used to be like... Can't you remember? Shops used to be like...
We've just been talking about your book selling. This gentleman here is very interested.
I'm always very interested in Mel. She knows that.
I can't see. Lads.
Am I still going out? Yeah, plan on it, Sean. Certainly plan on it. I need to get some more cider in.
Do you know, I don't know if you remember, fellas, but a long time ago, if you wanted to try on wedding dresses and get married. It was appointment only. If you wanted to try on a suit and get
Never
married,
wanted to try
Yeah,
wedding
that
dress.
was exactly the problem I had. I had to wait ages.
And I needed a very thick veil.
so, some shops was appointment only. Know what I mean? It was cash only as well, and those are the better days. Oh, lads! The girl you were talking about earlier on, she's on our chat now.
Yes, we just said that.
What the fuck is going on in this conversation?
Is she?
Back to you, that was on our
Talk
chat
about
now.
Mel. Hi, Mel. How are you?
I had no clue. It's just
Jesus.
realised. Technically,
I'm a little bit drunk.
Technically, I was just talking about Kathy because I wanted to get to know Kathy, but she's been distracted by Mel arriving.
I'm going to say, hey, Mel.
You mean Catherine?
So I mean, who?
Catherine's?
Is that a name? Is it Catherine's?
Yeah.
Who's Catherine's then?
She goes in Carla's chat.
Ian, chuck your face on this chat, man. Come on, let's have a look at you.
I haven't watched Carla for a long time.
You're not ready for that.
Come on. It's all right. You can't look as bad as Phil. I'm joking. Phil, I'm joking. I'm just joking. Don't
Phil,
take
I'm used to it. I'm used to it by now.
Phil,
I know what it's all like.
Get your laser out, Phil. Fucking
Bloody hell. I saw him. You know what? I was just joking, and I saw you give me a look. It was just a joke, mate. I think you're bloody beautiful.
I've got a clue what's going on.
These two are going to start flirting now as well as fucking
you
saying
what.
in hell. Now it's saying in fucking hell.
Like when I have a laugh at you fellas, when I give you a bit of stick, you should see the stuff we do to each other at the rugby club. It's disgusting.
Hey, listen.
I don't want to know.
Right, whatever you do behind in those bloody showers, that's up to you.
Don't no scope up my arse.
No cameras back there, boys.
So to speak.
That's completely fine. Phil, he don't want to jump in the shower. That's all I'm saying.
Excellent.
So, how old's Mel?
Right, you're not having Mel. She's mine.
She's 21.
I mean,
how do you pronounce your name, Kat?
Andrew, if I fancied anyone, you'd say she's yours. Anyway, it's what you're like.
Well, of course I would, because it's my bloody chat.
It's like Lane claiming.
Well, of course, the bloody ladies are here for me, aren't they? Let's be honest. This is
That's
my
land, that is.
It's my freaking chat. This. They're not here to see bloody, Nick or George or whatever. They're here to see me. 44, my ass. He's only 21.
Excuse me, the women come here to see my helmet. Thank you.
The women come here to ride my helmet.
Sorry.
I thought it took about 4 seconds to sink in.
It did take a while because Ian's quite quiet bloke. He only really says sarcastic comments. I had to see who said it.
I'm getting a lot of views from Carla's channel of late, which is interesting.
Hey,
There's a few come over from Carla's recently. George, who? Yeah, exactly. Good friend of mine, George. I got a lot of time for him. He knows that. He's even had a Jurassic Park T-shirt for free from me. Damien had to pay for it.
To be honest, I like to watch now.
Yeah, I did.
I like George Ross. He's quite cool, isn't he?
Yeah.
To be fair, I tend to watch most streams while I'm in the bath, and I really like to watch Mel while I'm in the bath as well. So, hi, Mel.
Why, does Mel make videos as well?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my fucking God, we've had this conversation. No, she doesn't make any videos.
Does she?
She doesn't make any videos. She's not even a reseller.
You know what? I watch George, and it makes me feel a little bit old. Like,
oh Christ, you must feel. He's 30. You must feel old watching me. I'm only 20.
I mean, he's a bit trendy, like a bit cool compared to.
Fucking hell, he's not trendy.
He's from Essex. What do you expect?
Do you know what I mean, though?
You know, I've heard that he models his hair on me.
I heard that. He has mentioned that a couple of times.
When he was considering doing YouTube, I was one of the people he spoke to for advice and guidance.
You're like the reselling, Andrew, you're like the reselling oracle, you are. I've watched you and I've learned.
Oh, God.
Even when you've been drunk.
That's when the best knowledge comes out, because I forget that I'm trying to keep secrets.
No, not for you. My dogs are fighting. Excuse me.
I wonder how many followers I'm on eBay now. I at one point I used to have more followers on my eBay store than I had subscribers. Just more a reflection on how many subscribers I had set at the time.
I'm the other way. I am. I've got a lot more followers than buyers, but that's because I sell a rare item.
I'm only at 450 followers on eBay now. Some have disappeared.
Oh yeah. How many subscribers have you got on YouTube?
I have no clue.
I've got 2,400.
Have you? You go, Damien. What's your handle? Because I'm not on it. I don't know it.
DB Resells.
Oh, I know DB Resells. That's you.
That's
Jesus
me.
Jesus Christ. He's not been able to put a face to the video.
Well, no, I see you on Facebook lots. But, oh, yeah, you look really different. Your hair's different. What have you done? What have you done to your hair?
Phil,
I only cut.
Phil, what you
There you
doing?
go, mate. Got a new subscriber.
I'm trying to fit 20 Legos into an envelope that will fit into a large.
We're having a chat here. Stop working.
It's not a shipping day tomorrow. It's not a shipping day tomorrow.
We aren't a byproduct of your job. Okay.
Will it go? Oh, yeah. We've done it.
Just lost another subscriber. Thanks for that.
I don't care. I'll just gain another tenner.
Oh yeah. Now because your hair's different, didn't recognise you. Now, kind of recognise you. Here we go.
That sounds like me.
It's the intro. He still hasn't changed.
Seen that logo loads. You should never change that logo because everyone recognises it.
The big question, Kathy, is: are you subscribed, and are you going to stay subscribed? That's what we need to know. I have a habit of like gaining subscribers. I lose nearly as many subscribers every month as I gain.
Really?
Yep.
I don't think many of us have gained new subscribers like the last couple.
I gained a new subscriber this week. I've never put out any content. I'm now up to about, 40 subscribers. And the last thing I put out was me burning a hole through a crisp packet with my big laser about 3 years ago.
What is this? Does Kathy not know I am the man once voted as the hottest male UK YouTube reseller?
In your street?
No, in the world.
Oh, that one.
I won the vote through fair and legitimate means. I deleted any duplicate entries.
So, just so you're aware, it might be nothing to do with you and your content. Your content's brilliant. It might be because there's a lot more competition with people with less to do, more time to create.
Oh no, It's
because
because
we're
I
in off
piss people off.
season. No, nobody's gaining really many followers or viewers at the moment because there's just no content. There's no, we get the most views in the summer when there's boot sale videos. And
I was going to say,
like
my favorite videos, by the way, are people organising their garages or tack caves with all the stock, or outsourcing. I love Nick when he's outsourcing with Andrea, and I love it. Everyone. Everyone. My favourite guy, actually. I watch all of you. Andrew, I've watched you. I've watched George. I've watched everyone's videos. But my favourite person is part-time reseller, and he's American. And I know I said to you earlier on, I hate watching Americans because we're in bloody England, so we should be watching English people go buying. But a part-time reseller is cool. It's the way he makes his videos is a bit cooler. Do you know what I mean? He's a bit chubby. I think he's got a skinhead with a hat and a small little moustache. You know what I mean? Part-time reseller.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning and it's time for my beauty sleep. Believe me, I need it.
It's really 2 o'clock. Wow.
So I'll bid my farewell. Thank you for letting me on, Andrew.
Pleasure, Ian, to catch up with you. You take care, my friend.
Nice to meet you, Ian.
Nice to meet you, Al. See you, Phil.
Bye. See you later. All the best, mate. Take care.
Bye.
We have just we have just hit 7 hours of live streaming.
Let's do 8.
I ain't doing 8. I'm gonna go to bed soon. I'm trying to recruit Kathy to the cult at the minute.
Let's get someone else on. Who's gonna jump in?
What did I vote for? You voted for me as hottest male UK YouTube reseller male.
Someone else on. Who's gonna jump in?
It's like she doesn't even listen to me. She's big time now, Mel is.
Jump in, Mel. Can you tell us about clothing and books?
Do you know, Mel went live the other week, went on the chat, said hello 4 or 5 times, totally ignored. It's like it didn't even exist. Fucking Raking Profits comes in. Oh, she's all over the place. She's going mad. Me, afterthought now. Afterthought.
To be honest with you, I don't like to say, I don't want to be nasty, but when I saw Raking Profits, I thought, is this one of these guys who does loads of promoting about making resales but doesn't do much reselling? Is that right to say or not? Because I've seen his face pop up loads. And you know all these guys in front of Lamborghinis who say,
yeah,
what?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah. I just assumed he was one of them. I thought to myself, as he thought, I don't know if he's a reseller or has he fallen in the category of how to become a reselling advertiser.
All I'm saying is, in a couple of years' time, watch out for the videos where you see me stood outside my Range Rover talking about the fantastic course that I've got, where I can make you a 6-figure income.
What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to Money Mental Resales.
Right. Okay, folks. This is how I've got a book somewhere that tells me how to do it, but I've lost it. So I haven't done it yet as a result of losing the book.
Mel's got a copy if you want to buy it.
Has Ian been buying games from you, Damien?
Sorry, what?
Has Ian been buying games from you?
Damien's changed rooms.
Anything from me.
What have you been doing?
He says thanks, Nick and Damien. Thanks for the game.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Okay.
We've been having fun.
Right.
I think you need to share this now.
That's the orders packed, both of them.
Why are you packing orders when there's no shipping tomorrow?
So they'll have to pack them later.
Mel says she might jump in next week's stream. There's
you know what, Phil? I'm exactly like you, brother. I can't. If something needs packing, I need to do it now.
Well, I can get it off of my.
There's no stream next.
Done this.
I agree with you, Andrew. I know it can't get collected, but if I don't do it, I'm cracking up.
I've got 13 or 14 orders piled up at the minute.
Another trick as well. Another
look at
trick.
the cracking. Look at that. It's cracking. Bloody brilliant. No
You
labels, no
stamps.
eBay shit. Do I
No,
use
no,
stamps?
do not get started on the stamp conversation.
Do you know why I use stamps?
No,
I don't buy stamps from the post office.
No
Another
stamps.
thing to think about.
Do you want your post cheaper?
No
My
stamps.
large letters cost me 63p. How much do your large letters cost?
I don't care.
You should do, because it makes a lot more money.
Do you know with
I'd
your
say
parcels?
£2,000 or
I have an
£3,000
online
a
business
year on
account, I'll just
postage.
pay through that.
Do you know with your parcels,
Well, I don't have a
fellas?
business account and I use stamps.
If someone orders, if it's Bank Holiday Monday and it's the 1st of April, where we are now, and you can't go back to it till the 3rd or the 4th, if you get your PO, as in your tracking number from Parcels to Go, and you're connected to eBay, and you automatically have the upload to eBay, if somebody gives you a small or a pathetic mark, a negative or a neutral, and you question eBay on that, they will always side with you because you shipped it the same day it ordered. So I usually ship same day because I can ship till 10 o'clock because of Parcels to Go. I just can't sit on parcels. It makes me anxious and weird. If I'm bored, I'll take my boy's 2 years old, so even if I have one parcel to send and it's Friday at 8 o'clock, I'll probably pack it and send it out. And before my little boy Albie goes to bed, I'll chuck him in the car, take him up the road. We'll go in the shop together. I'll get him out the car. We'll walk it into the co-op together. I'll pass her the Hurley's parcel, even if it's one parcel. And do you know why I do that? Because if I have to wait on that parcel till Monday, it makes me go weird.
I have a post box around the corner that collects at 7 o'clock in the morning. So that is basically a day extra.
I'm lucky. My Parcels to Go here co-op is a mile away.
I can post stuff second class. Supposing tomorrow was a normal collection day, it's not, it's a bank holiday, but if tomorrow was a normal collection day,
I get what you're saying, Phil.
I wasn't online now. I'd go now to the post box with all my
I understand what
shit
you're saying, but like I told you earlier on, my business is a lifestyle to me too. I get that. I totally get it. And you know what? You're doing it right. Whereas mine, a bit of lifestyle is overtaking the profit. And it means if I can take my boy out for just 5 minutes.
I'm on premium service, and if I make sure that I do all of my posts that day, or at least the next postal day, they'll discount me. It's not much discount, but it all adds up.
Are we talking about stamps? Because have I not specifically banned
EPS where you have to ship within 1 day. eBay premium service. You get a reduction on
44
base value on your final value piece, and that reduction pays for my shop costs. So basically, I get a shop for free just because I post my stuff every day, and I'm always near a post box, even at work.
But I don't do stamps because I just go.
I do stamps.
My item.
I buy stamps in bulk by the thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
From people's old collections, and
what can you still reuse them?
Of course you can, as long as they are mint with the gum on them and they've never been through the post service. All stamps, decimal, are legal to send, including half-pence ones, as long as they
right.
up.
No, banned. We have discussed how this subject is banned.
What, saving money?
No stamps. No stamps.
I saved over £1,000 on postage cost last year.
No stamps. As soon as it comes up, I lose viewers.
Okay.
I get better feedback though. People
let's go to the chat room, see if they have any interesting questions. Over to you, Andrew.
Vote 1 to have sex with Money Mental UK.
What?
That's all we need, really.
There's no question 2 or vote 2.
No, fuck that. We don't give options or choices on this channel because I might look. Thank you, Damien. We don't have options or
You're
choices on
welcome.
this channel. Yes, I feel Nick is now lying.
True. I mean, Nick, Phil, you have a fan. You have one
See?
fan.
No. Someone earlier asked to look at my coins as well. I think they were taking a piss also, but I have plenty of coins.
I genuinely think some noob is actually interested. I don't think they're taking the piss. Whereas PvP's been working today. It's the Thursday now, isn't it? He's working.
Is PvP Pleasant Valley Picker that fella I like?
Yeah.
I really like him. He's cool.
Yeah, the one you made cry.
You made him cry last week.
Sorry. I didn't make him cry. He's still
not recovered yet.
Hang on. He said to me, something along the lines of, "You look upset at the moment. What's going on?" I told him my dad's poorly, and then he broke down, didn't he? Just so you know, I've never cried in front of anyone before. I haven't, so I tried to withhold it in. I didn't cry in front of you, did I? I don't think I've cried in front of anyone before. And you know what? When he did that, it made me feel like. Tell me what you think about this, fellas. It made me feel like I'm not a real man.
Oh, bollocks to that.
No, I don't mean that. Like, I'm not a big, tough, muscle build bodybuilder. I've played rugby all my life. I'm not a soft guy. I am a tough guy. I played rugby all my life as a job. That's been my job, that is. So I'm not weak, but I've never cried in front of no one. I've literally never cried. When my granddad died, I didn't cry. And my nan, she died, I didn't cry. And it made, when PvP, as Mel said, died, I thought to myself, fucking hell. I told Jode, and I said, I'm so emotionless. And she said, it's just the way you are. And it made me feel a bit strange.
People need to get over the bollocks of what makes a real man. It's hard.
No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I'm not trying to say I'm a real guy, because I'm not. By the way, I'm a fly off. So I'm a different type of rugby player to most. There's 15 men on a pitch, and I'm a fly off. So I'm a bit different. I kick the ball. They all run after the ball. So I'm different anyway. But I don't have to be a big, strong guy. They're all bigger and stronger than me. So I'm used to that. I'm always the smallest on the pitch. But it just made me feel, when PvP was talking, I don't know much about him, other than he's a good listener and he was fun to talk to, and we have the same interest. We have a laugh with Andrew, and that's cool. But like, when I was listening to him, if you ever you've never met anyone but you feel really comfortable.
Excuse me.
You feel comfortable with everyone right now, Damien.
I've got hiccups.
What's this? The 8th JD?
About that, yeah.
Fucking hell.
I've gone for about half a bottle.
TD wants to hear more about those stabs.
I could have said anything to you, and you would have gone, yeah. There's no way in a million years you would have said no to me then, is there?
Listen, we're trying to get to know Kathy still. We've not succeeded here yet on this, right?
Hi, Kathy.
Kathy, Damien wants to know who you are, where you're from, and what country.
Hey.
That's what he just said to me. He's
ASL question.
Don't make me bring the onion out. This onion's doing really well.
That needs burning. That needs burning.
Hello, Andrew.
Hang on. Oh dear.
It's gone. Andrew chucked him off. You can't do that to Damo.
I can't put him back on now. The button's not working.
Fuck off! I don't believe you.
No, it's really not. I'm pressing the add to stream.
You're going to hit his feelings, Andrew.
There we go. We don't do onions on this channel.
Luke's fast asleep over there in the corner.
What is that? Is that your cat?
No.
No, that's his husband. For fuck's
Can't
sake,
see.
not your cat.
Where is he? It's just there in the corner.
Oh yeah.
Lucas.
That's a bed in the background.
That's a what?
Are we gonna wake him up?
No, he's fast asleep. He'll be gone.
Is he working tomorrow?
No, he's got 4 days off.
I was going to say lucky bugger, but I think I have too.
I don't.
He will sleep. He will fall asleep anywhere and just do anything. I'm the one that stays awake all night.
Tried? No, nobody wants to try a batter dance. There's no onions. We don't do any of that.
So I've got
all
to
my
the stage
dispatch.
now.
All my dispatch times have gone to 6th of April now, so that's good.
Have you ever seen, if you go, the Sky Movies channels, if you go past all the popular ones, you get to a channel called Sony. You ever seen that? No. I can't remember. But there's a channel called Sony Movies, and tomorrow is a Steve McQueen marathon. That's my plan for tomorrow.
I think I'm just going to sleep all day tomorrow.
Hangover recovery.
Well, to be honest with you, mate, I don't think we'll be hungover. We've all drunk for quite steady tonight, haven't we?
I'll be hungover.
Just for Kath. Hi, Kath.
For fuck's sake.
Who the hell just bought Lego off me at this time of night?
You chucked him off again.
He knows better.
If we go soon, I'll probably walk the dogs and have one more.
What, 2:30 in the morning?
Yeah, man. Tell the door one more. Why not?
I've still got all that to drink yet. Don't go.
I'm going to have to go.
Nobody's got work tomorrow. Come on.
I need like actual sleep.
Do you?
Andrew,
got one more can.
Let's see if we go to 3, Andrew.
Shall I get one more can?
One more.
I'll tell you what. Right, we'll vote. We'll have a vote in the chat. Vote 1 for me to have another can. Vote yes, of course I am, Mel. Vote 2 for me to go to bed. So here we go. Let's see what we get. A 1 for me. Damien's voted 1. 2 to go to bed.
Well, I've still got another order to pack that just come in, so I'm the 1.
Did you get right? Damien has gone for you can't.
I wasn't listening.
Charlie don't really understand voting. Yeah, Damien, you can only vote once. You also don't understand voting.
I've got all that still to drink. So I think one more can in you, and then we'll call it in about 20 minutes.
Well,
cans and 2 litres of vodka.
Kathy has voted for me to stay on, so obviously I've got
all tonight.
Kathy, Andrew keeps talking about Kathy. I imagine she's very good looking.
I have no idea.
Andrew has a certain type.
I need something to eat though.
I have to put my new doodah into my new orders now, showing the new stuff that I have. Look, is that a QR code you can scan?
This is where I've achieved something tonight.
Have you eaten any of that?
A bit. I've given some to the dogs because they keep staring at me.
I'm going to have some toast.
You can't go wrong with cheese on toast. Or a bit of honey on toast before bed. Meant to be good for you.
I've had a freaking crate of cider.
I'm not surprised, mate. How many have you had? 12.
What's rally not mean? We got rally roots on the channel.
I like rally roots. They're cool. I think Ryan roots especially.
I
haven't seen a rally roots video in months.
The chat has been quite quiet, and so we had an opportunity to peer pressure Andrew into something. I should have said. I'll tell you what. I will stay on if I get £5 in super chats. That's what I should have freaking done.
Monetize.
I'll send you a link.
I got a TV in the bathroom, and I watch the thing I watch most in the bathroom is either rally roots or rugby. I like watching my roots. I think they're a bit inspirational. Younger than me and achieved more, and that's cool. You know what I mean? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a bit intense, isn't it, this time of night? Getting on the old sun pack.
On toast.
Yeah, man. Intense.
I'm hungry.
I'll sort you out. Don't you like Marmite?
Huh?
Don't you like Marmite?
I can't stand Marmite.
Oh, really?
Marmite is disgusting. Marmite is evil.
Lovely. It's lovely.
I tell you what, Charlie.
Phil, give me some
Nick
of that
wants
sun.
to come back
If I get £2 in super chats,
Phil,
I'll
us one
go
of them,
24 hours.
Give us one of them, bro.
Hang on a minute. I'm not
Hang
really
on.
the screen.
Don't leave me hanging, Phil.
Hang on, Neil. What Neil wants the? Hang on, I've got the bloody link in there.
Tattoo on your finger.
Try it with that ring.
It's not very good, is it?
Your ring doesn't look very metal.
They're all bad. I have got
Tungsten carbide. Tungsten carbide weighs.
I'm still waiting for Kathy to vote one of my latest votes at the minute. So
get Nick back on. If Nick's back,
he's on his way.
If Nick's back on, he's either pissed or been listening to some music and he's feeling all inspired.
Able to source any alcohol.
Maybe he's just horny.
Explained this earlier.
The thing is with Nick, I don't think he's much of a drinker. I think from watching him, I think he's quite sensible.
You've not met him?
No, I've never met him.
No, he's very sensible, but he does enjoy the beverages that he enjoys.
I didn't know that.
And grapefruit.
Got me thinking.
Grapefruit, yeah.
See, look at this, right? Look at this again. Mel's getting more excited about other YouTubers than me. You know,
I'm not surprised. Look at Mel compared to you. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Nicholas.
I was the inspiration for a YouTube channel.
Toast.
Hello, Neil.
Hello, Welsh one. How are you?
Welcome to the Boozer.
That was so much fun earlier.
It was. I enjoyed
It made this stream incredibly entertaining for a while.
All my streams are incredibly entertaining, and I was sat there thinking, what the fuck's going on here? Thank you, Sean.
They may be, but when you're playing Secret Stream Bingo, they're twice as entertaining. I can tell you that.
Oh,
What's that? What's Secret Stream Bingo? Who does that?
Well, when Ian popped in, I was chatting to Ian anyway on Messenger. So I started
to do Secret Stream Bingo
with a couple of other people. We were daring him to say words. And then I put a twist in it that I would send Damien the same word. And it was the first to say it. Or then it got onto sentences, and that's when it gets good.
Oh, some of them were evil, though. What is that medium-sized penis? Come on.
Medium-sized penis was a classic.
Bollocks, I didn't see any of that.
Did you win, though, Nick?
I wasn't playing. I was feeding them the lines. I'm not.
I'm sure I won. But I didn't hear I didn't hear Ian speak at all in that last one.
Yeah, it was a little bit spoken over, I think. But he did get in there just before you on the. I like to watch men in the bath.
Yeah, I'll watch that back tomorrow.
Are we having a photo finish?
It was it was seconds, isn't it, on the last one?
I've heard that we're doing it on the Sunday stream as well, so that should be interesting. Let's see how many messages we can send Nick in 10 minutes to get him to speak out.
I'll just turn my phone off.
Are you still not having a drink?
I haven't got anything in. I've nothing in the house.
How can you not have alcohol in your house? Have you?
Because we drink it, Andrew. It's simple.
I was going to say,
I do have this problem occasionally as well.
Ellen's how long? Old? 18, 19 now?
Yeah.
So does she get involved and have a drink with you sometimes?
Not really. I mean, she does have a glass of wine, but not with us in the evenings. It's a bit weird like that. You know, if we go out for a meal, yeah, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
I don't drink.
I also, sorry. Andrew was advised when she had her jab to avoid alcohol for at least a week, so she's kind of sticking to that.
Oh, I see.
I wasn't advised that.
Neither
What
was
can I
I.
say?
Odd.
To
Good
be
job
to
they
be
didn't
honest,
advise me
the nurse probably took one look at me and thought, "There's a man who needs a drink."
I had a nice gentleman from the army giving me you know when you go for your pre-bit. Have you been for yours yet, Nick, or not?
No.
I'm waiting for my job.
You go for a pre-conference with a sit down, and they explain what happens. This is the jab. That
I had none of that. I
They
was
ask you about
literally,
your allergies or anything like this?
while I was in there, she said,
Medications you're on and stuff like that?
"Well, they already know that. It's me doctors.
Oh, I went
They've
to a
already
massive
got me.
pub. So
They've already
I
got
had
me.
an army bloke asking me all the questions.
They've already got me full medical history." So
He was Scottish as well, so that's 11.
Kathy wants to know if you've had all your stock returned yet, Nick.
Yeah, I'm afraid they wanted a refund. It's all back in place now.
That's going to cost you a fortune in those.
Yeah, eBay kept the fees, didn't they?
And PayPal.
Have you noticed your dispatch times have extended, Nick? Is that affecting your sales?
I've actually got a question for you. I got a good eBay question for you, right? And this hasn't happened for probably about 3 years. Maybe I've been lucky, okay? So this guy, he bought a pair of Carhartt pants from me, 50 quid, and I sent them Hermes on a 48 hour. I always send sign for. I'm insured that way. You'll receive your money back on a full insurance faster.
Nothing's been signed in the last year.
No, I agree, but you still get your money back within 24 hours. Whereas if you don't send sign for, it takes up to 30 days, and they can still refuse that money back. Okay, even with a business account on Hermes. So long story short, I sent these fucking shitty Carhartt pants. It cost me a fiver. Sold them 50 quid. So I'm up anyway. Gosh, and this guy goes, "I'm ever so sorry, mate. You're a really nice guy, Polish guy, I think he was from his surname." He said, "Look at me, I'm ever so sorry. I work in the day and your fella's been to see me 3 times and he's not been able to deliver. I imagine the parts are coming back to you." I'm like, "Yeah, cool. Don't worry about it. It comes back to me and I'll split the difference with you." And I always do that with people. I want good feedback and I'm making good money. And I'll say to them, "Look, it's going to cost me £6 to send it back. I'll pay £2.50, you pay £2.50. Whereas in fact, it probably cost me about £3. They don't know that. And that's the beauty of using a thermal printer. They won't see what it costs. But I sent it back to him. It's going over. And he said to me, "How can I pay you your money?" And I said, and normally I would say, "Oh, you know what, mate? Just forget about it. Don't worry about it." And I said, "Send me the money to my PayPal account, or would you like me to send you an invoice?" And he goes, "Please send me an invoice." So he'd give me over eBay his PayPal email. And I thought to myself, because it's the first day today, I haven't done this for 3 years, and maybe 2 years, I don't know. And he goes, "It's my eBay account. This is my PayPal account. Sorry, send me an invoice." And I sent one. And then I thought, shit, after what's happened to Nick. And I thought,
Oh, good idea.
Yeah, well, nothing's happened. And also, I haven't deleted my email. And I'll tell you why. Because I thought, if I delete the message, what if the algorithm on eBay or some clever bot is drawn and searches the deleted emails? So I just left it in there. So, you know what? I'm an idiot because
I think you're analysing this too deeply.
I probably am. But you know what? The majority of my income is these days through eBay. So it is important to me. I don't expect them to keep me off forever because I'm a good eBayer. I've been with eBay for nearly 20 years. And if they did keep me,
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but they would probably let me back on after having a chat with them. But I haven't got the kind of leverage Nick has. But I have been with eBay for 20 years. So
yeah, you'd probably get a suspension and a slap on the wrist. But it's an interesting question because in the past, we've had things like people would buy something and say, and we've only got second class option on it or whatever. And they say, I want to get this definitely by so-and-so. Can you give you an extra quid and send it first class?
Yeah.
I mean, you used to be able to have that conversation or you used to be able to send them say, PayPal it me or whatever. And you can't you can't share any details like that anymore at all.
This boy, Nick, failed to sign for his parcel in 3 days, so it came back to me. So he messaged me saying, I believe the parcel's coming back. And I say, yeah, funnily enough, it's just arrived.
Yeah.
Do you want me to resend it? And he goes, yeah, please. And I said, well, okay, let's share the cost. It's
Yeah,
£6.
we've had that.
You pay $250, I pay $250, whatever. And he goes, okay, this is my PayPal, send me an invoice. So I sent him an invoice and I thought, oh, bugger, I should have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really awkward, and you can get in trouble just sharing, trying to do things above board in a way. You can still get in trouble.
I think you're all right.
Well, the problem is, let's be honest, fellas. The problem is, eBay at the moment haven't got this function. So how am I meant to be a professional reseller offering the buyer the best service? eBay haven't got that function in place.
I worried a little bit. I just had I bought a big job lot that I'm not talking about the channel because it's something that I don't really share that I do. And I bought it. I did a deal with him. I sent him an offer on everything this guy had, right? To cut a long story short. And it had free shipping on it. But because of the deal I'd struck, the part of the deal was I'd go and pick it up to make it sweeter for him. No shipping, no blah, 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 right? So I bought it and paid for it. And it didn't have a collection in person option on. So eBay thinks it's being shipped. But then I'm like, I need your address to come and get it now.
Yeah.
And also, and then he just sent me his phone number and said, give me a call, we'll sort it out. And I'm thinking, I hope eBay doesn't think this is untoward, because there was no, you know what I mean?
You're all right. As long as the money's
but they don't get it.
You're all right.
That's what I thought, Damien.
I did that. I mean, I dropped off a PS2 bundle. That somebody bought a PS2 bundle last weekend, and they live like a mile down the road from me. So I'm not bloody shipping that through Parcel Force and having it damaged. I'll just drop it off. And we had a conversation backwards and forwards. eBay have already got the money. The transaction's already done.
Yeah, I think you're right. But
like that. I think we're all right.
It makes you very paranoid because they are so hot on it, and it's all algorithm led now, as we found out.
Yeah.
So it's a worry. That's all.
Humans aren't involved.
If we hadn't paid, then I'd be shitting myself. But
humans inspect the messages which are taken aside. But you know what? The interesting thing with that, Nick, is and this is the same with a lot of us eBayers now and dealers. Let's call ourselves dealers. We make the dosh. We make all the money off the people who look at the transactions, whereas me and you, or all of us, Damo, everyone, we're looking at the big.
Don't call me Damo. Oh, come on.
I do on purpose. Damo and Andy, come on, just chill, man. But what I'm trying to say is, Nick saw a transaction, a one-off transaction. He's thinking, money. I'll make some cash here. But they don't understand that they have to speak in a certain manner to keep eBay on the low and relaxed and professional. Nick is dealing with someone who's looking at a deal transactionally, but what we're going to do is take that and dilute it into hundreds of sales over a year. They don't get this shit. I'm not explaining myself very well, but I
don't think eBay's worried about that. I mean, they're worried about the transaction that you're talking about. If you say, I've got this item, do you want to do a deal offline? If you do that, then it's like, I mean, if you build a relationship with a customer, say you sold them something and you paid the eBay fees, and that's fine. If you say, right, I've got 100 others, are you interested?
I'm not explaining myself very well.
Then that's fine.
What I mean is, Nick could get suspended. Nick has been on eBay for 15 years. He's a good seller. He's a professional. He pays his bills. He pays his debt. He pays his fees. He's professional. He has a huge presence online. He's an important seller. That one idiot who sent him a phone number could get him chucked off eBay from one transaction. But you know that one item you bought, Nick? I imagine you bought it because you could make that into several transactions where you make profit and pay fees on all of them. You could turn 1 into 10. I know you the way you work. I imagine that's the case.
But they're never going to take that into account. And the funny thing is, I understand why all these systems are in place. I understand after having a conversation with eBay why they had worries about our account before, but we've all said this. It's the fact that eBay's not talking to you about it. They're just slamming the hammer down on you without having a conversation. But with a company, I don't think any of us can actually quite comprehend the size of eBay. I don't think I can.
It's huge.
The amount of transactions going through every minute, every hour.
40 million a day.
You know, and to try and protect themselves for all of the fraud that goes on, all of the, you know, it all has to be there. It's just we need to push back that little bit every now and again for the customer service side of things, because they lose track of that so easily.
I believe it's 40 million a day, I believe. And you've got to admit, if you call someone, you can always speak to someone in 10 minutes.
On the whole, eBay is okay.
I love them.
eBay is good and eBay works. And it's every now and again something will slip through the net where it's like it just breaks and it'll be at the detriment to the buyer or the seller and the account, and we'll end up getting locked out for whatever reason. As long as we've got that ability to contact and speak to somebody and say, hey, look, something's gone wrong. How do we sort it out? Then that's fine. It's when you go, well, something's gone wrong, you locked out your account and you can't get hold. And there's been plenty of people lately that have had their accounts locked and they've not been able to get hold of someone unless they've got a big YouTube channel or something like that, and they've really had to fight. That's where it falls apart. It's that little bit of that little gap. It's 100%. Like your account's been locked. Speak to the accounts locked department. Why has my account been locked? You're a security risk. Sorry, we can't talk about it because we think, we don't want to tell you what your security risk is because we don't want you to circumvent it. Fine. But most of the time it's because, okay, well, we need your ID or we want to talk about this specific transaction or whatever.
we were talking about Depop earlier on and how pathetic a scale Depop is compared to eBay. I suppose in a way, eBay does cause, there is the odd. I mean, look, there's 5 of us in this chat. Just imagine how much profit between us we make a year between us, right?
Not a lot compared to the grand scheme of things.
Zero.
Okay.
Never make any profit.
I don't mean against eBay's profits. What I mean is, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 1, 2, 3. Hang on. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men in this chat room now. And we all pay our mortgages through eBay. My daughter goes to school, my son goes to school, and they live under a roof, and my bills are paid by eBay. Fair dues, you know what I mean? So whatever eBay tell me to do, I'm going to do because they pay my bills, and they give me a platform to pay my bills on. But what I'm trying to say to you is, there isn't another one that gets close. I sell clothes, and the closest apparently is Depop. And like I said to you the other day, I sold 47 items on Depop, and they told me I was 60th in the fucking country. 60th, and I sold 40 items. That tells me that Depop is a tiny platform.
It is.
eBay.
eBay is like, for all their faults and issues,
eBay sells. So in other words, eBay sells 80 million a day, and Depop sells what? 1,000?
You have to think like the eBay algorithm. I mean, so you have to think in terms of computer terms. So every time that you have an issue, you got to think it's like, why is that? And it's like the computer algorithm will kick you out because of certain things, and you have to think like that. You go, oh well, eBay's a scam. So it's like it's not a person at the other end of it. It's a computer. No. They've built these algorithms, and you have to think like how the computer would think, how you fall into that. And you can't take it personally. I mean, you have to follow their rules. You're in their sandbox.
It was interesting recently when we had those issues, and we put out that video to try and start the conversation with eBay. How much use it will do. You know, I'm not naive. I do know that what might come of it is very little. But there was a lot of interesting responses on those videos we put out at that time, saying, and yet, Nick, you still feed the corporate beast. Why don't you just leave, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you're missing the point. I love eBay. I want eBay to work for me, for the buyers, for eBay. I want the platform to succeed. The whole point of that wasn't to have a go at eBay and point out their failings. It was to try and improve the damn platform. Yeah. You know, I don't want to leave eBay. I don't.
Nick, you know what you're doing now? Your eBay platform now, Nick, as a reseller and a YouTube extraordinaire, you've got to call yourself that at some point. You are coming to the stage where you are literally a YouTube. What's the word? you're getting to the stage with 50,000 followers where some people don't sell on eBay, but they watch you. What's the word for that? You are a mentor. Mentor, that's it. So a lot of these morons comment, the keyboard warriors, and they side with you, and they don't even sell on eBay. These are people who are against eBay, and they don't even bloody sell on the platform. You know, some people just type for the sake of typing, just to be involved. Whereas we all know,
I understand that. I thought it was quite interesting that people thought because I was having issues with eBay that I should walk off the platform, or I'm like, some people really missed the point of what we were trying to achieve with that. I wanted to improve the platform, not just for me, but for everybody's sake. It was worth having the conversation as well, because so many people were saying, "Oh, they won't listen, they won't change." So what? I won't have the conversation then? It's like.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to at least try.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you're luckier than most because you have got the platform that you are able to. I mean, you've got lots of Hannah that will you can
look, that's the word I would use.
Every now and again. Whereas there's people that have only just started that they wouldn't even get heard. So you make the most of what the platform that you're given.
Exactly.
But eBay is a massive business. It is all computer generated and automated these days, and you have to think like that. So when something happens to your account, you can't take it personally. You have to think about how the system work. And you've got to try and act accordingly. I mean, there are rules. You follow the rules. You sign up to the rules when you sell on eBay, and you just got to take the personality out of it. You deal with it. It's like if you've done something wrong, it's because.
Here's the thing, and you are right. But when it happens to you in that fashion, and people have had worse things, like you alluded to, they've lost their account completely. It is personal. And that moment in time, it's personal. You know what I mean? But you are right. You have to realise that
it breaks your heart.
They're not pointing at you, Nick Hills, who lives there. You are literally a number on a spreadsheet. But it's really hard to do when you rely on it to pay your bills and put your food on your table.
Yeah.
And I think that's where they drop the ball.
Millions of people use eBay each month. And
you're right.
They have to. And it's the same with any company. It's like you hear it all the time. Oh, well, it's like, I'm a person, not just a number. It's like, well, when you're dealing with millions of people, you are a number, because that's the only way we can make this work.
I know.
And
that's the balancing act, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's hard to do.
You have to deal with it like that. So, you're you see the adverts like, oh, you're a person, you're not just an account number. Bullshit. You are an account number, so we have to deal with it. And there's always going to be exception to rules and things like that. And something go wrong that doesn't fit. But they design these algorithms to fit the majority of the people the majority of the time.
Yeah.
And there's going to be outliers, and there's always going to be people that fall through the cracks. It's the same with the government sort of helping the self-employed. They've covered as many people as possible, but there's always going to be people that fall through the cracks. I'm one of them. I fell through the cracks. You can say, oh well, you hate me. I'm self-employed. I'm going to have to pay for the pandemic to help out when this all gets going and all that. It's like, but you have to think like they think, and you have to think how the computer thinks, and then you feel a lot less stress. I
think a good test is to ask yourself the question, how would you do it? And when you first think, it's like with this the e-buy gum thing that still keeps hovering around there. It's like, oh, we're gonna make customer service brilliant. We're gonna deal in facts. It's like, yeah, how's that gonna make it any better?
Maybe to start with, but when they start,
every business, every business
and all that, they're not going to be. They're going to have to automate.
No, every business,
and they'll end up just like Amazon. So just like eBay.
Any business in the world always boils down to time versus money. And if you can only afford one staff, as in 40 hours a week, their time might not be affordable to manage 30,000 users, 50,000 users. It's time versus money. When eBay Gum can't afford 2 staff, the customer service suffers. And when eBay Gum can't afford 100 staff, the customer service suffers. I know, because I've come from that background.
Well,
money.
I always say I hope they succeed. I genuinely do. But
I really do as well.
When I spoke to the guy on the phone, he phoned me up to have a chat about stuff, and I was saying that the fundamental difficulty that eBay will always have, and any distance selling platform has, is that they're acting as a broker. They don't know what you put in that packet. They don't know what you sent. They don't know the condition it was in. They're never going to see it. They're never going to touch it. They don't know what the buyer received, what condition it was in. They don't know who's telling the truth. So there's no way of solving that.
And that's why they have to side with the buyer.
And it's an educated guess over 1 billion transactions.
Because of the way consumer law works, they have to sell side with the buyer.
Yep.
Because they're the consumer, they're the ones who have got laws and rights on their side. So if there's any question mark over any transaction, it will always come down with the buyer, because that's the way the law sides down. And if you can't deal with that a bit with being a business, then you go and work at Tesco's.
Yeah,
you go and do something else.
What the one thing, and you are right, because distance selling regulations are the overriding thing that kind of covers how eBay works, really.
Yes.
So if you do have a problem like we did with the headlight, do not say yes, they've sent it back at any point. Say it is a different item. Even if you're kind of twisting the truth, it's a different item in that it's physically different. Use the words different item and you should get backed. Because the moment you say they've sent it back, even if it's in 1,000 pieces, you're not covered.
That's it. Yeah. Exactly, because they have to side with the buyer.
So if I'd have said it's a different headlight, because I sent one that was pristine and brand new, they sent me back one that's used. If I'd have just said that, which was still true but worded differently, I would have been backed.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of playing the system, but it's not. You just have to know how. It's like you have to know how the system works. And when you know how the system works and how eBay has to play with the system, they have to follow certain rules. I mean, when we say, oh, we're going to get, top rated seller, we were allowed to give a 50% discount. That goes against, it's like a 50% refund. That goes against trading laws. But because if the customer then goes and complains to eBay then gives them the other 50% back, because that falls within the law. So eBay is protecting us by allowing us to keep 50% of the money and reduce our losses.
Yeah.
That's the seller protection, but the buyer still is made whole again, because that's what the law states, regardless of whether they've scammed us or not. It's eBay. eBay seller protections is them saying, okay, well, we're offering seller protection because we will absorb some of the loss, but we do it on an equal partnership with the seller.
Yeah, and I think that's as good a compromise as eBay's going to ever come up with.
Absolutely, and I'm fine with that.
There are flaws in it, though, lads. So
I think it's a better compromise than you won't get that on a lot of other platforms.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll give you one, because there is one.
Shit you see eBay get from various various groups and all that. So eBay does quite well. I mean, it's a difficult thing. I mean, but as long as you know the rules and you act within the rules, if a seller scams you, you get your 50%. They'll get the other 50% from. If they get the other 50% back from eBay, fuck it. Who cares? It's not no problem. You've reduced your losses as much as possible.
It winds me up when people start getting upset about making posts about they've been reimbursed with eBay and why. It's like it's an automated system.
Couldn't give two shits. If the customer gets the other 50% back, good, because they've acted within the law. eBay reimburses them, because that's what would happen if I was to return something and there was a question mark about it. So I've reduced my losses as much as I can as a business. eBay have protected me as much as they can legally possibly do. Great, fine. Move on to the next customer.
Here's one for you. Tell me your advice on this, right? So I've been a professional reseller for a few years, and I have to. By the way, Nick, you went to see my store, but I sell clothes. I am interested in vintage American denim, mostly Levi's, Wrangler, Lee, few other brands. But I sell rare denim, basically. That's my vibe. I'm a cowboy, and I have hovered through COVID. I used to be around 3% return rate, because I list my items well. My pictures are the bollocks. And
my return rate's 0.6%.
Hang on, it gets worse than this. The story gets way worse than this. So my pictures have all the measurements. I'm into clothes. I am it. That's my vibe. I'm like music and clothes. So I know how to measure an item properly. So I never make a mistake. So all my clothes are returned on doesn't fit. Nothing's ever on not as described. Everything is doesn't fit. Now I'm hovering on 11%, which means, by the way, if I sell £100,000 worth of clothes on eBay, let's say I'm making £90,000 profit, just for argument's sake, I'll lose 14% on doesn't fit. And do you know why I still don't use it? Because do you know why? Because you still pay tax on it. You have to pay tax on a transaction. You might get it back the next year, but I'm going to pay tax on it this year. Does that make sense?
No, if you tax it, I mean, you take your tax liabilities. I mean, if you lost, you pay tax on your profit. I mean, if you don't sell,
Yeah.
So if you lose money, I mean, you take all the refunds. You say, well, okay, well, I've sold X amount in revenue, but I've taken that, so that's your liabilities. You don't pay tax on your losses. You know, if they claim back it's like £10,000 worth of refunds, you don't pay tax on that because that's not your profits. That's a cost. Yeah. Your refunds are a cost.
A cost, and I've just paid £10,000 of refunds, and it's still done on an annual basis. But I've just paid. Long story short, it's calculated at the end of the year.
It depends whether you're a limited company or not, or whether you're
a limited company. I am a limited company. Long story short, I just with my accountant, he said, you're paying 11%, 8%, but we can't calculate that because next month it might go down to 8%. The month after it might go down to 2%. It's uncalculatable, but you don't pay tax.
You do it across the year, surely.
As an average.
Yeah.
But what if? And you shouldn't have to pay tax.
You sell £100,000 of stock in a 12-month period, in your taxable 12-month period.
Okay.
You get £10,000 worth of refunds, and you've had £90,000 worth of sales. You've made £60,000 worth of profit. You get taxed on your £60 worth of profit.
It's hard for me to explain, but do you understand why selling anything or doing anything as an average is wrong?
Well, you don't. You take it what your liabilities are in a 12-month
money in,
period.
money out.
Yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm cool with it. I just hate doing it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what you pay the accountant for. You make sure that they do a good job for you.
I do everything on a month-to-month basis. I know every penny in, I know every penny I spend, all this bullshit. But then you hand over your tax bill and you sort out all your spreadsheets, and it's like, yeah, okay, this is this. And I was like, hang on. Look, in September, I went down to 2%. And he said, it doesn't matter, it's an average. I went, whoa, hang on a sec, hang on. This is a bitch. Little things. You might have, basically, £700 went in, £700 went in fees on returns during September. And I'm like, £700? And it's untaxed? He's like, yeah. I'm like, why? And he goes, well, that's business. But this is business. I'm like, okay.
You need a different accountant.
Yeah, you need a different account. Your returns a lot. You know, your returns are a cost. You know, if you have to pay it back, that's an expense. You know, you pay tax on your profits. You know, if you sell £100,000 worth of stuff and you get £10,000 worth of return, and you have to pay out that money back. Then you've only made £90,000 worth of the turnover.
Yeah,
maybe over this.
Deduct your cost of what it costs for those goods.
I know it's deductible.
And your fees and everything like that, and you're paying your profit.
I understand it's deductible. I get that. I'm probably not explaining myself very well, but
yeah, I think I missed the point because it's just a cost. Returns.
There's alcohol involved, but you know, tonight. But you know, it's.
So what I was trying to get at is, if you think eBay's bad, I love eBay.
eBay's not bad. eBay,
I honestly don't.
eBay is very good. For all its
faults
and for all its problems, eBay is bloody brilliant.
I'll tell you the worst thing about eBay as a clothing reseller. I know people who are making a fortune as not fake resellers. What's the word? Private resellers, and earning a fortune and not paying tax. By the way,
tough. What other sellers do with like their business and they run their accounts, whether they're private seller or business seller, all to do with you. It's simple as saying your business and you do it properly. If others want to run it without tax,
I'd never do anything about that.
None of your business. It's none of my business.
None of my business. But
if they want to scam the system, good on them. If it catches up with them, good on tough on them. But what
exactly, bingo,
other
yin and yang.
do,
But
they run it as a business or whether they run it private, it's none of my business.
What I was trying to say,
it catches up eventually.
Do you know, before you were, as a clothing reseller, before I was a professional reseller, I hovered around 2% returns rate. When I went pro, you have to accept not wrong fitting returns. All of a sudden, I hovered around 7, 8, 9. It's like, fucking hell.
Yeah, but eBay returns is still. I mean, if you look at the likes of Boohoo and all that, their return rates are ridiculous. They're like 20-25%.
Yeah, I know.
Even more.
It's just a bit.
So eBay's returns, even if you're like 8 to 10%, they're still a lot better than
No,
they are.
I agree. By the way,
returns are just the cost of doing business, and clothing. Anyone actually watching this who's thinking about getting into clothing, you have to go in with your eyes wide open to that. It's one of the big reasons we've moved away from clothing. Is that exact thing.
I just want you to make you aware. If I sell last year, I sold 3,772 items. That's what I sold on eBay. 3,772 items, and 10.9% were returned, which meant I had sold.
That is quite high, but eBay.
It's not. By the way, Damo, it's not high. It's below average.
Yeah, I mean, it is below average. I mean, like eBay.
14% is average
in that category. So
you know what? It broke my heart. It meant I'd packed 400 items or thereabouts for nothing, and it made me think, why am I doing this?
But you see, the likes of ASOS, Amazon, of course, have made the returns culture just mental now.
But that's the world we live in these days.
People don't think twice about returning something for any old reason now. It never used to be like that. When we started on eBay in like 98 or whatever, returns weren't even a thing hardly. It just didn't exist.
Well, you have to wait for your check to clear first, Nick.
A pair of jeans in 3 sizes, and you'll return the 2 that don't fit. And
they advertise that as a system.
That into their things.
Yeah, they promote that as a thing. It's madness.
But you know what eBay should really do.
I really don't get why eBay promote and do adverts about returns, because return comes in, so the buyer gets refunded, and eBay loses their fees because they refund you the fees.
Because they give it back.
How is it an advantage for eBay to promote that?
Because they're competing against the likes of. I mean, they understand where the market is going. They understand what the consumer wants. Yeah. The consumer wants to buy 4 things, try on all 4 things, and return 3 of them. And
you know why, don't you?
So they will get the business of 25%. And they will return the rest, and they will get the fees that way. So they're competing with the market because that's where the market is. And if you understand the market and what the consumer wants, then as much as that costs the business, then you will win because you'll factor that into your own business model.
eBay aren't looking for buyers. eBay aren't looking for sellers. They're looking for buyers, and they always have been. Yeah,
of course they are, because it's the buyers that can't come in. I mean, the sellers are just there. I mean, it's like we're not,
advert's not for
customers because it's their money, it's our money.
The advert's not for us. The advert has never been aimed for the seller, and it's only ever been aimed for the buyer.
No, eBay advertises to the buyers, and they advertise to the casual sellers. It's like, sell your stuff on eBay because it's cheaper than what you'll make more money than what you'll get on Facebook Marketplace. So it's always eBay is always catered for the casual seller and the general buyer. That just because a certain 100,000 or 200,000 of us decide to make that our main business for making anything, that's just that's just an added bonus. We make our money off eBay full time, but that's not their main customer base. They have a couple of million customers a year, but we're not their main.
We're not their focus at all. I had an interesting conversation with somebody who's been similar to me, very long term, kind of career reseller sort of person, and we had an interesting chat, and I think he was right that eBay is focused on the big business, the big box business, and the casual part-time non-business sellers, because neither of them are any hassle to eBay.
Yeah.
We, the small business that are very focused on every refund, every return, every £10 sale gone wrong,
we're the thorn in
we're
their
a pain in
side.
their neck.
Yeah, we're the thorn in their side,
Yeah.
and we make up a very small part of their business. I mean, they've got like
I know.
Amazon curries, it's like hard-crossed curries and all that sell through it. You know, so resellers and the small businesses probably make up about 100 to 200,000 customers, you know, users of their millions that they have per year. You know, so they cater for us because they do make money off us, but we're not. You know, if they cut us all out, they would still be a profitable business.
And we are, I don't know the numbers, but if you had access to a spreadsheet, it would be that the small businesses like us here probably account for a massive percentage of all of their customer service calls. Huge. The big businesses don't care when a TV goes missing. They don't have the time or the resources to care. They just write it off like that, and they don't think about it again.
Yeah. And we care. We're in the know.
If you've ever tried to
and the casual sellers either don't know they have rights, or they don't have the time to worry about it, or they're just selling off their own stuff anyway. It's not like they're relying on it for income, so they don't.
Not just that, Nick. You've taught us that you have a voice. So a few years back, I did give up on eBay. If someone fucked me over, I would think, oh, I can't be bothered. And I watched your videos and I thought, you know what? I'm going to try. Nick did it. I'll try. I'll give it a go. And I got my fees back. And you know, they probably say thank you to that, but you have saved us all some cash. You know what I mean?
It's about pushing back a little bit, I think. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you understand your position within the eBay ecosystem, you'll do all right, and you'll be less stressed. I mean, when you try to fight against what they are and try to think that you're more than what you are, and more than what you mean to them, that's when you run into trouble. I mean, there's plenty of eBay businesses out there that it's like, oh well, you know, I'm giving them money, I'm this, I'm that, I give them X amount of dollars per, pounds per year in business and all that, and you're ruining my business and all that. I don't give a shit. You know, it's like you play by the rules, you understand the rules, and things will often go against you. And it's like, okay, well, it's cost of business. As long as if you understand where you are, where you fit in the Amazon, the eBay system, and the Amazon system, if you run on Amazon and all that, the happier you will be. You know, it's like you get scammed by a customer. Fuck it, refund and move on to the next customer. You lost £200.
Fingers with eBay.
You know, that's fine. You know, by the time you've been to like action fraud and dealt with them and everything like that, you know, you could have made your money back selling other things. Go to the next boot fair, get on with it. You either want to sell on them or you don't want to sell on them. You know, it makes me money. You know, I do with it. You know, forget problem. You know, it's like you can't fight against a system as big as them. I mean, you try, you put your point of view across. You know, if your account gets suspended, you try and get it back. Or if you get scammed on a £200 refund, and you try and get it back. But you know, when you go into that argument, you assume you've already lost. If you happen to win, fantastic.
eBay is obviously, as resellers, a river in which we can flow in. It's what we're into. We're into reselling, making dosh. We're going to do it with eBay or without, whether we have to stand at a car boot or a market stall all day, or have a retail shop and invest your time into that one. Nick did. But one way or another, we are into buying some shit and making some profit on it. That's our job. That's what we do as a living.
And we choose to do that.
Yeah, and eBay is a great platform for that. But
it is still the best platform with very little rival, unless you're going to go the Amazon route.
There isn't.
I don't think it will get bettered. I sell on Amazon, by the way, Nick. I don't know what you sell, but I sold about 660 books last year. I made a good profit on them. It wasn't much work, and I should probably look into more doing it. But I still prefer eBay.
I'm not even currently doing Amazon.
Everyone prefers it. I mean, eBay is the go-to work. So where do you sell some crap online? eBay. Whether you're just a casual buyer or not.
You never see Amazon like coming on YouTube their representatives talking to like the Amazon YouTubers, etc.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit about small business sellers.
Of course not.
I was just going to say to you, my accountant, right? He only manages about 40 accounts. He works on the same business lot as us, where my unit is. Really nice guy, Dave is. And he said to me, "Tell me about your Amazon account." I was like, "How do you know about my Amazon account?" He said, "Well, it's my mate's job. I know about you." I was like, "Okay." And he said, "Well, I sold these things and that." Talking to him, he goes, "Okay." And he said, "Look, I'm going to look after you." He's actually looking at ways where I can save money on tax. He doesn't want to screw me over. He's figuring out ways so I don't pay as much tax as I possibly have to. Between me and you, well, and everyone on the fucking internet, I own my house now, so I don't need to earn a lot of money. I'm trying to just get by with the tax man, as most people would. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to say too much on the internet because someone could screw you over. But what I'm trying to let everybody know is I do pay tax, and I pay. Let's say I pay as much tax as I need to.
Everyone does. You don't want to pay any more.
Exactly. Well, I'm not trying to be an idiot on the internet to everybody, but what I'm trying to say is I have an accountant. I only saw him last Saturday. He was asking me about my Amazon account, and he said the reason you shouldn't be selling on Amazon is a few reasons. Amazon will send me, and I have to report to the Inland Revenue your exact outgoings, as in your revenue, the turnover of what you've earned. And then you have to prove through receipt form those products. And I said, but all of them were purchased from a car boot sale, every single item. And he said, doesn't matter with Amazon. It's okay with eBay, but it doesn't matter with Amazon. I said, well, it's not possible. He goes, yeah, Amazon will force out. It's just a matter of time. Amazon are going to force out them sellers. I said, oh, okay. And I thought to myself, there must be millions all over the world, millions of sellers who can't prove where they bought their item from. But if my accountant has said that to me, I am aware of it. I mean, he might be wrong.
They've been changing the goalposts for the last 4 or 5 years. Like with media, I can't sell DVDs and CDs, or 90% of them anyway, because you have to have a wholesale receipt for them. You know, which annoyingly in the past I would have been able to get because I used to have wholesale accounts with everybody when we had the high street shop. But you know, now I just don't bother, and I'm currently not doing anything on Amazon because of various reasons. It's just it's hard work to keep up with the ever-changing goalposts.
Not just that. Don't forget, you're paying 25% fees. You know, we're paying 15 through eBay or thereabouts.
But you know, I couldn't give a toss about the fees that I pay with eBay because it's the cost.
It's all profit.
They advertise exactly what you pay with fees. If you want to choose to pay 1% in promoted fees or 20% in promoted fees, they tell you exactly what your fees are when you play sell whatever category you've got. So that all the information is there. It's like, but it's still less than what you pay if you went out and bloody bought a shop. So you know,
if you search on YouTube,
17% in fees. It's like, great, okay, fine. You know, it's all come out. That's fine. I play by eBay's rules. I know what eBay's rules are. They tell me exactly what the rules are. If I don't like them, I'll go off and do something else. I'll go and sell at boot fairs every weekend.
What's the CEO of eBay now?
Couldn't give a toss.
Vince. Long story short, he was on a 3 or 4 minute program on the BBC iPlayer. If you look for, if you search eBay on the BBC iPlayer now, they're on. If you search BBC iPlayer and eBay, they're on like a 3 minute program right now.
That doesn't matter to me.
I saw them about a month ago, and do you know what he said? Do you know what he said on this program? He said, if we put an advert on the television, that same day we'll get a registered new 10,000 eBay sellers. But if you think about it, how many adverts must they put on a day? 20, 10, 15?
When I spoke to him,
they have an advertising
it was a fairly high up rep, like customer service put out fires person that phoned us up after our video, and we had really nice chat, a long chat with her, and she gave me a little.
That's understandable after your reach now. So
I think you've to have a chat anyway. But one of the things that was really interesting was from her point of view, the growth eBay has seen in lockdown has been unprecedented. So really? they've grown no end, and part of all of the problems we've all seen, like the amount of accounts like ours and many other people suddenly getting suspended for reasons we're not being told. It's because they've implemented all these new security protocols that they're basically testing. It's all in kind of beta mode or something, and they're like, "Oh, hang on, rein that in again."
That's my point of view. I mean, they've moved.
Nick, is that because they've not told us?
No, I mean, they don't have to tell us anything. I mean, they've moved over to a new payment system, and they've got new security procedures in place, and they've got to bed those in. And there's going to be fuck-ups along the way, so they've got to work out how to deal with fraudulent transactions and, sort of unrecognised transactions.
And give me the money back they've been holding for weeks.
Yeah.
Have any of you fellas noticed that there's more and more every week of non-payers?
You're looking in an echo chamber. You're reading what you're seeing on eBay, sort of on Facebook and YouTube and all that, and you're looking in an echo chamber. So you'll get one person say, "Oh, I've had a problem," and somebody else will say, "I've had a problem as well," and that will go on. I mean, they are bedding in a new system, and it's going to take them a couple of years to bed in that new system, and they are going to have issues. And every now and again, you're going to get caught up in those issues. It's the same if it is like the same as everything that's been going on from time beginning, and it sucks when it gets when it happens to you. But it's like you have to think how they think, how their systems think. You have to think. You can't think on a small scale of just you're running your business, and when something happens, it's the end of the world. Because for you, it is the end of the world. But for them, it's not. You're just another little glitch in the system that you have, a little crack that they haven't been able to cover. Yep. And their systems will improve over time, and it will take years. And you have to think like that. So you make the best of the situation you've got. You contact customer services and you try to fix it.
Does anyone know while we've been chatting?
That's not apologising for them or anything like that. You just have to think how they think, and if you can think how they think, the less stressful you will be.
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%. But it only takes one transaction to pee you off, and you're thinking,
of course it does,
because we're all just human.
Exactly, can be like humans don't run systems.
Apart from Phil, who look at him, just doesn't care. He just doesn't care.
Phil is a laser robot from Mars, I heard.
No, well, we're listening to the conversation.
He's still there. He's still there.
He's still with us.
Managed payments.
Okay. Listen.
Managed payments is still incredibly new, and people are getting locked out of accounts because they haven't provided ID or they want ID.
You see that? You've got to change that name, Collector Phil, to Chill.
Supersonic. How many sales did you say you had last year? About 3,500, something like that.
3,700, yeah. There.
Yeah, I had 3,736. Guess how many returns I had?
Well, that's what I was saying. When you have to return,
how many returns? No, just guess how many returns I had.
3.
0.
Ooh,
0.
Come on.
No, because the niche that I work in, I don't get returns.
That's good going.
I get very.
I'm dealing with like 20 a week, 50.
I don't get none of this 10% shit.
I've had one genuine
clothing
return in the last year. The rest have been
exactly clothing. Clothing is a high return. My niche is nil return.
Last year, one of them has been genuine.
Well, like I told you, my ASP is £47.
Do you know what my margin
means
is?
Nothing. I mean, when you're dealing with returns and with your customers, or your ASP means nothing. That is only between you and your revenue and what you pay for. Your ASP is it's got bugger all reference of what
What I'm trying to say is, I am dealing with more of a high ticket item.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
you're in that ultra return niche where if someone's going to shell out an average of 50 quid for a denim jacket or whatever, they're going to want that to be perfect. If it's not, they're going to send it back. If you're sending bog standard, £10 trousers, there's a bit of wiggle room. They're not really bothered, are they?
That's what I'm paying. To be honest with you, that's what I'm paying. So I go to the car boot.
Always.
But I don't pick up 100 items at the car boot. I'll go to three car boots a week, and I might pick up 50 items a week, and I sell them on eBay, and I make a good profit on them. But all the rest is from wholesalers, and we don't wash, we don't clean, we don't even empty pockets. We get them, we don't even iron them. We picture them and move them. That's what at the stage we're at. I said to my missus, I want to sell.
That might be why you get more returns.
I was going to say that's why you get returns.
If you've
Like
got
in
a
the
condom
pocket.
in the pocket, and then
Well,
someone
I said to my missus, I said I won't be happy until I've sold 5,000 items in 1 year. I know that sounds crazy, but when I've done that,
well, that's 100 a week. You know, that's 20 a day, Monday to Friday.
That's my target. Yeah.
Go for it.
That's not a whole lot on the scheme of things. 20 a day, Monday to Friday, and nothing over Saturday and Sunday.
I think that's a healthy target to go for.
It's not very much at all.
I'm a numbers guy. I'm not brilliant on spreadsheets, but I understand the fundamentals. So like, I buy and I sell, and I understand what my average price is. I understand what my average
You're a numbers guy. You need to do spreadsheets.
Yeah, I do it to be honest.
Because it will tell you a hell of a lot of information that is normally hidden.
Do you know what we should call
No,
Phil?
too much time and effort to do spreadsheets.
Chill, Phil.
I'm not.
Your ASP has nothing to do with the amount of returns you get.
No,
anything like that. I mean, if anything, the smaller your ASP, the more returns you likely to get. The amount of people that return stuff that's like and complain about stuff that's only £2.
Just so you know, my average selling price was the same last year. 18 to 19, but my returns rate was 3.7%, and COVID has changed things. Through COVID, people are more likely. They are pickier about things. If they don't like something, if you buy a pair of nice Levi's off eBay secondhand,
you've got to adapt to that, haven't you? You've got to start. You've got to make sure what you send is like the best thing for them.
I buy a pair of Levi's for £1 off a car boot sale, and I sell them for £30. And in 2018, you'll buy them for £30, and you'll go, they're all right, they are. I'll wear them a couple of times, and you won't dream of sending them back. But in COVID, there's less to do. You're probably on furlough. You might not have a job. You shouldn't have bought them £30 pair of jeans. You need to pay your bills. There's a few things in the way.
I do think there's been a bit more people bored out of their minds buying stuff and then having seller regret the next week.
Yeah, bingo. That's
I've
right.
seen an increase in that.
Yeah.
And I've had returns on media that I think you just watched that box set and sent it back because you've got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
You have to do it.
But you price that into your cost, don't you?
Yeah.
If you accept returns, I'm going to have a look what you've got. I'm joking.
It's part of the game. Distance selling. It's part of
you just refund.
It's a cost. It's a cost for our business, isn't it?
I mean, I couldn't give a toss what the reason is for anybody returning anything because they're going to lie to you anyway.
Yeah, of course they will. It's the nature of the buyer.
Open a return 4 weeks after you open it didn't work. It's like bollocks. You've watched it and you want to return it. It's like fine. I mean, I will judge return. It's like if I sell a video game and it's like $4.99, and they say, I want to return it like 21 days in because it doesn't work. It's like, fine, have your money back because the amount, it's like, there's the arguments that, I will have every return returned to me. But we all know that eBay will throttle you if you've got an open return. And it's like, well, is the £5 return of waiting a week for them to get the game back to me worth what I'm going to lose in sales? And it's not. So it's like, I know you're bullshitting me.
I've never had eBay.
Here's your £5 back. Refund instantly. Move on.
I've never been throttled.
But
eBay doesn't throttle for having returns open. That's a myth.
Some people swear by that.
Big.
Yeah, I've never. Some of the best months I've had for sales, I've always had returns open.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew, when you do 11%, it'll pay you off.
But I mean, you've Andrew, you've always got the odd return open or you know, one or two returns open, but you know, it's like, but do you know, it's a lot more. I mean, you can't. I mean, it's something that's quite impossible to quantify because you know you're selling, and it's like, is it ever got a return open? Is that affecting it or not? There's you know a lot of anecdotal evidence to say, well, you know, if you've got return open, it does throttle your sales.
There's anecdotal evidence for everything. It's just
exactly. But at the same time, if I've got a £5, you know, if somebody opens a return for a £5 game, and
So,
you know,
remember,
it's going to cost me £3 to get it back, you know, I'll just go like sod it. Have your money back, move on.
Nick, I think you were last week. I think you had left us for a few hours and then come back to us a bit later. But in short, I'll tell you about this. We were talking in brief about our families, and I was saying to the boys, oh, my dad has cancer. He has bladder cancer and pelvis cancer. And when me and my missus, I proposed to my missus last year, she said no, by the way.
Aww.
I've been with her for 14 years. She said no. She said, you have to wait.
It's okay, don't worry.
She said to me, you have to wait till it's right. And I proposed to her with my nana, I'm Italian, my nonna's engagement ring, my nan's engagement ring. She said, not yet. We'll do it, but one day we'll do it. I'm like, okay, cool, no problem. Anyway, my dad didn't know he had cancer at the time. Now he's got pelvis and bladder cancer. My dad lived in my house for 2 weeks, just in this room I'm in now. You probably can't see where I am. This is my like. We've got 2 living rooms in this house. This is my like stock room. I bring things in here. They're already pictured, list, and take them out back to my garage. Long story short, my dad said to me, Sandy, is everything okay with the business? You've had 17 returns this week. I went, what? And he went, I've been here for 5 days and you've had 17 returns. I went, that's not bad. I normally have 4, maybe 5.
What's the normal excuse for your returns?
Well, I have to, as a business seller.
Well, yeah,
top rated, all the bullshit eBay provides you. I'm top, 99.8%. But I have to allow doesn't fit or change of mind.
Well, if it doesn't fit or change of mind, then they're paying for a return.
Yeah, that's cool, but
yeah, I mean that's fine. So you know they're not opening iron ads against you.
You still lose your transactional fee.
Of course you would, 36p, yeah. But
when you're buying the thing for £1 and selling for 30, don't worry about it.
No. Yeah, well, do you know what I mean? Though I have principles.
So how is your dad? You were saying, is he still with us?
Yeah, he's been given till September. So.
I'm sorry to hear that, mate.
That's hard.
I don't want to bring it up. I was just trying to tell about my dad, and he says to me, because my dad was involved in the pottery industry. You can probably tell I'm a Stokey from a bloody voice. And my dad would say to me, "You don't know what you're on about." And I was moaning at my dad, and I was saying, Dad, I'm nearly up to 15%. I'm up to 15%. He's like, you're not. I figured I was at like 9% at the time. And my dad said, Sandy, that's my nickname. I'm Italian. Alessandro, by the way, lads, not Al. Alessandro. And he'd go, we used to make 1,000 cups and 300 would break in the kiln at Royal Dalton. 300.
Well, that's the nature of that business. I mean, it's like kiln work. It's like you had the hands of the gods there.
Yeah. He goes,
no matter how perfect you make the pot, it can still blow up in the bloody
and he goes, the crack, the glaze would break, the picture would fracture, the picture would crack, the lithograph would break.
It's the cost of business.
I know, and I never understood it until now, where I'm actually paying attention to these things. Because, in all honesty, I haven't had to look at. I've never been rich, by the way. I'm not saying that so you think I'm rich, because I'm not trying to brag. What I mean is, I've never had to dissect my earnings before, and now I've got to. I want to make them better. Does that make sense? Like, I want to be better at what I do, and I think you do have to look at the numbers a little bit. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I'm not packing them good enough. And then when they arrive, they're not very happy with them, and they think, they looked good on the internet, but now in person, they don't look very good. I thought to myself, well, maybe I should make them look nicer. So I've invested a little bit of money in that.
Do you put a little card in? Do you have a little bespoke card that says "Thanks for supporting my small family business"?
Yeah, I did. I copied that off you, Nick. I did that.
Well, Andrea has one. I still haven't blooming done mine, but Andrea's got a really nice one, and I think that helps in the fact that people like to support a small family business, and it might stop them having that thought. Well, I'm not too keen on these. I might send them back. I might not. You know.
Always up to sell your product.
I'll tell you what I do, right, for a pair of jeans, and this is up to 4 blokes. So you'll probably laugh at me and think, God, that's pathetic. But I buy a pair of jeans secondhand, and I wash them first of all. They go. My washing machine is. I think it's something silly like I can wash eight pairs before it's too full. So I wash 7, and I probably wash about 40 pairs a week. List them, sell them, and I probably won't get through more than that because I haven't got room around the house to dry them. Basically, when it's summer, it's great. That's how basically.
Rob has a really good tip. Actually, I've heard this before. If you get hold of tags, so you can tag your items, so they can't be worn and sent back. That will cut out a percentage of returns.
Oh, really? What, with the clipper? A gun clipper?
Yeah, you can get tagging guns. We used to have them when we had.
I've got one. I bought it, but I've never used it.
Rob's saying there you can buy cable ties, £103 in different colours and all sorts. So then you can tag them with a cable tie, and then it adds that layer that they've got to go through. You know what I mean?
It's like when I sell.
Do you mean like? Nick, do you mean?
I have stickers I got from Dunelm. They gave them to me that say, once open, can't be returned because it's a hygiene product. It stops them being returned when they're not happy because they've opened it and they think, oh, it just says I can't return it. And they could, there's nothing to stop them. But
yeah, those are okay. Those are the tiny little clear cable ties. You can put. We used to use those for labelling clothes. But I mean
it won't stop a lot of people. But anything that you can add as a barrier will stop. If it stops 1 out of 100, then that's 1 out of 100 less that you've got to deal with.
So I do. I don't know if I told you, fellas, but when I was young, before I played rugby, I worked in a skate shop only for a year. And my best friend now is a manager of that skate shop, and I sell some of their items on our online store, and we share the profits. It's not a huge, by the way. It's not a huge as far as retail to wholesale to retail. Nick will understand how this works, but when you share profits 2 ways, minus your eBay fees, it's not much. I'd be probably lucky to turn over 10 grand a year from it. But what I'm trying to say is, I put a lot of work into that, and it probably is not worth my time, and I still get 7% on that returns, and that I have to deal with. So it's got to the point these days where I pack 4 times a week, by the way, now. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So I play, I train. I don't know if you know, but I used to be a rugby player. So I play rugby for myself on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And I train the kids on a Saturday and a Sunday. You won't have seen, because I don't think you've seen my chats with Andrew, but before I was in eBay, I played rugby to a reasonable standard, and now I'm involved in a rugby club, but for children. I train under 8s, 6, 7, 8, and I train under 15s, so 13, 14, 15. And I really enjoy it, to be honest there, and I get paid from the council to do it. So that is, as far as a tax-paying job, that's my job. I got to the point where I earn a little bit more now from my eBay shops than my job, so to speak. And I had to do all this tax bullshit and that type of thing. But I have questioned it a few times, thinking, well, I'm earning this much money from being a coach. Why am I being an eBayer if 10% of what I do is a total waste? And fundamentally, I'm thinking, This
But
is
presumably when you get those returns back for change of mind, you resell them anyway.
yeah, of course you do. Of course you do.
Yeah, so it's not 10% because
You're only losing the postage, really.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put it another way. How many days are there in a year?
365.25.
That means 36 days of my year are wasted.
Well, no, but it doesn't, because you're still reselling it. You're not you don't have to rephoto the item. All you got to do is press a relist button.
Agreed.
Your time wasted is in the shipping, and that's it.
I'm being pessimistic here. Yeah, and it doesn't take a day to relist yourself.
No, it doesn't. It takes 2 seconds to relist. I mean, you get your item back, you relist it yourself, similar, whatever. If you've emptied the listing, if you're on.
My old man said, don't relist it. Sorry, don't take it out of its packaging. Relist it. Leave it in its packaging. Mark it. Put a new thermal printer label on it.
Yeah.
I've done that many times. Just put it straight back on the shelf, right on the side of it, what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to take it out and look at it first, though.
Now I know you are. Probably try it.
I mean, you'll still spend a couple of hours on Netflix each night, or doing something else, or having a bath, or making the dinner, or whatever. It's like all this, like, oh, I don't have time to do this, or if you're complaining, you don't have, it's like you're spending all this time complaining about such and such. You should be spending it on your business, and it's like bollocks to it. It takes
just
2
so you know,
minutes to do something.
Just so you know, lads, bloody love my job. I do. I'm the luckiest man in the world. I wish I'd been a professional. One of my best friends, Aidan, he's a professional rugby player now, and he earns £450,000 a year. I wish that I'd been me, but it wasn't. And in all honesty, I wish I hadn't gone out on the pub drinking beer, because maybe I would have been close and I could have afforded. Maybe I would have been lucky, or my skill would have made that happen.
Don't waste your time comparing your life to others.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, I do like to compare myself to certain people. So my mate Aidan, I probably wasn't as good as him, and that's why now he's earning £450,000 a year for Worcester. But he's in his last year, and we're both too old. I mean, he's 34 now, and I'm 28. So,
tough. Your life is your life. His life is his life. You can't compare. I mean, if you waste your time comparing, so there's always going to be people that are better off than you. There's always going to be people that are worse off than you. You do you.
I think the single hardest life and lesson, I think, for everyone is to be happy with your lot, isn't it? To stop looking over there what he's got, and to stop thinking, what if I'd have done? It's the hardest lesson for everyone to get properly embedded in your head. I find,
I don't want to get rich, and I'm happy, by the way. And I think since my dad's been poorly, more than anything, this is the wrong way to say it, but I've not lost the most important person in my life, so I shouldn't be teaching anyone lessons. But what I mean is, like, you know the things that piss you off and stress you out. I feel like they don't know more.
Yeah, it's put things in perspective. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think so.
You can always learn from others, and you can always learn from your own mistakes. But you shouldn't compare yourself to others, and you should. It's like you do you. Like there's always things that you're always going to make mistakes. You're always going to do things well. Other people are going to have luck. You're going to have no luck. You're going to have luck. They're going to have no luck.
Like my dad.
Deal with what you got.
Okay, I don't mean to be vulgar, right? And I don't mean to be horrible. My dad's a smart bloke, but when he talks, he's a bit common and a bit funny, right? So I'll call my dad up and he'll say, "Are you all right?" And I'm calling my dad up to see how he's got on. Basically, I'm calling him up to see if he's still alive, because I love him. You know what I mean? I speak to him about 8 times a day, and he'll go, "Yeah, leave me alone, fuck off. Why are you ringing me? Stop bothering me." And I'll go, "I just want to see if you're all right." And he goes, "All right. What?" And my dad will always swerve the convo to me, and he go, "What have you done today?" I'll be like, "Well, I've done this, that, the other, this, that, the other." And he'll be like, "Well, I'm struggling poo, so your day is not as bad as mine." And I'll be like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I can't even have a poo, Andy, and you're mithering me over this and that. I'm not bothered, son. Fuck off." And I'm like, fair point.
There
My
you go.
dad can't even have a shit.
There's always going to be people worse off than you.
I know.
On the smallest
There'll always be
detail.
people- yeah.
Proof for talking like that on your
Right.
channel.
There's always
You've
someone
had
having a
poo
worse
day,
day.
You've had a poo day. It's like, you know,
I love me old man. He's a bit rough and ready, but you know, say it real.
Right,
there's nothing wrong with
gentlemen.
rough and ready.
Gentlemen, I think it's time for bed.
All right,
It is
Calling it.
Andrew's had enough.
25 to 4 in the morning.
bloody hell, mate. Fair please.
Good
Hey,
night.
you're
Eight-
hours.
eight
Time.
Tonight, you are a responsible adult. You're finishing the convo.
Yeah, I've got to go to sleep. And, you know, actually get some. So thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Thank you to
Thank you,
all of our
Andrew.
guests. And see you tomorrow night or later
Oh
tonight.
man, you're doing this all again tomorrow.
Oh, God, yeah.
And
Yeah.
like I can barely see straight now, so yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Thank you, fellas.
Good night, everyone.
Enjoyed it.
Bye.